Good morning, studio. Good morning, listeners. We're about to get underway here at Canterbury. 13 over period last night. Hampshire 191 all out after being asked to bat first. Darren Stevens taking 5 wickets for the third time in 4 matches in the Bob Willis Trophy. Myself, Ben Watts, BBC Radio Solent's Kevin James, and former Kent captain David Fulton, your commentary team for day 2. And hopefully, Kevin James, you can hear me and you're underway.
Of course I can hear you. Even if I didn't have the earphones on, I can hear you in the next.
You looked surprised there for a moment.
Yeah, no, I didn't. I was just being joking,
okay.
Really. Yeah, looking forward to today. Still a bit of cloud cover. It was interesting yesterday when the cloud came over, how conditions changed a bit for the seam bowlers, got a bit more swing, a bit more nip. And there is, although a little bit high out this morning, there is cloud hanging over the ground, so of course I would say it, but hopefully the Hampshire bowlers can enjoy a little bit of help. So, looks like Scott Curry is going to open for Hampshire. Kent resuming this morning on 21 for 2.
Yep, ready to get underway. Be doing an update for BBC Radio Kent's radio listeners very shortly. So Zach Crawley, the man on strike then. Matt Milnes, the night watchman, out there with him. Daniel Bell-Drummond and Jordan Cox, the 2 openers. The men who were out last night. The floodlights have been elevated, but they're currently not on. It is a little gloomy out there as Curry is in and bowling. Oh, and he's got him LBW, first ball of the day. Zach Crawley on his way, the England man. Jubilation for the Hampshire players and for Scott Curry, the bowler. Crawley going for a big drive, first ball of the day. Curry traps him LBW and Crawley goes for a duck. Kent 21 for 3.
Wow, what a start. And what a start for young Scott Curry. Wicket, last night on his first class debut. And he's got the main England man out. What a debut.
Well, what a start for Hampshire. A real blow for Kent, who would have been hoping to put some pressure on the top side in the South Group, Essex, by coming out today and putting a big first innings score on the board, collecting some bonus points perhaps. But first ball of the day, Scott Curry has produced a beauty.
Wow. I tell you what, that looked a good delivery. He was stuck on the crease there a little bit, Crawley, wasn't he? Sort of went for the drive, almost invited the ball just to move on him. Didn't get forward. And what a start.
Well, it's been the worst possible start today too for Kent, because Zach Crawley, the man that most recently scored 267 the last time he played in a first-class game of cricket, that was a test match for England, of course, against Pakistan, he has been removed for naught. First ball of the day, LBW to Scott Curry, the young seam bowler for Hampshire. So Kent 21 for 2 overnight, 170 runs behind Hampshire, who were 191 all out on day 1. Kent have been reduced to 21 for 3, and they have some work to do this morning if they are to put a good score on the board and try and collect some batting bonus points. Leaning defence, his first ball of the day, out towards backward of point. At the cricket here, Kent 21 for 3. Commentary continues online via the website.
Wow. Excitement first ball of the morning. Maybe not so if you're a Kent supporter, of course. There's Curry in again then. And that's outside the off stump. Left alone by Jack Leaning. Another man with a double century to his name this year. Kent have, in varying ways, have got a strong batting line-up. Of course, Leaning and Jordan Cox earlier in the Bob Willis Trophy campaign. Zach Crawley, a double hundred for England. So there's plenty of batting talent out there for Kent, but at the moment they're under the cosh at 21 for 3.
Yeah, certainly are. And I did have a little chat with Darren Stevens actually about Zach Crawley, as Curry was definitely too keen there. Jack Leaning was barely looking up as he was almost up to the stubs. I had a little chat with Darren Stevens last night about Zach Crawley and how surely Kent will be hoping he's going to rack up a nice big score today and put them in control in the game, and he said, yeah, but county cricket's not like Test cricket. County cricket, the ball nips around, the pitches are not the same. Test cricket, you get a nice flat pitch that's designed to last 5 days and then deteriorate. Very different game, he said. Zach Crawley's learned that this morning. This one's outside the off stump and left alone.
And I will just pile on the agony a little bit more. I'll just say this: Zach Crawley was out to Abbott for naught in the last first-class game of the season last year. Last first-class game between these two sides, and here he is against Hampshire again. Naught. Shows what a leveller this game is.
Here's Curry again. Flashes of orange on his boots and a beauty produced. He's been bang on the money so far this morning from the pavilion end. Jack Leaning just playing the line of the ball and looked like it just moved away off the surface. Jack Leaning's now coming down to give it a prod, as if to say, hang on a minute, what's the pitch doing here? Kent in a spot of bother under some early pressure here thanks to this Hampshire bowling. Young attack. But this is what it's all about. Chance for them to impress. Curry tight to the stumps. Tall bowler, nice bounce. Left on length by Jack Leaning. End of the over. A wicket maiden to start the day, and what a start for young Scott Curry. Reducing Kent to 21 for 3. Zach Crawley trapped LBW for naught, and just before that update I'd just got myself on the live stream. Chance to see the replay of that LBW. It was nice and full. Crawley was looking to get on the front foot, as he has been doing in T20 cricket and in that test match, and unleash and unfurl one of those drives that he is so keen to play and so competent at playing. But on this occasion, Scott Curry managing to trap him. Nice and full straight delivery straight away on his pad, on his way LBW.
Didn't look too disappointed with the decision either, did he?
I don't think he had too many complaints to make, having seen the replay.
Don't think even that would go to DRS.
It would have to be bat to stop that.
It's one of those where you ask your partner, was it worth a review? He said, no, absolutely not.
Mate, sorry.
Wheel to Milnes. Oh, that's a beautiful leg cutter. Milnes pushing forward. Ball just nipping up the hill here. So the overcast conditions, which aren't quite as overcast as they were yesterday, but still cloud over the ground, is once more having an effect on the way this ball behaves on this pitch. It's not huge movement in the air or off the seam, but there is more of it when the cloud is ahead, as we experienced yesterday. First session yesterday morning didn't seem to be too bad, as Milnes is on the back foot and pushes that out to extra cover, fielded by Northeast. The morning yesterday, I mean, Hampshire played well, Weatherly and Holland exceptionally well, but at 89 for 2 at lunch, we thought, okay, in for a decent afternoon of runs, but the sun was predominantly out between 10:30 and 12:30. Conditions changed in the afternoon. Hampshire 60 odd for 6 between lunch and tea, and that's the effect the cloud is having. Wheel bowls. Milnes on the back foot, pushes that back to the bowler. 21 for 3 here.
Yeah, worth pointing out that of course Matt Milnes is the night watchman, so Hampshire have got a new batsman to the crease in Jack Leaning, and then they've got the man that was down to bat at number 11, although he has batted as high as 8 at times for Kent this season, in Matt Milnes. But for any Kent fans that were thinking, oh yeah, I might just settle in and have a little watch the live stream this morning, see Zach Crawley get a few, out first ball of the day without scoring.
Yeah. If you blinked, you missed it. As Milnes gets wrapped on the thigh pads, has gone down towards fine leg. That's going to be 4 leg byes. No, it's off the inside edge of the bat.
Maybe a bit of glove, perhaps?
Or glove, yeah. Bit of bounce.
Yeah, it has been some good carry so far. Days 1 and 2.
Floodlights still not on, which is surprising, because in the sunshine yesterday morning they were on.
Why elevate them fully if you weren't going to put them on?
Yeah.
It's slightly odd.
Maybe nobody's found the key to get into the box for the switch. I don't know.
It is a little bit gloomy at the moment. We've got some blanket cloud.
Wheel. Milnes gets another one that bounces, and off a length, Lewis McManus takes it about chest height. Unusual for Canterbury, but not unusual when there's cloud.
Yeah, it's been a good wicket prepared, as we were saying this last night. It's been a cricket wicket so far.
It has, hasn't it?
Been a good contest.
It's a good end of season cricket wicket. I can't believe we're saying end of season because it feels like we haven't started it for 5 minutes, but final game, well, certainly for Hampshire, possibly for Kent in this trophy, as Wheel from the Nackington Road end, down the leg side. Taken by McManus, end of the over, 25 for 3, Kent this morning, or 4 for 1.
Yeah, well, unless there is a significant partnership somewhere today, you would suggest that it will be Kent's last game in this competition, because they're going to need to realistically get maximum points. They need to get the batting bonus points and then win the game to stand a chance of overhauling Essex, who were 7 points ahead of them. So you're thinking, right, they need the bonus points, they need to win to compete with the side that finishes top spot in the Central and the Northern Group. Curry's in, bowling a full delivery. That is a half volley and wide of the off stump, and Jack Leaning cashes in, gets up and running with a boundary. 29 for 3. It's going to need a few more of those from Jack Leaning if Kent are going to make sure that this isn't their last red ball game of the season.
Beautiful shot.
It's looking a bit of a stretch at the moment with the way Hampshire have started with the ball, but that was the first loose one we've seen from Curry. Maybe just a little bit excited after his early success, but when you're seeing the bounce that these bowlers are getting so far this morning, no need to pitch it up too full. Here he comes again. Nice tall action, very full on the leg stump, and Leaning missing out there. Playing a miss.
Yeah, it's not his 2 best balls. Start this over. Maybe he's got a bit excited.
Just striving a little bit too much for that wicket to put pressure on Jack Leaning. Lewis McManus, the voice you can hear from behind the stumps. 3 slips, that really wide stance from Allsop at first.
It's better.
Bang on the money from Curry and defended back down the pitch by Jack Leaning, who of course has a double 100 to his name in this competition this season against Sussex. And although that was a pretty youthful and inexperienced bowling attack, I must say Hampshire's similar bowling attack looking a bit more likely to take wickets at the moment. As Curry again nice and tight to the stumps, bowling stump to stump, Leaning defends into the onside. Yeah, 220 Jack Leaning got in that game earlier on in the season. He's been in decent nick as well in the T20 Blast. He's been a good addition actually for Kent from Yorkshire in the off season, although he's a Bristolian by birth. Here's Jack Leaning. Just see Ian Holland doing some loosening up at cover. Might be fancying a bowl himself soon as Curry bowls little bit short and wide of the off stump, leaning. Opts not to get involved and try and take a shot on that occasion. Take the ball on. What was the crux of the discussion you had with Scott Curry last night?
He's quite a level-headed guy, actually. I've never spoken to him before. First time. He's quite an intelligent guy. Spoke quite well. That's Solent Sport on the Twitter feed if you want to have a listen to his reaction interview last night. But yeah, good lad. Enjoyed it.
Seeing him bowling another good back-of-length delivery which fizzes through. Good carry, good bounce. Through to the wicketkeeper, Lewis McManus. End of the over. And some early pressure from the Hampshire bowlers. Kent 29 for 3 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent, BBC Sport Online. You can get in touch with us. KentCricket@gmail.com, at BBC Kent Sport, and then at Solent Sport and SolentCricket@gmail.com.
Well remembered. Very good. Impressed.
It's because it's exactly the same as ours, I think. So that's why it sticks in the memory.
Remember it quite easy. So this really is a morning to just bowl line and length. Just hit a good line, hit a good length, and just wait for the ball to do a little bit, and try and make it as difficult as possible for the Kent batsman. Milnes to face Wheel, a length ball, which Milnes pushes forward to, out on the onside. There'll be a few balls that won't do too much, and then they'll guarantee there'll be at least one in the over, maybe two, that'll just deviate off the straight, and you need to maximise your chances. There's 1 or 2 spots of rain as well, actually. I noticed on the panes in front of us, which we didn't get yesterday.
No, we didn't. I don't think this was particularly forecast, any rain. It was meant to be really nice and sunny this morning. When we looked last night.
Where did that go? Wheel again from the Nackington Road end. Milnes pushes forward, out towards mid-wicket this time.
Yeah, my app is actually saying 40% chance of rain at 11 o'clock. And then 30% chance at midday. Cloudier later on in the day. So, yeah, interesting change to the forecast from what we were expecting. Thought this was going to be a glorious sunny morning and Kent might be able to cash in as a result of the slightly different weather conditions. It's a very different picture. Very much under pressure at the moment. Matt Milnes, the night watchman at the crease, on strike.
Wheeling again. And Milnes gets an inside edge onto the pad.
Big inside edge onto the pad.
Yeah, we can see that from here. Stop the Hampshire fielders behind the bat, though, getting excited.
Yeah, it doesn't. Shows how tricky it is at the moment out there.
Well, Brad Wheel's got to watch it here a little bit because the umpire, the last 2 deliveries, has had a look at his follow-through. Obviously, Nigel Long feeling that he's getting a little bit too close to that danger area with his first follow-through foot. And Jack Leenan, of course, just helping the umpire realise that, yeah, it's not great, which batsmen do. That's a pull shot which miss. Goes through to McManus. Good bouncer, about head height. Outside off stump. Milnes was trying to help that over on the onside.
Not sure the Kent dressing room necessarily want to see their night watchman trying to play a big expansive hook shot to that bouncer. That was their way outside the off stump as well.
Yeah, he's got a big part to play, actually, Matt Milnes. When you're 29 for 3, he becomes a main player, really. Yeah, you want him to help the other batsman out. Just stick around. There's Wheel. Bowls, and Milnes plays inside the line. Does that well. Good delivery as well from Wheel as it just holds its line. The floodlights are now beginning to come on. Yeah,
his first class average with the bat is just shy of 15. Highest score of 43, Matt Milnes. So he's no mug with the bat. He clearly works hard at his game. Has a pretty sound technique. Normally quite a patient player at the crease as well, which was why that shot was a little bit uncharacteristic, really.
Wheel again. Milnes gets a length ball. Inside it's on behind it nicely. Plays it back to the bowler end of the over. 29 for 3. Leaning has 4. Milnes has 5. That was a maiden.
Yeah, so this grey cloud overhead. Just a couple of drops of rain on our windows of our commentary box. That if you're watching the live stream and the camera from the Nackington Road end to the ground, get a nice wide shot of Lime Tree Cafe and the Underwood and Knott stand and the pavilion, and then our 4 windows next to the Frank Woolley stand and the Colin Cowdrey. That's where we're situated in the ground, right behind Scott Curry, who has the ball ready to bowl to Jack Leaning. 4 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 10 so far in this innings, and again bang on the money. Scott Curry looking to bowl stump to stump, get quite tight to the stumps of the bowler's end as well.
He's got lovely luminous orange soles on his feet, hasn't he?
They
really
seem
sharp.
to be all the rage this year. There's a few of them that have got them up and down the country. I think it's a particular manufacturer who has produced that shoe for a number of players this season. There's the flick of the flash of the orange. Full delivery, which Leaning jams up towards mid-on.
Interesting starting with Curry this morning. I mean, Ian Holland might have been an obvious shout. I don't know whether Holland prefers the Nackington Road end, so North East says, well, okay, you and Brad Wheel have that end and Scott Curry can start from the pavilion end. I don't know, but I suppose normally Ian Holland would have been the first choice.
Curry again, tight to the stump, swinging delivery. It was uppish as Leaning drove into the covers just for a moment. Excellent piece of fielding from Ian Holland, diving to his left-hand side.
That's a great stop.
It was an awkward one as well, because he was diving on one of the practice pitches and just rubbing at his elbows now, but because it was just slightly off the ground with the drive, he's probably thinking, oh, is this going to come to me for a catch? And then he has to slightly readjust as it kissed the surface. Did well. Curry bounding in once more. Again, looking to go really straight, tight line and force the batsman to play. Tough start this for Jack Leaning. After Zach Crawley out first, ball of the day without scoring the England man. Prior to his big double 100, some of his critics were saying, oh, he only averages 30. That's not going to help the average. Curry bowls, that's another good delivery. Leaning playing the original line. As it just moved away down the slope slightly. Umpire Taylor's just having a little look at the landing. The footmarks that Curry's creating.
I've always enjoyed watching Jack Leaning bat. I think technically, I think he's one of the better players around, but his stats obviously suggest otherwise. But when you look at him and the way he sort of sets up, it's just right, isn't he?
Lets this one go as it gets a little bit of extra bounce. Yeah, he's a player that's always had talent and ability. Never really quite happened for him at Yorkshire. Averages over 30 with the bat, 31.5 in first class cricket. 16 50s and 500s. It's one of those this season. Converted into a big double, is now highest score in first class cricket of 220 not out. And yeah, I think probably a good move for him really, to move away from Yorkshire, a county where he kind of came in when the England boys weren't there and didn't have a chance to really establish himself.
Wheel to Milnes, start of a new over. Milnes works that to mid-wicket. Oh, they're coming through for a single. Scriven throws at the bowler's end. That was close.
Had to scamper there. Direct hit would have been interesting. North East, good backing up from him as well, because that could have so easily gone for overthrows. Wasn't alert to that lob coming in.
30 for 3. Yeah, it's going back to Leaning. Yeah, it is a good move, because I think you get to a point really where I think, and I don't know, but I would have thought Yorkshire, he would have felt that he hasn't done himself justice, and he will know that the people around him think that as well. And that's, sometimes as a player, that's probably a good time then to get away.
Yeah, people start to have an opinion of you, don't they?
Everybody's labelled.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's difficult to get out of that label.
Yeah, so sometimes you need that fresh environment where you come into it and people... And he's come in and obviously got that big score early on, and that's now the impression his teammates have of him.
Wheel to Leaning. Leaning gets a short one, ducks underneath. Good straight bouncer there from Brad Wheel.
I think for him as well, he's quite a character, quite a chatty bloke, and it's a fairly quiet Kent dressing room, I think, in all. Quite a young group apart from Darren Stevens. So for him, allows him to be one of the personalities in the dressing room, and I think that's probably enabled him to settle in.
Coming up to 25 minutes play this morning. As Wheel comes in again, and leaning, pushing forward up towards northeast. It's wide mid-off. Kent have added 9 runs this morning for 1 wicket.
Yeah, it won't have been the start they were dreaming of overnight. Matt Walker and co on the coaching staff. Elsewhere this morning, Essex 122 for 5. So almost reaching Middlesex's 138 all out in the first innings now.
Yeah, they haven't lost a wicket yet, have they?
No.
As Wheel bowls. Good delivery, good leave by Jack Leaning, who has this habit of continually marking out his line on the crease after every single delivery. Again, umpire Nigel Long looking at Brad Wheel's follow through.
That must get really, really. I think if I was a batsman that did that would get really annoying.
I think that's a nervous trait.
Yeah, I'd annoy myself.
Yeah.
Scratching at the.
It's a bit of a nervous thing, I think.
Yeah.
You know, it's something that he does to sort of just help him
Some people,
through
yeah.
the bit between balls.
Yeah.
You know, I do think it's a nervous thing. Leaning gets one that bounces outside the off stump and a good leave.
Some batsmen twiddle the bat, don't they? And
yeah.
play with their kit, walk off the square leg a bit.
Yeah, it's just a way of sort of gathering yourself for the next delivery, but yeah.
Yeah, trying to empty your thoughts in between to then refocus again and concentrate harder. Tom Haynes has got 100 for Sussex against Surrey. 2 4 7 for 3. Those are the other 2 games in this southern group, taking place at Chelmsford in the Oval.
Wheel to Leaning once more. Leaning pushing forward back to the bowler. Nice tight stuff there from Brad Wheel. End of the over, 30 for 3.
Yes, Kent trailing by 161 runs here against Hampshire. Just seeing Scott Curry come back from his position down a fine leg, ready to get up and running once again. Just starting to get a little bit brighter here at Canterbury, actually. You can see the sun trying to get through the cloud over our heads, although there are a few spots of rain, which I think you can hear in our effects mic if I shush for a moment. Just see the odd spatter of rain, but the umpires are quite happy. It does appear to be brightening up as Curry is in and bowling. 3 slips in play, driven nicely by Matt Milnes into the covers, but there's Ian Holland again with the parry.
Just to show he can dive to the left hand, right?
Yeah. It does seem to be again, Kevin, that we had that blanket of cloud in the afternoon session yesterday, but all around it were blue skies. So off towards the village of Nackington and further in that direction, probably sunny and blue overhead. And
same as yesterday.
yeah.
Weird, isn't it? The ground is a cloud attractor.
It is this week. Curry bowls.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
swinging delivery. That one almost swung immediately out the hand. He beat Matt Milnes outside edge.
It's a beauty. Too good.
A little bit of rain just does seem to be getting slightly heavier. The ground staff just gathering on the hospital side of the ground. There's some sort of bluey green sheeting that they have ready if so called by the umpires to get into position and bring it on. Curry bowls.
Oh, yes.
Oh, crikey, that one leaps off a length. Really does jump through to the wicketkeeper. Spat off the surface.
That's why you've just got to keep it in that area. Those last 2 balls, perfect. Keep every ball there. Scott Curry, you're on for a 5 or a 6 for you.
See if they hit a bump in the pitch or it's hit that seam and just leapt. Lovely stuff here from Scott Curry. Really impressive from the Hampshire man. Tight to the stumps again. Bowls about 4th or 5th stump line, left alone by Matt Milnes on this occasion. 4 dot balls in the over so far, building the pressure. Hampshire with their first bonus point of the game, by the way, with that first ball of the day the wicket for Curry. Billy Taylor seems to be waving at somebody, and I don't know what he's suggesting. He's making some substitution type hand movements. Here comes Curry. Short, and it's pulled by Matt Milnes, and that's a poor stroke, and he's going to be caught and bowled. It was into the pitch from Curry. Milnes has gone for a pull shot and just topped it straight up in the air, and an easy return chance for the bowler. Curry now 3 for 10, his figures, his second wicket of the morning, and Kent have been reduced to 30 for 4 by Hampshire.
Oh, look, I'm not going to say too much about that, because I know he's technically a night watchman. He's a little bit better player than that anyway, but that's a soft dismissal. Soft dismissal, that, really. And I was a bit worried there for one stage, because Ajit Dale at mid-on was looking at Scott Curry, and he was going for it, and I thought, what's going to happen here? I think Scott Curry took it, but actually had to make sure well, it doesn't matter if he would have broken the stumps at the bowler's end, because it wouldn't have mattered. The catch would have counted, of course, but I just thought if he's more worried about the stumps than he is about the ball coming down, we could have a situation here. But fortunately, Hampshire pick up their second wicket of the morning, and I guess the coaching staff couldn't have asked much more of the players this morning. Couple of wickets in the first half hour, ideal. Well done, Scott Curry. It's the morning he's had. Decent day yesterday.
Yeah, man of the day so far by a long way.
This is what this competition is all about, isn't it? The youngsters getting chances they wouldn't have, I mean, Scott Curry, you wouldn't have seen him at all if it had been a normal season. I mean, I don't know that for sure, but I think you could safely say that he wouldn't have featured.
It's a fair assumption, isn't it?
And guys like him, you know, have put in some decent performances up and down the country. You know, some consistently, some from time to time, and you think, do you know what? You know, maybe we're not badly off for sort of teenagers and guys in their very early 20s and 20 years old or something like that. There's some good little players around, and Scott Curry's getting a bit of exposure, and good to see.
So he has Hainukun within his sights. Kevin James is just going to update BBC Radio Solent listeners after he's done that, and I've updated BBC Radio Kent as Curry bowls a full delivery, and it's a low full toss really that Hainukun just guides down towards third man for an early boundary. Always loves to try and get an early boundary to get his innings up and running, the South African, and he is up and running. He has 4, leading as 4, Kent 34 for 4. Scott Curry, 6 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 14. Yeah, we'll get David Fulton, the former Kent captain, in the commentary box very shortly. If you do want to get in touch with us, as I mentioned a moment ago, kentcricket@gmail.com, solentcricket@gmail.com, at Solent Sport, at BBC Kent Sport. There's a nice symmetry to those. Weatherly just taking up his position at second slip, leaning ready to face wheel once again. The floodlights are on properly now, with a blanket cloud overhead. Defended into the point region. Just a gentle pattering of moisture coming down from the sky. But umpires Taylor and Long quite happy to the players stay out there, get on with things, which is good to see. A penny for the thoughts of Scott Curry at the moment, just down at long leg away to our left, just taking his cap off and having a sip of drink. Now doing a bit of fielding, or preparing in case he has to, as this one moves away off the pitch, up the slope slightly from wheel through to the keeper. At the moment he's quiet and reflective and just taking on some refreshment, Curry, but he must be absolutely cock-a-hoop with his morning so far. 3 for 14 now his figures, having removed Jordan Cox last night as well with a lovely outswinger that was caught a first slip. Daniel Bell-Drummond was bowled by a beauty from Ian Holland for 16. Zach Crawley out for naught, and now Matt Milnes, the night watchman. Well, Kent have had a poor morning so far, and Hampshire, the team on top, they've been reduced from 21 for 2 to 34 for 4, and it started badly straight away from the off. Zach Crawley, the man who was most recently scoring a double century for England in the third test against Pakistan in his last red ball game, out first ball of the day without scoring to Scott Curry, who also managed to remove Matt Milnes, the night watchman, trying to play a pull shot, top-edged it, simple return chance for the bowler. So Heineken and Jack Leaning at the crease for Kent have a big rebuilding job to do if Kent have any ambitions to try and top this South group and overhaul Essex. They're going to need pretty much maximum bonus points in the game as well as a victory at the moment, though. Hampshire very much the side on top here at Canterbury as commentary continues online. Kent 34 for 4 here at the cricket. Kate Kinsella has the weather. I think Kevin James is back with me to take over the commentary, and David Fulton will be alongside him.
Fult's looking forward to it again. Enjoyed our little sessions yesterday. He's already eating, Fult's. He's had breakfast, now he's eating again. Amazing. 34 for 4 in Kent. Scott Curry, the 19-year-old from Poole. What a first-class debut for him. Zach Crawley, double centurion. He's already got him out. Let's nip back a little bit to Jack Leaning, who leaves alone. Morning, Fultz.
Yeah, morning, Kev. Looking forward to another day of verbal jousting with your good self.
Oh,
you've had a good morning, Hampshire.
Yeah. The ideal morning, when you're sitting in the dressing room and you chat between yourselves and say, this is what we want first half hour.
Yeah. There's a guy who's just coming off 267 in a test match, and yeah, let's get him first ball, that'd be nice.
Yeah, ideal, isn't it?
Yes, if Carlsberg did morning sessions. Other beers, of course, are available.
Here's Brad Wheel from the Nackington Road end. Jack Leaning on 4, facing drives up to northeast. That wasn't quite a half volley. I was just thinking, do you know what, just before I came back on, that the umpire, Nigel Long at the far ends, looked at Brad Wheel's follow through a couple of times, and I'm thinking, because some spinners it doesn't really affect, it's the wrong line, but I think for Mason Crane, he might not worry too much, Brad Wheel running down the line of leg stump. I mean, it's a bit tight for him. I mean, he would have to make sure the ball turned out of it, otherwise it's the wrong line. But I think that might be a bit of a danger for the Kent right-handers.
Yeah, I can think of a former Hampshire leg spinner that would have enjoyed it, certainly. Man who had a penchant for pitching it just outside leg stump and flicking the top of off.
Yeah, but you were obviously equal to it.
Don't start that again. The new over from Scott Curry, who's been really impressive on debut, the 19-year-old. England under-19 all-rounder. Batted beautifully for 38. Eked out those runs with the tail. And is now slicing through this Kent top order. Some good players too, albeit Matt Milnes was the night watchman. Getting rid of Jordan Cox, who's been in decent touch. Double centurion against Sussex. And then Zach Crawley, double centurion against Pakistan. Maybe that's Scott Curry's thing.
Isn't it? Let's get the double centurion.
Get the big scalps. He's in now, bowling to Heino Kuhn, who, as always, has lots of things that shine at you. He's got shiny pink gloves, shiny pink stickers on his bat. Often has the blue boots. I can't see because Billy Taylor's in the way. I think they have the white shoes today. But
he's very pink.
Yeah, and he's also been in good touch. He got his first red ball 100 against Essex in round 1, and his wife was expecting their first child, and their daughter took about 3 weeks to come, so he's missed quite a lot of cricket. Scott Curry, Coombe right behind that one, back of a length, back down the pitch in the bowler fields.
I'm just wondering though, I mean, obviously, as you say, I mean, his gloves to me look a shiny, they shine, don't they, even from this distance, and I'm just wondering if that's a little bit of a target for the bowlers.
Shouldn't you be aiming at the stumps, Kev?
Well, of course.
The top of the off stump, that's what you want to zone in on. Maybe it's a good distraction from Heino Kuhn. Carries in again, he bowls to him, short ball, and he's on the pull, and he's got rather more of this than Matt Milnes did, and it has gone one, no, it's all the way. Heino Kuhn, whoa. That is the way to announce yourself. He's gone very swiftly to 10 off just 5 deliveries, rocked onto the back foot. He is a short man, but it was banged in, and he didn't really make any attempt to roll the wrists. He just went up and over, and 6 runs to him. So that will put Curry back in his box for a bit.
Yeah, it will, yeah. For sure, a man that always likes to promote the youngsters, so you'll be all right, won't you? You'll know you'll come back, and that you're not one to keep those youngsters under the thumb.
No.
keep him down there.
Well, it'll be a good contest. As Curry's got his tail up, he's in again to Kuhn. What's his answer? It's a better length ball outside off stump, but Heino Kuhn just lifts the bat out the way. And Kent could do with a partnership here, rebuilding mission for Jack Leaning and Heino Kuhn. Both have been in the runs in this competition, and both have featured fairly prominently in the T20 Blast campaign as well, so they've had lots of cricket.
Maybe not so much in, well, I'd say in these conditions, of course there has been a bit of rain around in the last 2 or 3 weeks, but when you're playing with these sort of clouds hanging over, just test your technique.
Yeah, ball's nibbling around. Curry's a full, he's on the leg side. It was always sliding, I think, but a bit of inside edge as well. Stifled appeal. Slips liked it. Just for a short while. Concludes the over. Kent 40 for 4.
And now Billy Taylor's looking at Scott Curry's follow through. Now the reason I mentioned about the gloves, and you were right, you do aim at the stumps, you don't aim at gloves and that sort of thing, is because I remember when Craig White, the former Yorkshire and England all-rounder, joined Hampshire as first bowling coach and then was manager. We had a chat, and you know, he wasn't overly chatty when he played, was he, Craig White?
No.
I mean, you didn't see him a lot anyway because he was with England, but you know,
I thought you were going to say because he was second change and I was out by then.
Well,
you started early this morning.
No, but I mean, you didn't generally see him in a Yorkshire.
No, he didn't play that often. No, but I have played against him a few times.
Well, I have as well, and I remember sort of chatting to him and just saying, look, you know. He's actually a really good bloke, isn't he? Fantastic. Once you chat to him, he's great, and got on really well with him, and he was great fun. But I remember sort of we were chatting about a couple of games and that we played against it, whatever, and that sort of thing. And he said he used to hate me batting in my white helmet because I used to have a white helmet.
I remember.
And he said he used that as a target when he called at me, and I thought, I wondered why you kept bouncing me out all the time. He said, yeah. He said I was always aiming at it. Yeah, weird, isn't it?
Would everyone else have the Navy?
Yeah, I think I got it in New Zealand, and of course in those days that was this is a Jeet Dale, another seamer. As Leaning works that away just wide of mid-on, picks up a single. Jeet Dale's second first-class game, played in the first one at Sussex at Hove, and of course you had his figures correctly.
3 for 20. Yeah, I had looked him up.
Reeled them off.
Didn't know much about him.
Yep.
I think. We mentioned yesterday, didn't we, one of the features of the Bob Willis Trophy, all these young players coming to the fore. Not all of them I've seen, so I thought, well, I'd just have a little look at what he's done so far. Scott Curry, I came into contact with England under-19s, just did a little bit of media training up there. Yep. Good fellow.
You did well, by the way, with him. You did very well with him, because when I spoke to him last night, I could tell there was a touch of David Fulton about him.
Yeah, a little...
Just those little sentences.
Out of his shell.
That's a lovely shot through mid-wicket. That's 4 more as well. I'll tell you what, I don't know what sort of bat he's got in his hands, but it pings off. Wow. Along the ground, absolutely raced away down the hill. 45 for 4. Yeah, I could tell. When I was talking to him, I thought, do you know what, it feels like I'm talking to David Fulton.
Okay. It was interesting, actually. I think they wanted a bit of media training, because I think England's captain at the previous Under-19 World Cup, Harry Brooker, was asked a question about, had they learnt anything from this and that, and he went, no. And I think at that point they thought we maybe need to just work on this, because it's an important part of being a professional cricketer these days, particularly if you have aspirations to go to the highest level. You are going to be confronted with the cameras and the broadsheets and radio as well, so it's important that you give decent answers.
Ajit Dale then, right arm over. Oh, he's trying to cut that. That's very wide. I think he would have been very annoyed, Heino Kuhn, if he got out to that, because he's trying to cut that away. He's in good form, no doubt about that, but I think that was a bit ambitious.
Well, he started beautifully, hasn't he, Heino Kuhn? There was that kind of, ran it down for 4, then he played the pull stroke, hook stroke over square leg for 6, and then a wonderful clip off his toes earlier in this over. Sometimes as a batsman, when you come to the crease and the first few disappear to the boundary, you can get in that mode, you can get into 4th, 5th gear pretty quickly. He's still early on in his innings, he's only faced nine deliveries. It's a long way away, that ball. Get my binoculars out.
I think you're due an eye test, aren't you?
I am. Well, I've only got one eye, remember. There's only one eye that works particularly well, so it needs larger font.
Sure. I shouldn't have been so flippant on that subject, that's for sure. I can be flippant on others, but not on that one. There's a lovely drive from Kuhn, but there is a man out at deep point. And just a single. Total on to 46 for 4.
To be fair, the one eye has always worked pretty well, so the scoreboard's not been a problem until recent times. You know, I don't know when it happened to you, Kev, but last summer was the first time that I started holding my book a bit further away, and the glasses for reading I've got involved with them.
I started when, I don't know, about 5 years ago, 4 years ago, when, you know, that half light, you can't see stuff. You think, oh no, please, I don't want it. And I really struggled with it for a few months, and now I don't really care now. Dale Bowles, leanings off the back foot and cracks that away out into the covers.
4.
What's that? Was it gone for
4? You've just obscured with the Frank Woolley steps, but he's nailed that behind square. And deep point on the fence. It's not the longest boundary, but he probably only had 15 yards to move and never looked like cutting it off. It's gone like a tracer. Backward square for 4. Great shot.
Kent 50 up in the 23rd over. Overs don't really matter too much, of course, in 4-day cricket, although you can't bat for longer than 120 overs in this competition, which I'm sure you all know by now. Leaning has 9 now. Coombe, the non-striker, has 15. Dale hasn't quite settled into a line yet. More length, he's conceded 10 so far, and that's another wide delivery which is cut away, not quite so, not such gusto this time, only a single. He'll keep the strike, maybe he did that deliberately, Jack Leaning, keep the strike. He's on 10, 51 for 4. Yeah,
11 off that over. Important from Hampshire's perspective that Ajit Dale does come to the party and start hitting his line and length, because Scott Curry, Brad Wheel have been excellent. We saw, didn't we, with Kent's bowling performance. You know what you're going to get from Darren Stevens and Matt Milnes and Harry Podmore, but Grant Stewart just wasn't quite at his best. He had a lot of T20 cricket, and sometimes players can just take a bit of time to adjust to the longer format. Didn't bowl badly, but wasn't quite at his best, and Hampshire will hope that Ajit Dale can keep this pressure on. It could also be a concerted effort from the Kent batsmen to look to counter-punch a bit, rather than just sit there and wait for a good one. As Curry, who's been the pick of the bowlers, is in again from the pavilion end, and Jack Leaning leaves outside off stump.
And I'm also thinking, David, that we haven't seen Ian Holland this morning, which
on the field or bowling?
He's out there.
Yeah,
he's done quite well in the field, but
yeah.
I'm just wondering why he hasn't bowled yet. And I'm thinking maybe a little niggle somewhere?
Yeah, possibly. Well, I guess we'll find out as the morning unfolds. It could be just an effort to get Ajit Dale in the game, because sometimes you premier 2 or 3 seamers bowl of an evening and then they take the ball again in the morning. Curry's in, bowled, good delivery, line and length outside off stump. Leaning leaves, but it was in the business area. Good carry through to Lewis McManus. You know, we've all played in those games. We 40 minutes before the interval, the first or second change doesn't get on. You come out again, the opening bowlers have another crack. Then maybe it rains, and the opening bowlers have another crack. And just a way of getting Ajit Dale kind of into the game. But if they are going to use that tactic, Sam Northeast throwing the young man the ball, he'll expect better from him.
Yep.
He's a bit loose in his first over. Curry again straighter and leaning forward solidly. But, orange soles to his boots, Scott Curry, and he kicks up his heels as he runs in. You can got a flash of orange as he runs.
There's a lot of orange and pink out there, isn't there, really? I mean, what are these guys doing these days?
Well, to be fair to Scott Curry, the orange is on the bottom of his shoes. You only really see it when he's running in, whereas Heino Kuhn is like a
flashing beacon.
A beacon, yeah. A small beacon, but a beacon nonetheless. Here he is again, 44 on his back, Curry, those orange soles flashing as he runs in, and this one is leg side, but it just swings and straightens, and Leaning is watchful, defending to mid-on.
Just thinking of some of those old pros from a couple of decades back, if you'd said, oh yeah, we'll all be wearing pink and that sort of, you imagine them doing that? Oh yeah, I'll sport pink.
It's the modern way, isn't it?
Hey?
I've got 2 teenage sons, and they've actually just gone back, I think, to the black and white football boots. But there was a phase, wasn't there, when they were every fluorescent colour under the sun over the last 4 or 5 years, and of course you've got to be on trend. It doesn't matter if you can't kick the football in the back of the net, but as long as you look the business.
That's right. As long as they cost 500 quid.
Yeah. Curry's passed on by Billy Taylor. He's swinging. That's straight.
Close.
He's going to think about this, Billy Taylor. It was leg side, but it was swinging back, and Leaning was clipping it through mid-wicket. Missed it. Wasn't far away.
Yeah.
You said close, Kevin. That was another look at that. It was just whether it was going to tail back enough. It was an away swinger, and it started leg stump line, and he just looked to me like it was drifting back, so very close.
Yeah, yeah, maybe on balance. I want to see it again for sure. But I think something like Wedley's, where it wasn't shaping back, and he was giving it LBW. You compare it to that.
Curry. This one does swing, but it's a foot and a half outside off stump, and leaning has nothing to do with it. Not a good over. Scott Curry been really impressive. 38 with the bat, and now he's 8 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 20. What a debut.
Cool. Yeah, I've just watched it back actually, and
close.
Yeah, it is close, and I think if you're not sure, then it has to go the batsman's way, and I think that's fair enough. But it had to do a fraction more.
What was your debut, Kev?
Oh gosh,
1968-ish. Who was it?
80. Well, first class debut.
Yeah, well, first class or championship.
Well, my first class debut was Oxford University.
Yeah.
3 for 14.
Mine was Cambridge. You can't count those, I don't think.
Can't count the 3 for 14 on my debut, can I? Here's Ajit Dale. There's a lovely drive up to Sam northeast. It does well, getting low, moving to his left. First class debut, Gloucester at Lords. Same year, and my first scoring shot was an edge through the slips for 4.
I've got 12,000 runs, about 10,500 of them were through the slips down the third. If I'd have had a third man, I never would have had a career.
But it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But it's funny, isn't it? And funny enough, like, you do think about those from time to time, because that's an obvious one, isn't it? First wicket, first runs, that sort of thing. And I did say to Scott last night, Scott Curry, as Ajit Dale comes in and it's turned away by Kuhn towards a square leg. I don't think there's going to be any more, although he ran the first one quickly, and Tom Scriven has to run up from the deep square leg boundary. And it's quite funny, because I said to him, I said, you know, when you think about your first class wicket in so many decades to come, it was a proper wicket against the guy who'd scored 200 a few weeks ago, and it was called at first slip, so you can always say, no, that was my first proper wicket.
Yeah, absolutely. And then he doubled it up with the wicket of Zach Crawley. He's also a pretty fine player.
Going out on that for a while.
In decent touch. Yeah, I also played against University. My first class debut. I got a flamboyant 16 off 107 deliveries against Cambridge.
Did you really? They must have had some good bowlers around there. For once.
And my championship debut was here against Surrey in 1993, where I fielded for 178 overs and then got a duck.
Did you really? Oh no. Deep Dale bowls. That's a good delivery, but leaning, pushing forward, finds the gap square on the offside for a single. 53 for 4, or was 53 for 4 it is. Oh right, so that's that there. That's not nice, is it?
Well, the only way is up, I suppose, if you start with a duck. But I was just thinking when I saw Zach Crawley get out first ball of the day today, what a leveller cricket can be sometimes, and actually when you're feeling at your best and you've just maybe reeled off 100. I remember playing in 93 against the Australians, Shane Warne or whatever, got a 40 not out, went to play club cricket the next day feeling pretty pleased with myself, and got a second ball, a little clubby trimmed my off bail.
Dale bowls short and Kuhn ducks underneath.
And gave me some send off, like, you know, I might not be Warne, mate, but you know, play that one. And I thought, well, I'm afraid I'm not good enough to play that one. It was a Jaffa. But looking at this wicket, this follow through again, aren't they?
There they are. And Jack leaning again, sort of just emphasising to the umpire that that's not right. Just by standing there prodding, just keeping the umpire focused on that issue. Yeah, it's a great lever. Of course it's a great lever. And sometimes that's a good thing, and sometimes when you're struggling it's not. But it's all character building, and that's what it's all about, isn't it? Don't take the game too seriously, that's the thing.
No, and Zach Crawley was never one that was going to get too big for his boots after that double 100.
Dale bowls, and that's cut away by Kuhn. That's going to be 4. Bit too much width. And Kuhn gets a lot of bat on that, even though it's gone behind square on the offside. Yeah,
it was a good old-fashioned late cut, wasn't it? There's a man back on the deep point boundary, and he beats him in the last over, or Leaning beat him in the last over, and Heino Kuhn just was almost like a one-day shot, chopped down to third man. There's no one there, and he picks up 4, and Ajit Dale at the moment not quite hitting the right line and length and pressure.
Yeah.
The pressure that they had built up Hampshire is just being relieved slightly.
Yes, it certainly is. Leaking runs at one end at the moment. 16, and he's got another ball left of his second over, Dale. And here he comes in again from the Nackington Road end of bowls to Kuhn. Down the leg side, good diving stop from Lewis McManus. But yeah, I think Sam Northeast has got a little bit of a cause for concern. He may give him another over, but I don't think Dale's going to get another one after that if we see something similar. Again, this is a big learning curve for people like him. Scott Curry seems to have sort of dropped into a nice line and length, but deep down finding things a little bit tougher. 57 for 4.
Yeah, and Ian Holland is going to replace Scott Curry by the looks of things, so you wondered why he hadn't been introduced into the attack. Perhaps he wants the pavilion end just to help his little bit of away movement to the right-handed batsman. Just one thing that would have crossed, I'm sure, Sam Northeast's mind as someone that's captained here a lot over the years, is whether to switch a Jeepdale's end, because sometimes the slope here can affect bowlers, especially youngsters. And with Dale not really hitting his straps, and Holland bowled pretty nicely from the Nackington Road end yesterday evening, perhaps he could have given Curry one more than Holland from the top. But it isn't to be. It is Ian Holland who's coming in and bowls nicely. Right on the money. Jack Leading defends. So, yeah, if Dale struggles, I wouldn't be surprised if Sam Northeast just switches his end just to see whether he goes any better from this end.
Yeah, good thinking, because it is massively different. It might not look different, but it is hugely different bowling at both these ends. I certainly say that from experience. 6-3, 14-2, Scott Curry's figures this morning.
Yeah, terrific stuff. And Holland is 1 for 4 off 6.1, so he started nicely. That one's leg side. He's going to concede a run. Down to fine leg. Leaning, just tucking it round there. Meat and drink for a top order batsman.
Funny enough, you mentioned Matt Walker just a little while ago. I remember bowling this end actually in a championship game to Matt Walker, left-hander. And I remember thinking how hard it felt to try. You know, my natural ball was I tried to swing, as you know, swing it into the right-hander if I could get it right and that sort of thing. But trying to bowl this end and swing it away to the left-handed batter, gosh, I found like I was battling so hard against the slope.
Yeah, it's interesting. Holland bowling Coon, and that one bounces a bit. Leaning calls in through for a quick single. Good run, because that one bounced and nipped back, and it hit Coon on those pink gloves. Perhaps Holland has seen the fluorescent pink. So you were mentioning, Kevin, targeting those gloves, but he scampers through. Quick between the wickets, these two. And I think they're keen to keep this momentum going. This partnership already 29 in good time. Holland full, leaning solidly behind it. Yeah, Coon's 20 from 16. 6 and a couple of 4s to his name already.
He's been fed a little bit, but I tell you what, he's put the ball away, hasn't he? There's been no doubt about any of those boundaries so far. Pink bat, perhaps that's the way forward. Pink bats, they obviously go off better.
Holland in once more, that ball nipping back and bouncing as well. The one to Coon, Leaning gets the splice of the bat on it, rolls out to mid-wicket, no run.
It's getting slightly brighter, isn't it? Even though there's still some cloud above. I think from a Hampshire point of view that'll be a shame, because as the cloud sort of gets higher and it gets a little bit brighter, then the ball will calm down a little bit. Hasn't done loads this morning, but it's done enough, hasn't it?
Yeah, I mean the ball that got Matt Milnes was just one that was banged in. It was a poor shot really. Holland, oh, that one does nip back. Seems to be the way Holland's operating at the moment, nipping it back up the slope, bounced over off stump, comfortably over, but it in terms of line it was a dicey leave. Left on length. Yeah, and the ball to Crawley just looked straight, didn't it? It was the kind of thing that can happen to a batsman first ball of the day, just don't quite pick it up and play down the wrong line.
Yeah.
But the lights are on, which I guess is a concern again for Kent, mainly because of the Lecky bills. No one's flushed at the minute. I just wondered they want the sun to come out so they can turn them off.
Might be going around with a bucket soon. Hide under the table.
No, I don't think they'll go around with the bucket. I think they might have done, Kevin, people have been in, but I think it would be I'm not sure today's the day to go around with a bucket.
Funny enough, I was joking.
No, I know you were, but it just tickled me that the thought of someone going around with a bucket. 3 ground staff, 4 stewards, and a couple of blokes talking nonsense on the radio.
20 quid?
Well, yeah,
might
maybe
last 20 minutes.
Yeah, but you're from a wealthy part of Hampshire. It might raid the back of my sofa, my £1.50. But yeah, if they just turn the lights off. I just keep saying to my kids, if you just turn the lights off, you know, the course of a year, that's a pair of football boots, lads.
Haven't you got motion sensor lights in your house?
No.
You're a bit behind.
No, it's been a tough morning. The kids back to school, which is brilliant. But you've got to get them out. You've got to get them up and get them out. And of course, they're still very much in pandemic time. So kind of waking up at 10 to 7 in the morning and getting organised and getting stuff out. Because I go down to feed the dog in the morning and make the wife a cup of tea, and the dog's had a funny stomach, and that was a bit messy. I'll leave it at that, but let's just say that took about 15 minutes of clearing up, and then get the kids out. So yeah.
I might just leave my lunch then. Here's Tom Scriven then, right on medium pacer, playing his second first-class game. That's outside the off-stump and left alone by Heino Kuhn. Played his maiden first-class match at Arundel, the first of those 2 games, in the win over Surrey. Picked up a wicket in that game as well. Quite a tidy medium pacer. Will look to shape the ball away from the right-hander.
Yeah, that experiment with Ajit Dale didn't last long, did it? I think first rule of bowling is you've got to stay on, bowl well enough to stay on.
Bowls and a bit of extra bounce as Coons on the back foot takes the bottom hand off it as he plays it back to the bowler. I know every game's pretty much the same, but I think when you've got a fairly low-scoring game here and in conditions where you're getting a little bit of help, you've actually got to keep it tight from 2 ends. It's all very well some games shoring it up at 1 end, but here you've actually got to shore it up at 2. And you really can't allow any partnerships to form at all.
Yeah, look, sometimes it happens. He's a young man, he's got the slope to contend with, hasn't played since the first round of matches.
Scriven in again then to Kuhn, who pushes forward. Quite out of the middle of the bat, goes out to cover.
Looks like he's got a bit of pace, Ajit Dale, and maybe sometimes you can try a bit hard, can't you? You can try and impress and try and bowl a bit quick. You're running down the hill for the Nackington Road end, and you just don't get it quite right, which is why I think Sam Northeast, if it was me, I'd be looking to, at a point, probably give Ian Holland a go and then get him back on before lunch, maybe switch his ends. Yeah. Because you want him as one of your main seamers to contribute.
I agree.
Not stew in the field with 2 ordinary overs.
Scriven in again to Coons on the back foot and steers out into the covers again. Yeah, it is, and some grounds are more quirky than others, and sort of here, Lords, that sort of similar slope, isn't it, right to left, and it can take you by surprise if you're not used to these grounds. And you're a seam bowler. You do find yourself you can feel awkward at certain ends. Yeah,
and I'm just thinking of the Headingley and Hove kind of slope top to bottom, don't they? And Lords and here slope across. Lords almost exclusively across here. There's a bit of Scriven running slightly downhill.
Oh, this is on the line of leg stump, and Kuhn turns that away down to fine leg. Curry comes off the boundary. Kuhn's going for 2. He's quick. Oof. And the throw hits, as Scott Curry does these days.
Yeah.
Direct hit onto the stumps.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you what, Kuhn's lightning between the wickets, and that was a comfortable 2, but if it had been a tight run, a direct hit from Curry from fine leg, who can do no wrong at the moment, 19-year-old, 38, 3 for not many, and then a direct hit with a potential run out, so he's one who's rather enjoying this first-class cricket lark. There's going to be a change of commentary. Kev's having a little break. He likes a break. Here's Ben Watts.
Defended into the onside by Heineken. The final ball of Scriven's over. And Kent 61 for 4. Yesterday, I let him stay on a bit, a couple of times, because the 2 of you are just enjoying sniping at each other the whole time.
You've got to be careful these days. It's there's a fine line between banter and what's going too far. I think I did threaten legal people at one stage, but I think that was in connection with something else.
It was like trying to get the ball off Darren Stevens, trying to get on the mic yesterday. That was all good fun.
Getting the ball off Martin Saggers, that was a difficult
one. Oh, really?
Sags had 4 for. Oof. He'd sniff a 5 for if there was a tail ender in, and he had 4 for. Sags have a rest. No. New over for Ian Holland. 22 on his back. Going to get an update from Ben in just a moment. Defended into the leg side by Jack Leaning, who's looked really solid for his 12. He's 12 of 44. Heino Kuhn, a runnable 22, as Kent looked to rebuild, having slipped to 30 for 4. Here's his update.
Yeah, mini recovery from Kent after a bad start to the morning. They're 61 for 4 at the moment in reply to Hampshire's 191. That bad start was Zach Crawley getting out first ball of the day for naught. Matt Milnes, the night watchman, went shortly after, but Jack Leaning and Heino Kuhn are just rebuilding the innings. A couple there into the onside for Leaning, who has 14. Kuhn has 22. Kent's now 63 for 4 as commentary of this match continues online via the BBC Sport website. Kate Kinsella has the weather. So Martin Saggers then. So he's been doing some international umpiring in recent weeks.
Yeah, very fine umpire, very fine bowler. But used to love taking wickets and used to love taking fifers. Holland in once more, good line and length, and Leaning, whose forward defensive has been in fine fettle and just knocks it to mid-off, where former Kent captain Sam Northeast fields. Funny weather at the moment.
Yeah,
the lights are on, the sun is out, but the clouds are quite thick and low. Just got a little break in them at the moment. It's another good delivery from Holland. Leaning leaves alone, but he's just getting the ball to nip back and bounce. And a couple of times, Leaning will be grateful for that bounce because it's gone over the top of off stump. That one wasn't far away.
Yes, a minute ago when yourself and Kevin were on commentary, I nipped out to the upper pavilion to our left, and it was actually raining still. So we had the odd drop of rain, the sun had come out, the floodlights were on at the far end, it was all going on.
In Holland, bowling nicely at the moment. That was another one that almost shaves the off stump. Good judgment from Leaning. You could probably hear from our effects mic the groan of the slips. There were hands up in the air, they thought that might have just clipped the off stump. I'm always slightly nervous to say good leave because I did that when Joe Denley was on strike. And I said another good leave from Joe Denley, and then he walked off, and off the off bail was laying on the floor. That was slightly better view. I was in where you're sitting, Ben, right behind the umpire. The bowler, my view was slightly obscured. That was my excuse. I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, stick with it.
As he walked off, Holland fullish outside off stump. That was a more straightforward leave from Leaning, but bowling well here, Ian Holland. Figures of 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 8. Stevens-esque, which is about as big a compliment as you can pay someone at the moment.
Yeah, very much so. Scott Curry started well from this pavilion end as well, really bang on the money. It's a big compliment, but I thought there was a little touch of the Glenn McGrath about him, just his sort of lean, tall bowler, really trying to get tight to the stumps, bowling wicket to wicket.
Scott Curry?
Yeah.
Well, he'll take that, I reckon. Might be on his Christmas card list. I'll let him ask. Ben Watts. A little bit Glenn McGrath. Yeah, I know what you mean. Tall man, line and length.
Scriven from the Nackington Road end. Back goes Heineken and just defends into the onside.
Yeah, and Sam Northeast will be hoping that Tom Scriven will give his side a semblance of control. They just lost it momentarily as Curry started to get a little bit tired, and Ajit Dale bowled 2 overs that probably weren't his best. Like he was trying a little bit hard, 2 overs for 16. But Scriven's been on the money, and Ian Holland has started well, so the dots are starting to join, and that'll please the Hampshire skipper.
In again, and this time chipping it down the ground, and you'll have heard the shouts of catch it. Heineken gets a single as it lands safely. It was a little bit dicey for a moment.
Well, that was not a great bit of cricket all round, actually. It was Scriven bowled a ball that was probably 6 inches outside leg stump. Heino Kuhn went to flick it away through square leg, turned the wrists too early, got a leading edge. It went high, but it was like a lob wedge that went straight over Nigel Long and landed in between mid-off and mid-on. So he was very lucky there, Heino Kuhn, that he managed to he knew nothing about it really, and it went dead straight, bisected mid-on, mid-off, dropped safely.
He's got 23 now. Leading 14, Kent 64 for 4. Scriven bowls down the leg side. Nice hands from Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper. I was just looking to find a tweet from @Wisdom Cricket, who last night tweeted a list of cricketers who Darren Stevens is older than.
Right.
Just some of these names, whether they surprise you or not, but pretty much all of them have retired. Andrew Strauss and Matthew Hoggard and Andrew Flintoff at the top of the list.
Yeah.
Steve Harmison. Scriven again. Left alone outside the off stump. Simon Jones, Geraint Jones, Graham Smith, Paul
Yeah.
Collingwood, Myron Tini, Kumar Sangakkara, Mahela Jayawardena, Brett Lee, Daniel Vittori, Virendra Sehwag, Zahir Khan and Ramnaresh Sarwan. That was their list of players.
Darren Stevens is older than yeah.
All younger than Darren Stevens.
Yeah.
They all retired about 5 years ago as well.
Yeah, I see where they were going with it. I mean, I thought when you said a load of players that Darren Stevens is older than, you were just going to quote every county cricketer playing currently.
Here comes Scriven once again, turned into the onside. What I want is a list of players that are playing county cricket or are still playing. That he made his first class debut before they were born. That's the list that I want to see.
Yeah.
I reckon it's 4 of the Hampshire lineup. So Ajit Dale, Curry, Scriven and Felix Organ, and then Weatherly and McManus, I think it is, or Weatherly and Crane, sorry, as Scriven bowls. Edge behind, and Tom Scriven strikes and wheels away celebrating, and he's removed Jack Leaning, and Hampshire's wonderful morning continues. Leaning on his way, an outswinger, just a feather edge through to the wicketkeeper McManus. Kent 64 for 5 here at Canterbury.
Well, it's a great seed from Tom Scriven. Jack Leaning's looked solid as a rock this morning. His forward defensives has just gone back to the bowler along the pitch. Really solid. But that one swung up the hill. Just a bit of nip as well. And a feather through to Lewis McManus. And Jack Leaning, well, sometimes as a batsman you just have to shrug and go, there's not much I can do about that one. It was a straight line. It wasn't one that he pushed outside off stump at. It was full and swinging, and well bowled Tom Scriven. Kent's in some disarray here at 64 for 5. That partnership was worth 34. It looked like it was just re-establishing a foothold in the game for Kent, but Leaning has gone. The good news, though, is there's still a bit of batting to come, and this man has been in good touch, Ollie Robinson, in the Bob Willis Trophy. I saw him play beautifully at Chelmsford. First game of the season. Good young player with a bit of work to do.
Yeah, certainly does. If I was saying to Kevin and to the listeners prior to you coming on the mic this morning, David, that if Kent have got any ambitions of overhauling Essex at the top of this South group, realistically they need maximum points, and at the moment batting bonus points are looking a long way away at 64 for 5.
Yeah, well, they need to win the game, don't they? They need to win the game and hope that Essex don't. And if that's the case, then you never know. Essex 179 for 5, so they're going okay against Middlesex. They were bowled out for 138, but it's by no means game in the bag for Essex. Those 5 wickets would have fallen quickly. Middlesex bat a bit better. I also saw Ryan Tender-Scarter retired not out on the Essex Twitter feed, and I immediately thought, oh, is that COVID? That's left alone outside off stump by Heino Kuhn to Ian Holland. Because after what happened at Bristol yesterday, I mean, you never think that something like that is going to kind of stop a game, but in the crazy world in which we're living in, everyone's got to be careful, understandably so. But I guess you're never kind of out of it, because you think Essex might be winning, and then suddenly one of their players tests positive, and all of a sudden that game's abandoned, and things can change. So there's an awful lot of things in the mix, in the equation, and Kent have just got to focus on their job in hand as Holland bowls, and once again he's got that nip back up the slope. He's just got the one hand on head, and Heino Kuhn leaves it, but it wasn't far away from off stump.
It's funny how that's the first thing that you think of now in this current climate, isn't it? It's actually I've just double checked it, and it was a lower back injury.
Yeah, because the Twitter feed said retired not out instead of retired hurt.
Yeah,
and again that's the retired not out is correct, because obviously he would retire hurt and be not out at that point. So nothing wrong with that parlance, but that's why I thought, well, I wonder why they haven't put retired hurt. Full straight, that's close. Very full and straight, perhaps just bouncing a bit, because he has got the ball to climb from a good length, and that might have influenced Billy Taylor there, but didn't look a lot wrong with it. Back leg, Heino Kuhn's flexing it.
Wasn't sure if it was missing leg, maybe just came back. Did it come back too much?
Yeah, bowling from the pavilion end here, those balls that nip back, you wish it slope, maybe just hold it a bit. Yeah, I don't know, it looked close.
Yeah, it did on the replay.
Hampshire bang on top here. They've got Kent 64 for 5. The ball's moving around. Lights are on. Kuhn is forward more solidly that time. Inside edge. The ball rolls out square leg. There's no run. So Tendescata he's retired, hurt at the moment, that back spasm. So potentially Essex 6 down, 179 for 5. But if he doesn't come back out, back spasms can be nasty things.
Yeah, Adam Wheater's going well there, half century for him. Simon Harmer's got a useful 20.
And Middlesex have got a bit to play for as well. They started 11 points behind. Essex fall from Holland. Kuhn defends into the offside, extra cover fields, and there's no run. So yeah, Middlesex will be thinking if they can win the game, there's a chance of overtaking Essex, and with Kent behind in this game, Middlesex could still top the group as well. So it's not like they've got nothing to play for. And of course, topping the group doesn't guarantee a Lord's final, because there are 2 other groups, and you've got to be in the top 2 in terms of points as a group winner. Holland fall straight. Oof, how was that missed? It's gone through Heino Kuhn. It's gone over the top of middle and off. And Hampshire have been excellent this morning. Ian Holland has carried on from where Scott Curry left off. Maiden over. Very impressive figures. 9 over 6 maidens. 1 for 8. The all-rounder. Batted well, mustn't forget his contribution with the bat, 42. So 42 from him, 38 from Curry. The mainstays with the bat, it was 37 from Joe Weatherly in that total of 191. And it is Holland and Curry doing most of the damage with the ball.
Some of the Hampshire coaching staff just going for a little walk around the boundary.
Yeah, there's a lot of them, there's 4 of them. Perambulation, that's what they call it at Lord's, isn't it? People are allowed on the field for a perambulation at lunch. Always used to tickle me when the announcer would say that in quite a posh voice. But it's a bit of feature of the Bob Willis Trophy, coach perambulation.
Scriven from the Nackington Road end, bowling to Ollie Robinson. His first ball. Defended into the onside since the leaning wicket. Last ball of Scriven's previous over. I can't remember which team it was. There was a couple of players from one of the opposition teams who were using one of the white one-day balls as their marker.
Oh, boundary bowls.
And then playing a bit of boundary
Absolute
bowls.
Classic.
Yeah,
people listening to this who play club cricket many a time.
Use the flags.
Get out early, use the flags.
Yeah.
Boundary bowls. It's a classic club cricket game.
Scriven bowls leg stump, chipped away. It was aerial for a moment. I thought he might have clipped it straight to the man, but instead he's put it all the way for 4 down towards the new lime tree. Of course, the other side of the advertising hoardings these days. And 4 runs for Robinson. Kent 68 for 5 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent.
Well, that's a pleasing way to get off the mark. Leg stump half volley. It was upish, as you say, for a while, but yeah, 4 runs a bit like a rocket.
Any occasions, David, where you clipped a nice one out towards the lime tree and thought, oh, this is going for 6, and then it hit the tree and you only got 4 for it?
No. I was lucky to reach the lime tree, Ben.
Griffin bowls again. Back goes Ollie Robinson. Defended down the pitch. I had one at Stonewall Park the other day.
Okay. Going for 6.
He was going for 6, hit some overhanging branches. Yeah, sorry, you only get 4 for that.
Ah, dear. You got 100 though, didn't you?
Well, I mean,
Did you get 100?
Don't need to mention that. I don't hit many 6s though, so I feel like that was my 1 for the season.
Well, it's a moral victory. It's a 6 in your book.
Yeah. Scriven in and bowling. Down the leg side on this occasion. Lovely little ground though.
Mm.
And is it the man you took over the Kent captaincy
Fleming
that lives around the corner?
Yeah, well, the family do. I don't know. Jazza lives in Norfolk these days, I think. But nice ground. As is the Spitfire ground. I must admit, I'm pleased the tree's no longer there. I know that's probably blasphemy to a lot of Kent fans listening to this who loved the lime tree. I always thought it was a slightly quirky thing, the tree in the ground. I could live with it, but it was quite annoying sometimes. Yeah. You were feeling at third man.
Scriven, extra bounce. This one to Ollie Robinson. That's really leapt through to Lewis McManus.
And I remember it came down in 2004, I want to say maybe early January. It was around the turn of the year, and it wasn't long after the tsunami in Sri Lanka, which had killed a quarter of a million people. Incredibly sad. And then the lime tree came down, and I think the local paper had about 6 pages dedicated to it, and there was a picture of the tree on the front page with RIP, the picture of the lime tree. So
Scriven bowls, a bit of an angle created, but Ollie Robinson plays it lovely. Back foot shot through the covers and up the slope away for 4 runs. He moves to 8, couple of boundaries in the over. Kent 72 for 5 here. Hampshire on top most of the morning. Robinson with a couple of boundaries there. Get his innings up and running.
Yeah, 2 wonderful shots from Ollie Robinson. Clip off the legs and a back foot false. High class from a high class young player. But yeah, it just kind of struck me as weird that we were dedicating such a lot of time to the tree. And I got phoned up by a journalist in the Times and said, "Is Kent captain, would you like to make a statement on the demise of the lime tree?" And I thought, well, not really. I mean, good riddance do, wasn't it? But, about blooming time they took it out. But I thought, well, I better phone the powers that be. So I think I phoned the chairman and said, do we have a line on the tree?
Yeah.
And there was, oh yes, we're very sad about the tree and all this kind of stuff. So Ian Holland begins a new over. It's full, and he's been right on the money. Holland Coon defends down the pitch. So I phoned the journalist back up, having been given my brief from the committee, from the chairman, and I said something like, in this era of concrete, soulless modern stadia, to lose something as iconic as the lime tree is very distressing for a lot of Kent members, and we're very sad about it. I don't think I meant a word of it.
I think that's what the paper wanted, though.
I think so, but it was a bit like, really, it's a tree. As Holland begins a new over, this is going to be a big appeal, but it nipped. That one definitely going down the leg side. Appeal is stifled. The funny thing was, though, and the thing that I could never understand, was that we then planted the new one. And the new one had been kind of growing as a sapling just off-site, I think, or just the wrong side of the boundary boards, the other side of the boundary boards, because the lime tree was rotting, which is one of the reasons it kind of came down in the winds. It wasn't the healthiest of trees. As Holland begins a new delivery, defending down the pitch by Coon, and I think they either sold tickets or they invited members for the replanting of the lime tree, which struck me as strange. Like, if there's a tree in the ground, it's quirky and you work round it, but then when it falls down, don't put another tree in the ground. That just seems daft. It's not a garden centre, it's a cricket ground.
It's outside the ground.
It is now, but it wasn't. Now the development is done, yes, and this time Heineken shuffles down the wicket and defends. No, but for a while, before the new buildings were in place, that lime tree, I'm sure, was closer to the playing area and was right on the boundary edge. You could be running round in a one-day game, getting underneath a high catch on the boundary and colliding with a sapling, which would probably still knock the stuffing out of you. So the replanting of the tree, X marks the spot. It was a few metres away from the old one. Holland is nipping the ball back once again. Heineken jabs down on this one, out to mid-wicket, no run. But the hilarious thing was that the day before the replanting, and they marked the spot where it was going to be, and don't forget, no boundary boards. This was in January, February sometime.
Yeah.
It was winter. It snowed. There was about 4 inches of snow came down overnight. So everyone's wandering around the next day. It's just a sea of white with no boundary boards. It's like putting a tail on the donkey. Had no idea where they were going to plant this tree. So I think they guessed and got it about 10 feet out as Heineken punches off the back foot. So yeah, I don't think that.
So you think it was meant to be closer?
That tree has never been in the right spot, I'm pretty sure, because it snowed the day or two before the replanting and everyone was scratching their heads, and I was like, why are we bothering? We don't need a tree in the cricket ground.
That's an excellent story. I love that.
10 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 8, Ian Holland. He has been exemplary.
Some people like to sit underneath it these days because there's not much shade that side of the ground.
Yeah.
When spectators are here, of course.
Yeah,
of course, not
it would
this
be
season.
Lovely to get them back.
The only seats in the house at the moment, in retirement apartments, can't see too many people, actually, in their balconies this morning.
1 or 2. Yeah, 1 or 2.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Could see a couple of men in high-vis jackets doing some repair work. Back goes Ollie Robinson to this next delivery from Tom Scriven. 72 for 5, Kent, here against Hampshire on the BBC.
I think those men in high-vis jackets, they're right at the top, aren't they? They look like the penthouse. I think Kevin James might be after that. You've got to be of a certain age, of course. It rules you and me out, but I think Kev might be nearly there.
I'm gutted he's not in the box to hear that.
Well, you can report back.
I'll tell him. I tweeted about your verbal jousting. As Scriven's in, driven nicely by Ollie Robinson.
Well, he started early, didn't he, yesterday? I think there was one in-context comment about a battle against Shane Warne, and I happened to get a few runs, and the next thing you know, he was saying I was giving him a ball-by-ball account. So I thought, okay, it's going to be a fun 4 days.
That's how it's going to be.
If he's going to start it, that's fine. We'll tuck a few things up the sleeve. Ooh.
Scriven bowling once again. Oh, a play and a miss and a big drive. A bit loose there from Ollie Robinson. Good bowling from Tom Scriven. Been really impressed overall with the general discipline from this Hampshire attack. Even from the young lads. Dale was a bit expensive, okay, but Scriven and Curry backing up Wheel, who's not particularly senior himself, and Ian Holland.
Yep, they've done well. And a couple of young men jousting themselves out in the middle at the moment.
Scriven bowling down the leg side on this occasion to Ollie Robinson, who I think after Kevin James was he saying that Joe Weatherly was his pick as one to watch for the season. I gracefully bowed out, said online article, but Matt Cole did it for BBC Radio Kent, and he said Ollie Robinson, after at this point I think he'd already got that century pre-season against Essex, but and then when he got runs against Essex again in the championship, a little bit sparse of runs since then, but he's on strike, playing softly down the pitch, and of course lost his place in the T20 side last couple of games. Heineken coming back, and Kent needed to drop someone to make way for him, and Jordan Cox handed the gloves, and Robinson's been on the sidelines for the recent T20 games. So back out there playing cricket in this one.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We talked a couple of games ago, I think it might be the Middlesex match, with Sam Billings, Jordan Cox and Ollie Robinson, all keeper batters.
Driven away, square of the wicket. Oh, beats the dive of man at point and will go away for 4 runs. So a frustrating ending to the over for Tom Scriven, because it was a hint of outside edge, really, that one from Ollie Robinson. He now has 12 off 12, 23 for Kuhn, 76 for 5. Kent here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent.
Yeah, bat just turned in his hand a bit. I think he was looking to drive that in front of extra cover, and the bat face just opened, and he sliced it a fraction, but he might have just opened the blade on purpose, just to use the pace and pierce that gap square of extra. But certainly the way he shaped to drive the ball suggests he was intending it a little bit straighter.
Nice dilemma to have, though, as a captain, when you and 2 other young lads keep wicket.
Yes, it is.
Yes and no.
Yes and no, because you've got to kind of try and find some opportunity for them if they're good enough, and that's not easy to do when there's one spot up for grabs. Holland beginning again. Another over. That one was leg side. It was probably there to whip, but Heino Kuhn, who went to do that against Scriven and got a leading edge, was reluctant to turn the blade to the leg side, played it very straight.
I guess it helps with these two that they're both very competent batsmen, so you can almost keep them happy by picking them in the team as batsmen.
Yeah, and I think when Sam Billings plays championship cricket, Ollie Robinson still keeps, so I think he defers to him a bit as he punches off the back foot, Heino Kuhn.
He could, of course, pull rank and take those gloves, couldn't he?
He could do, but he
hasn't
but
so far.
Well, I think it works 2 ways. I think Sam Billings, we know what a good keeper Sam Billings is. England know what a good keeper Sam Billings is. Realistically, is he going to keep in Test cricket? Maybe, if Josh Buttler continues, well, he was struggling, wasn't he, early in the summer? He's certainly not now.
Yeah,
He's played really well in Test cricket. So Josh Buttler, those gloves are pretty safe, I'd say, in Josh Buttler's hands. But if a batting spot becomes available, Sam Billings needs to score runs at county level. Not easy this summer, of course. And Kuhn defends into the onside off Holland. No run. So the opportunity for the Kent skipper when he's back to just concentrate on captaining and scoring his runs, I think, is perfect. Give Ollie Robinson some experience behind the stumps. And then when the white ball cricket comes around, if Billings is here, then he keeps. And if not, Jordan Cox gets a go. Kind of seems like quite a nice way of sharing it around. Holland another 3 dot balls, and this one is forced off the back foot, but it's not going to beat extra cover. And Ian Holland just tying down an end here. 4 dot balls. He's gone for 8 runs. 8 runs off 64 deliveries that he's sent down. 7 maidens, and He's picked up a useful wicket as well. Daniel Bell-Drummond, absolute jaffer last night, that clipped the top of the off stump, sent the bail flying. And another dot ball. Well, if we do get a run off Holland, it'll be a collector's item. Bowled beautifully.
He's on course for another maiden at the moment, isn't he? I'm just going to read an email from Mike Watkinson in a moment, who's been crunching the numbers on the situation to try and qualify for the Lord's final. He's saying that it looks like a bit of a long shot for Kent at the moment, and certainly does in terms of the context of the game, with him 76 for 5. But just in general,
Holland's slightly wider on the crease, and Kuhn is forcing, but it's it was nearly a misfield. Holland would have been spewing, I think, if there had been a run, because it's yet another maiden, and he's like he's some sort of collector of them at the moment, because he's bowled 11 overs, 8 maidens, 1 wicket for 8 runs. So the misfield didn't cost him.
Yeah, so Mike Watkinson's email talking about Kent's chances of trying to get to the Lord's final.
We got a wasp percentage.
Well, if I was going to give you one, it would be about 3. But Central Group is pretty much irrelevant, he says. Somerset have already got 2 batting points, only need 2 bowling points, and a draw or any sort of win to get beyond what Kent can maximum achieve. 400 runs looking very unlikely for Kent as well, so Somerset 1 foot ahead of Kent. If Worcestershire win, they already have 3 bowling points as well. As Scriven bowls, edge from Robinson, and taken it second slip by Joe Weatherly. And as if to illustrate the point further, Kent's chances of a Lord's final slipping away with every single wicket the Hampshire are collecting. Tom Scriven with his second of the morning, just prior to midday. A lovely catch from Joe Weatherly. Ollie Robinson, for all his promise early season, hasn't managed to get another big score on the board in this competition. 12 he departs for. Scriven has another, and Kent are reeling 76 for 6.
Well, Tom Scriven has bowled 2 absolute beauties to get rid of Jack Leaning, and now Ollie Robinson. I mean, it was a straight line. It looked like Robinson didn't want to go at one stage. He was stood there for about 20 seconds afterwards, and sometimes you stand there as a batsman with incredulity at the delivery that you faced, and I think that was one of those. It looked like it was kind of middle and leg, middle stump line, didn't do a lot wrong, and it went like a leg break at decent pace, and he nicked it to second slip, and he just looked down at the pitch as if to say, why? How? Well bowled, Tom Scriven. Robinson, good player, he's gone, and Kent are reeling at 76 for 6.
So just to finish Mike's email off, just for the sake of it really, saying apart from Essex, Kent's interest would be in the North Group, where essentially they'd need Leicestershire and Lancashire to do Kent a favour against Yorkshire and Derbyshire. Leicestershire were 124, weather interfering up there, so they may not get any bonus points. Big question is whether Derbyshire
are 15 for 3.
Yeah,
to Lancashire,
so
219 all out
as well against Lancashire. So whether Essex losing, Kent improving upon the situation, it's looking like a real long shot. Perhaps my 3% was a bit generous.
Well, you know what? You never say never, do you? Especially after what we said. I mentioned the COVID situation that happened at Bristol. All of a sudden, you think you're going to get your bonus points and a win, and anything can happen at the moment. All you can really do is do the best in your game and just see what happens. What's happening elsewhere is not at the moment going to affect the way Kent play this game.
Scriven continuing from the Nackington Road end to Marcus O'Riordan, the new batsman. This one's left alone outside the off stump.
I think if Kent do narrowly miss out, let's just say they win this game and miss out by a handful of points, I think they'll look back at that Middlesex game when they needed 10 and over. Well, they need 179, didn't they, off 18 overs, and they had 10 wickets in hand, and they just shook hands and walked off. And that's the one they'll look at and go, you know what, if only.
That and the Essex one.
Yeah, Essex was a close one.
2 wicket look to feet as O'Riordan defends 4 to square on the offside. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Kevin James will be doing an update for BBC Radio Solent, and then he'll come back on commentary. But yeah, plenty of ifs, buts and maybes, but I think overall, as we're seeing from Hampshire right now with the young players they're picking this summer, in part about looking ahead to next year. Yeah, they've just lost another wicket, struggling on 76 for 6. Kent, Ollie Robinson caught at slip off the bowling of Tom Scriven for 12. He also removed Jack Leaning for 14 earlier on in the day. The first ball of the day, Zach Crawley was out for naught, the England batsman, and then Matt Milnes, the night watchman, the other man to go so far today. So Kent starting the day 21 for 2, now 76 for 6. Heinekun is out there on 23, but struggling to really find a partner to establish a big partnership and get Kent's scoreboard rocking and rolling. So they're 76 for 6 here as commentary continues online via the BBC Sport website. Kate Kinsella's got the weather. So one ball remaining in the Scriven over, and then we'll have a little switch around in the commentary box. Thanks very much to David Fulton. We'll be taking a little breather. Get Kevin James back into the bowling attack. Scriven figures of 2 for 15. Oh, he got 3 for 15. He's appealing for the catch behind. He wants it. The Hampshire players want it. The umpire walks away, and O'Riordan is the judge not out. End of the over. Wicket maiden from Tom Scriven. Kent 76 for 6.
Just clip the off stump.
Clip the off stump?
Yeah, the players are just looking at the... they're still looking at it now.
Wow.
Because I must admit, I thought if it's hit the pad, it must be close to being LBW, or he's either edged it and given not out. But it looks like, and it happens from time to time, it's just clipped the off stump without actually dislodging the bail. Looking at the reaction of a few of the fielders and the umpire. Doesn't happen very often. That's a lucky escape.
So that's why they thought there was a nick.
Yeah, because they've heard something.
It's come off the stump.
Yeah. Holland bowls to Kuhn, and he plays and misses outside the off stump. This ball is still nipping around for the bowlers, even though the clouds are still getting a bit higher, and there's still enough around to give them some encouragement. Yeah.
Just the fielders looking at the stump. I'm just watching the replay, and the 3 fielders just looking at the stump, and there's probably a little cherry, a little mark on there.
Yeah.
Scriven was just apologising to the umpire, saying, well, I heard a woody sound and it went through to the keeper.
That's very unlucky, I have to say. But O'Riordan's still there. Kuhn pushes forward to a straight delivery out to on the leg side. It's been hard work for Kent this morning. I think apart from Ajit Dale, who just took a little bit of time to settle down, his cut of overs a little bit costly, but otherwise Kent have had to fight very hard for every single run. In fact, they've only scored 55 this morning for the loss of 4 wickets. He's Holland again then in his 12th over. Pass to Kuhn, down the leg side. Good diving stop there from McManus. A lot rests on Heinekün's shoulders here.
Yeah, very much so. Although Kent's batting lineup goes down to 11 if you look at the order. O'Riordan's in here at 8. Darren Stevens is going to be batting at 9, which he told us last night will be the lowest he's ever batted in a first-class game. Grant Stewart at number 10 has a first-class 100. Then Harry Podmore has a handful of 50s.
Holland to Kuhn again, and Kuhn just pushes forward, ball just angled into him.
Going to need some sort of wizardry for Kent to get some batting bonus points in this situation.
I just think, the more the sun comes out, if it does, I think there's going to be a bit of a mixture, isn't there, this afternoon. I think Kent, once the sun comes out, it will sort of just get a bit easier, but you keep looking ahead and there's still enough cloud to keep this ball moving around. I don't know if you got this as well. I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, actually, Ben, as Holland bowls. Kuhn's on the back foot, punches that up to mid-off, fielded by North East. Gwen Newman, did you mention that earlier?
I think I've literally just seen that tweet, so go for it.
I'm not doing the whole championship, but Darren Stevens made his first-class debut before 6 centrally contracted England players were born. Banton, Don Best, Pat Brown, Zach Crawley, Sam Curran and Ollie Pope.
Love
That's
that.
right, and a few of the Hampshire boys out here as well.
Love that.
Yeah.
Thanks for that, Gwen.
Just emphasising how old Darren Stevens really is. He is Holland again. Coon pushing forward. Again, it's out on the onside end of the over. A bit of sunshine here. 76 for 6 Kent. Coon has 23 not out. Reardon yet to get off the mark.
We were just discussing the lime tree with David Fulton, saying he wasn't particularly sentimental about it as a player when it came down, but
I thought you were talking about the cafe. Sorry.
I know the old lime tree, which is no longer with us. There's new younger tree over in the corner of the ground, which he says is actually about 10 yards away from where it was meant to be planted, because it snowed the night before they actually planted it, and so everyone lost the mark that they had made where it was going to go in the ground, which I thought was great. Scriven continues from the Nackington Road end, left alone outside the off stump. And off the back of that, Andrew has emailed me a German poem about lime trees.
Oh, please read it out. In German?
I mean, I've got the English translation as well, but there's no way I'm attempting the German. I never studied German. Wouldn't even get close to the right pronunciation. He's Scriven again. In and bowling. Reardon defends into the onside. Andrew's suggesting it could be a cricket-themed poem along the same lines. So what does it say? What does it say? Sorry. By the well before the gate stands a linden tree, which is obviously a lime tree. In its shade I dreamt many a sweet dream. In its bark I carved many a word of love. In joy and sorrow I was ever drawn to it. And along those lines. Do you want me to carry on? He's Scriven in and bowling. Turned away into the onside by Reardon.
I must admit, I'm probably not the person to be reading it to, because I'm not into poetry at all, and to be honest, the lines you've read already just confirms my opinion.
Today too I had a walk past it at dead of night. Even in the darkness I closed my eyes, and its branches rustled as if they were calling to me. Come to me, friend, here you will find rest. The cold wind blew straight into my face. My hat flew from my head. I did not turn back. Here comes Tom Scriven once again. Full delivery, which Reardon drives nicely up towards mid-on for a single and gets off the mark. Now I am many hours' journey from that place, yet I still hear the rustling. There you would find rest. Isn't that nice?
Beautiful.
Thanks for that email though. Thanks from Andrew. KateCricket@gmail.com, solentcricket@gmail.com. It can be non-poetry related emails.
Preferably.
Scriven is in again, preferably cricket related. This one is turned away into the onside. Heineken going for a quick single marker, so Reardon's having to scamper a bit, but makes his ground. Might just have a little word with his partner, saying that was a little bit of a tight one. Thanks, buddy.
He's off the mark.
George emailing in as well about scheduling, saying I can't quite fathom why the ECB still insist on not blocking out a run of fixtures for one format of the game. The whole of the longer formats, no short format in between. As Scriven bowls, turned away up towards backward of point. Coon calls Reardon through for a single. It's shied at the wrong end by Mason Crane, in truth. Coon was comfortably home. End of the over. 3 singles to end it. Kent 79 for 6. Says the only explanation I can think of is trying to get revenue from getting games on TV. Other sports like football having their closed season still, of course. Does it affect batsmen and bowlers adversely if they are constantly playing different formats? George in Romney Marsh, I would say it does.
Well, it certainly does, but unfortunately, in the times that we are in, that I think if it means that you keep swapping and changing from format to format to format and what have you, and if it means more games are on TV and there's a better deal to be done, because the game needs money.
Yeah.
Here's Holland, bowling to O'Riordan, pushing forward up towards the middle.
I remember a time though when Sam Northeast was getting captain, and there was one summer in particular where it was really chopping and changing, and because there was at one point you were playing it was Sunday starts in the championship, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday there'd be a championship game, and then Friday night you play T20.
Yeah.
And I think I remember chatting to him and him saying it's really difficult as players to have that format.
You have a tough 4-day game and that as well, yeah. O'Riordan's on the back foot, punching that back to the bowler.
But I think spectators loved it. Having T20s on Friday nights all the time, end your working week, come down to Canterbury or Southampton, have a few beers with your mates, watch the T20 cricket. T20 and spectator point of view, perfect. Players didn't love it so much.
Oh no, I not ideal for the players, but I think from a scheduling point of view, it was ideal. But you couldn't keep that. You couldn't keep that going.
Yeah.
Holland again. Oh, he's full. He's wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. So, yeah. I mean, as I say, there's been a lot of cricket here anyway. Packed into not even 2 months. It's 6 weeks, 7 weeks perhaps, and just the way it is. Unfortunately, we're not living like we used to, and what is. You just have to accept it now. O'Riordan pushes that out into the covers. I mean, the counties had different views about what they wanted to do, didn't they? If it's to be believed, there were, and I don't know who, but there were some counties that didn't want the season to start at all.
Some counties didn't want to play certain formats.
Certain formats, yeah. I think Hampshire had their reservations about the 4-day game initially.
Yeah. Other teams, likewise, I think.
Yeah. They weren't sure about all the staying away. That's off the back foot, and that's nicely struck through point. That's Mason Crane with a half stop. Did well there, actually. Nice piece of timing from O'Riordan. Yeah, they were concerned about the staying in hotels and what have you. They were quite keen initially on the T20 and 50 overs and travelling up and down each day. Other counties wanted 4-day games because they wanted to give their members something that you could arguably say, what actually are they giving the members, other than the chance to listen via the BBC Sport website or watch on the live stream. And half the live streams don't work properly. That's pushed out on the offside, or haven't done. There was a lot of teething problems, weren't there, in the first few weeks? Not all counties, but some of them struggled a bit. 80 for 6, so... But it is what it is. It's a phrase I've used a lot and I've heard a lot. And it is, isn't it? I mean, it's, at the end of the day, we're watching some cricket, you're listening to some cricket, watching some on the live stream, and that's better than it was 3 months ago.
Exactly. It could have been a situation where we had nothing at all and the season was wiped out. Just to add something to the pot on the potential dismissal of Marcus O'Riordan, which didn't happen. Martin Shaw's been watching back the replay. He says about 10 times. And Scriven bowls. Oh, top edge. It doesn't fall for the keeper. I think O'Riordan's gone for the pull shot and has maybe got an edge into his shoulder and it's just ballooned up, and McManus was unable to scramble to it. Martin says, "Morning, Ben and Kevin. I've watched the replay about 10 times of the ball that O'Riordan, or to O'Riordan, that was appealed for." He says it definitely didn't clip the off stump from what he's seen, and says so it may have clipped the outside edge of the bat and wasn't given, and perhaps the umpire thought it had clipped the stump. Full delivery, leading edge by O'Riordan into the offside at the moment. He's really finding it difficult against Tom Scriven, who has very impressive figures of 2 for 18 from his 6.2 overs so far. So that was Martin's reading of the situation. He doesn't think it clipped the stump, so suggesting that maybe it did actually clip the bat.
Well, that's fair enough. He's obviously watched it loads and loads and loads. I think sometimes with a feed it's very difficult to find minute detail of which that would be.
Scriven bowls. Little bit of glove maybe from Marcus O'Riordan down towards a very fine leg. In fact, it's off the thigh pad. 4 runs. Leg by signalled by the umpire. 80 for 6 here, Kent, on BBC Sport Online. In reply to 191 from Hampshire yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a good morning for Hampshire. Still Heino Kuhn out there though, very much a danger man, but the youngsters have done a fantastic job for Hampshire this morning. 19-year-old Scott Curry with his figures this morning of 3 for 20 from 8, and Tom Scriven, as Ben just mentioned, 2 for 18 in his 7th. I think this might be his last over. It's it's a big spell, this.
Playing very nicely. As this one's pushed away into the covers, while some might struggle from the Nackington Road end, it seems to be suiting Tom Scriven.
It is, and getting the ball to go up the hill as well, which is immense. It's not easy. His natural ball you would think bowling from this pavilion end would help him, but if you can actually get it to go up the hill, you're more dangerous, because the batsmen aren't really expecting it. They're more looking for the ball going down the hill than they are up.
Blonde hair of Scriven running in once again. That's one, a little bit of extra bounce and driven off the back foot by O'Riordan. Good fielding by Mason Crane. Just had an email to kentcricket@gmail.com from a Hampshire supporter, Bill, talking about lime trees. Says, with reference to your German poem about lime trees, the Germans have a deep regard for them. Didn't know that. One of the main thoroughfares in Berlin is called Unter den Linden, which is under the lime trees. I probably pronounced that wrong. Apologies if I inevitably did.
Sounded plausible.
Here comes Scriven. Full delivery, swinging away from the right-hander, which O'Riordan allows through to keeper Lewis McManus. End of another over, and another maiden over from Tom Scriven. 2 for 18 from his 7. A couple of maidens in there. And just seeing, looks like maybe Scott Curry coming back into the attack.
Yeah.
84 for 6, Kent. Holland 13 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 9, and is keeping his cap on, and Curry is marching over and scratching at the popping crease, and he's going to be having another bowl.
It's got a tweet here as well from Phil Webb at Solent Sport. He says, "Can I recommend the cricket poetry of Arthur Solway, a retired maths teacher from my school?" And he sent me an Amazon link. Okay.
There you go.
I'll see if I can find some extracts for you, Kev. Don't rush, Phil. Don't rush. Take your time.
Perhaps David will be a bigger poetry fan, and we'll do a poetry segment when you're off air.
Is it my over? I can't remember.
Yeah, go for it.
It is, isn't it? Scott Curry runs away from us then. Bowls to Coon outside the off stump. Bit of extra bounce because he's slightly taller. Scott Curry. What a morning he's had. Zach Crawley, first ball LBW, and then Matt Milnes, who tried to pull away a short ball and was caught and bowled by Curry, who almost demolished the stumps at the bowler's end. Did quite well to catch the ball and avoid crashing into the woodwork.
That was just such a cricket kind of thing to take place, wasn't it? Double 100 for England,
Yep.
naught on your county return.
And his second naught on the trot in Championship cricket here against Hampshire. Inside edge by Coon down towards fine leg. Bit of extra bounce again from the man from Poole. I've mentioned it loads, I know, but Poole Town Cricket Club are just infused. Now Scott Curry is beginning to make a name for himself in the first team. I asked him about the support that he gets from his hometown club last night. He said he very much appreciates it. Very much appreciates what they've done for him over the years, and I know they're very proud of him as well. Here's Curry bowls and short, and that's cut away by O'Riordan. And he hasn't really timed that, but he's timed it well enough. It's gone down the hill and over the rope. Bit of a loosener there from Scott Curry. And O'Riordan moves on to 7. He didn't bowl in the Hampshire innings, did he?
Nope, he didn't, no.
Which is quite surprised, because he's on loan, isn't he, from Somerset?
No, that's Nathan Gilchrist. So O'Riordan is a Kent youngster, and yeah,
of course, yes. Sorry,
exclusively using the seam bowlers in the first innings.
Yeah, yep. Sorry, I've got him mixed up with Gilchrist as well.
Yeah, no, you're talking about clubs being proud of their players' achievements. Marcus O'Riordan, a Tunbridge Wells boy.
Curry bowls. It's a low full toss swing, and it's just wide of mid-on. Well stopped by Brad Wheel diving to his right.
The Sevenoaks Vine Twitter was very vocal about Zach Crawley as well when he was batting in that Test match.
Sevenoaks Tunbridge, eh? Oh. Steeped in tradition.
Yeah, Marcus O'Riordan's a Tunbridge school boy as well. Like Zach Crawley. I think they might have been in the same year at school, actually. Quite possibly. 90 for 6 Kent here as Curry comes into Coon. Coon pushing forward, showing the full face of the bat to the bowler. So it goes up towards mid-on. Coon just happy to... Started with a flurry. And I think Hampshire have tightened up to him a little bit since. I wonder which club Sam North East played for when he was younger, growing up in Kent, because he's born in Ashford, is he? I think.
Not sure.
Got to look it up
Sorry,
now.
bowls, you have to look it up. half stop by Curry. They'll come through for a single throw as North East throws to the keeper's end. And that will be the end of Scott Curry's first over in his second spell this morning. He has 9 overs, 3 for 27, and the Kent total is 91 for 6. They trail Hampshire by exactly 100 runs.
He may not have played much club cricket because he was away at Harrow School when he was growing up, wasn't he, Sam North East?
I'll tell you what, I'll have a look for you.
I've just done a bit of quick Google search and not finding anything. Because normally when you've got young lads like Tom Scriven and Scott Curry coming into the team, you can basically just search their name plus play cricket on your internet search engine. As Scriven bowls, shout for LBW, I think that's hit Coon in the glove. But yeah, you can just type in Tom Scriven play cricket and you can see all his club cricket stats.
Yeah.
But I haven't found anything when I've tried to do that for North East.
No, I must admit I can't find any either.
I think 'cause he was away elsewhere playing school cricket most of the time and then was on the Kent radar in the second team and the first team from a young age. So never really did the club cricket thing. Full delivery clipped into the onside by Heineken, but short of mid-on. No timing in the stroke. Scriven continuing from the Nackington Road end into his 8th over and continuing to threaten.
I think you're right. I don't think he did play much club cricket, not that I can find.
It's one to discuss on his podcast.
He was born in Ashford, you're right, though.
Driven away this next delivery by Heineken and beats the fielder Holland at extra cover. So on this occasion he'll get a boundary and Scriven's run of dot balls brought to an end. Kent up to 95 for 6. Tom Scriven wants of Berkshire, of course. I'm just trying to look at his play cricket stats now. Henley Cricket Club.
Who's that?
So, Tom Scriven, born in 98, Henley Cricket Club. Here he comes again, in and bowling. Nudge down towards fine leg. A bit of glove and bat involved there from Heineken, and he's quick as well. He's going to scurry back. He's been giving us leg byes. Heineken's looking at the umpire there to say I've definitely got bat or glove on that. You just mugged me off a couple of runs there, ump. He's not scampering back that quick if it's a leg bye. He's coming back because he wants the wickets. Just mind out there a moment, Kev. You got a wasp that's flown into our commentary box.
Oh dear, hang on.
There we go. It's by the window now. It's by the window. This next delivery from Scriven. I missed it because I was actually making sure that wasp didn't attack Kevin James. It's gone now. Well wafted away.
Thank you for pointing
Sorry,
it out.
I should have tried to warn you in a slightly less dramatic way.
I hate any mention of anything like that. I'm off. Thank you. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of room for it to get out. That's what worried me.
I once got stung by a wasp en route to a game. And Scriven in and bowling. Driven in the air and away for a couple of runs here for Aino Goon. It wasn't far away from the two Hampshire fielders, North East at mid-off, and then Holland at cover gets away with it. The South African moves to 32. He'll argue it should be 34. 99 for 6, Kent, with an over, maybe 2 before lunch.
Yeah, tough morning for the home side here. Hampshire have generally made it hard for them. Been helped with the cloud cover, as we saw yesterday after lunch. Kent bowlers enjoying a bit of movement in the air and off the seam when the cloud was hovering over the ground, and generally the cloud has been over here as well, and Hampshire have enjoyed the same amount of movement and made it hard. It's been hard for the batsmen, hasn't it? Since lunch yesterday, it's been hard work for the batters, both sides. Scott Curry. And that's a beauty. That's bounced, and it's left O'Riordan off the pitch, and it's bounced and it's gone through to McManus. And just a reminder that there is still plenty out there from time to time, and batsmen will never feel that they are completely in.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's been a feature of Hampshire bowling, particularly this morning, that extra bounce. Curry with his height. I was saying when David Fulton was with me that I mean, this is a long stretching comparison, but a little bit of the Glenn McGrath about him. Yeah.
He's certainly tall, isn't he? That's a nice tuck away off his legs by O'Riordan, up towards the deep square leg boundary. The throw will come in, he picks up 2.
Yeah, I think it's the tall action and then the fact that he kind of has that step towards the stumps at the last minute and gets very tight to the stumps and tries to bowl wicket to wicket. Falls away a little bit more in his action than Glenn McGrath. Stayed very upright, didn't he?
Yeah. I mean, listen, he's going to develop, isn't he, as time goes on. I mean, 19 years of age, I mean, gosh, I mean, you know, he looks like somebody who could develop and have a really good county career at the very least. That's good delivery, which brings O'Riordan forward, plays it out on the offside. You know, you can just tell. I mean, you know, his height is obviously going to be his strength. I mean, how many players over the years have used their height to bang the ball into the pitch and get movement that way? And you know, that gives them a bit of an advantage over, of course, bowlers that are not as tall. But yeah, he's certainly got something there.
Yeah, good discipline.
Yeah, comes in and bowls and just short of a length. O'Riordan plays it into the ground and ball bounces out square on the offside. Yeah, I think. I think, you know, from that point of view, as I say, I mean, you know, he'll be a different bowler in 2 or 3 years' time, that's for sure. In terms of, you know, 1 or 2 little modifications here and there, and he'll get a little bit stronger, and he'll work things out. So he will be slightly different. But you know, him, Scriven, got a nice. I mean, I only saw Scriven bowl 1 over 2 years ago in a T20 game, but he already looks a totally different bowler from them. Here's Curry again, and O'Riordan plays that to mid-wicket. But what they both possess is balls which leave the right-hander. And if you've got that ball, and you can do that, it won't always happen. You know, they'll play on flat wickets, they'll bowl in flat conditions and what have you. But generally, if you've got a ball like that in your armoury, you've got a career. It's generally the ones that continually bring the ball into the bat which find it a little harder. But the ball that leaves the bat takes wickets all the time. That's bounced a bit as well. O'Riordan gets a thick outside edge, goes to Mason Crane behind square on the offside, and that is the end of the over. 101 for 6. Is it lunch? I think it might be. Yes, it's quite confusing, of course, because one set of fielders go off to one end of the ground and one set the other. You don't see both coming towards us, which you normally do here at Canterbury. So good session for Hampshire. Kent resuming on 21 for 2. Find themselves at the break 101 for 6. They trail Hampshire by 90. Heine Kuhn 32 not out. 10 not out to O'Riordan. 4 wickets that have fallen this morning. The big one, of course, Zach Crawley out. First ball of the morning, LBW to Scott Curry. He picked up 2 wickets. 2 wickets also for Tom Scriven.
Hey, good morning for Hampshire. Decent. Sean the Brewer on Twitter, by the way, says Sandwich Town. I'm assuming it was North East's club, or he's replied to her.
Yeah.
Yeah, lunchtime here and a tough morning for Kent. 101 for 6 at the stoppage. Heineken, the South African's gone well, 32 for him. Marcus O'Riordan on 10. But other than that, a tricky morning for the Kent batsmen, and it all started with Zach Crawley out for first ball of the day. Curry's taken 2 more wickets to add to the one he got overnight. Night watchman Matt Milnes out for 6, leaning out for 14. Ollie Robinson edging to the slips off Scriven, who got a couple for 12 as well. So Kent's hopes of getting to a Lord's final in this competition starting to look like a real long shot here at the lunch break. They're 101 for 6 behind Hampshire, who made 191 all out yesterday. Welcome back to Canterbury afternoon session here of this Bob Willis Trophy match. Day 2, Kent against Hampshire. Heine Kuhn on strike and about to take the first ball of the session off the back foot. He cuts it into the cover region. Brad Wheel back into the attack for the visitors. Kent score 101 for 6 with Kuhn on 32, O'Riordan on 10. Very good day thus far for Hampshire, who reduced Kent from 21 for 2 overnight to 101 for 6. Scott Curry and Tom Scriven as well, the young lads, in the wickets. And Brad Wheel now trying to join them as he bowls to Kuhn and just angles this one wide, a third slip. Good running from Marcus O'Riordan to scurry through for a single. I'm Ben Watts from BBC Radio Kent. Kevin James is here from BBC Radio Solent, but we're letting him have a few more minutes to tuck into some lunch. He got delayed at the little superstore outside trying to
battle through the kids, didn't he?
Yeah, he hit the lunchtime traffic.
You see, those pesky kids, they've been off for 6 months, they haven't been at school, all of a sudden they're back. They weren't here yesterday, of course, being a Sunday, but Monday, suddenly 100 kids descended on the local supermarket where Kev gets his lunch.
Wheel in and bowling, angled down towards point by Marcus O'Riordan, but former Kent captain David Fulton is with me.
Yeah, good afternoon everyone. Important session this, in the context of the Bob Willis Trophy, 102 for 6. So still 89 runs behind Hampshire's 191. And Kent will want to close that gap if they can get within 30 or 40 and then bowl well second time around. They're very much in this game, but it's advantage Hampshire at the moment. 3 slips, ring of 3 on the offside.
O'Riordan tapping his bat and waiting for Wheel. Oh, full delivery, driven away, 4 runs. Half volley and wide of the off stump from Brad Wheel. Marcus O'Riordan cashing in. He moves on to 14 and the Kent score to 110 for 6.
Well, Ben, we were talking yesterday, weren't we? Marcus O'Riordan versus Hamidullah Kadri for this off-spinning spot. And I suggested that with Zach Crawley coming back and the amount of batting that Kent had, perhaps it should be just a straight shootout on who's the better bowler, but there is no question that O'Riordan offers something with the bat, and Kent are going to need that here at 106 for 6. He started well.
Wheel to him, driven back down the ground. Did I get ahead of myself on the... I must have done on the 110. The scoreboard was too quick for me. Already added up Kent's score.
It's always a dilemma since I've been doing this, and I'm a fledgling radio commentator. I've noticed that that's one of the key things, isn't it? Is to call the score depending on, do you hesitate and wait for the ball to tick round? Do you dive in early and then you go a bit, and then it changes just after you announce the score? It's a bit of a guessing game.
Yeah, it's almost like learning ground by ground, as this one is ballooning up into the offside, off the thigh pad I think of O'Riordan. It's almost learning which grounds have quick scoreboards and update pretty much as the ball comes off the bat, and which ones take a little bit longer to hit the buttons to get the right score up on the board. 106 for 6 is the correct score after the first over of the afternoon session.
I remember a TMS discussion along these lines years ago, and I think that the oval was the one that was the that set the bar in terms of speed. I think that the oval, as soon as the ball was on its way to the boundary, scoreboard operator would work out whether it was going to run to the fence, and the 4 was up when the ball was kind of 3/4 of the way there. So you wouldn't look up at the ball and add the 4 on because it was up.
Yeah. Whereas here at Canterbury, in a typical season, you'd be able to just wait for the old-fashioned scoreboard and the Les Ames stand and the pulleys to update, and you'd know that was definitely the correct score, though sometimes you get discrepancy between the two.
Yeah, it's all electronic now. Ian Holland starts a new over. He's been excellent so far. He's below par, as we say, with the runs conceded versus his overs. He's 13.1 overs now, 9 maidens, 1 for 9. Can't remember a poor delivery that he's bowled in this innings. Got a pitch which is just nibbling a bit. He's found some bounce. Hasn't really swung it, but he's definitely nipped it. And he's been extremely accurate. He's bowling the Heine Kuhn, who is back and defending. And once again, there's no run.
Just looking at the scores elsewhere, looks like Ryan Ten-Descartes gone back in for Essex, having retired hurt but not out, as we were discussing earlier on. So he's on 42 and Adam Wheater, the keeper's, on 73. Essex 2-2-2 for 8.
2-2.
So leading by 84 runs against Middlesex.
Well done the Essex physio, because back spasms can be tricky things to sort. Holland. And collector's item, a run off Ian Holland down to long legs. Just going to be a single. Heine Kuhn won't mind. He's been a tough man to get anything from, Ian Holland. Kuhn, who's on a 34, 107 for 6. Yeah, I was at a game on the radio with Kevin Hand doing Middlesex against Sussex, and Tom Haynes, the opening batter, got a century in this round of matches. Batted all morning on a tricky wicket against a very good Middlesex attack, and back spasmed up first over after lunch. And then the new batsman came in, hit his first 2 balls for 4. Ian Holland is outside off stump. Marcus O'Riordan lets it go. He'd done all the hard work, got about 27, battled away in the morning session, and then to go in the back. Yeah, then Tom Clark came out, hit his first 2 balls for 4. He just thought he'd done all this hard work, and he's got 2 filthy half volleys, a new batsman. But he came out right at the end of play and looked like he just couldn't move.
Yeah.
He had a runner and he looked in all sorts of bother. But by the second innings of the game, he was back and he was playing nicely. Holland's in. He's outside the off stump. Nips back and bounces, and an immaculate looking backward foot defensive shot from Marcus O'Riordan.
Yeah, of course, then Joe Denley had that back injury where he missed the Ireland one-day series, and then when he did come back to Kent, missed 1 game. So I think it was a bit more serious than just a back spasm.
Yeah, Joe's in the bubble, isn't he? We're getting back for the back end of the blast, I think. Holland left alone by O'Riordan. Just the 1 from it. That constitutes an expensive over. Ian Holland, 14 overs, 9 maidens, 1 for 10.
Yes, when's that England? Because there's still 1 T20 left, isn't there? And then there's the 1-dayers. So
yeah, so Joe's not part of the 1-dayers.
I think he's a reserve. Oof. So I think he stays in the bubble.
Does he have to stay in the bubble?
Yeah.
See, that's frustrating, isn't it? I mean, it happened to Ben Folkes, to be fair. Kent aren't the only ones that have suffered from this situation, and obviously Sussex had the likes of Ollie Robbins called into the bubble, didn't play, and it's frustrating for fans and for county teams and for the players themselves. It's lovely to be involved with the England setup, but you want to play, especially when you can't do much else other than sit around in the bubble and net and train and throw balls, and so good to be part of it. But
yeah, so the last 1 day is on the 16th. I think Kent's last T20 is on the 20th. And this one's left alone outside the off stump by Heine Kuhn. And Brad Wheel continuing from the Nackington Road end, none for 21, his figures so far from 10.1 overs. I think Phil Salt's just been called up as a reserve for that 1-day series as well, because England are unsure about Jason Roy's fitness. But it will have been a frustrating one for Joe, because he's played a very small amount of games this summer. He played 1 game for Kent before, in between series really. Obviously was dropped for that on the test side, as this one's left alone outside the off stump, not too far away from the off stump, from Wheel to Heine Kuhn.
You just want to get into a rhythm as a batsman.
Yeah.
And I think we saw yesterday I know Daniel Drummond only made 16, but I think he looked in really good touch, and that wasn't the case before the T20. He's been terrific in the 5 white ball games Ken have had. Well, he's really smacked it, and it looked like just time at the crease, finding the middle of the bat was going to do him a power of good in the longer form. Got a good delivery, and that can happen.
In and bowling, and quarter extra cover, and Heine Kuhn has somewhat given his wicket away, chasing a wide full delivery, going for the cover drive on the up, and has hit it straight to Holland at extra cover. Hampshire have the 7th wicket of the Kent innings, and the South African departs for 34, Kent 107 for 7.
Well, there are dismissals, and Heine Kuhn won't look back at that one too fondly. It was width on offer from Brad Wheel, and I think you have to credit the likes of Ian Holland up the other end for just building that pressure. All those dot balls, suddenly you see a bit of width, your eyes light up, and he threw the kitchen sink at it, but he just didn't get it. Popped it straight to Ian Holland at extra cover. on the face of it, you'd say poor shot, soft dismissal, and there'd be an element of truth in that. But for the pressure that they have brought to bear on this Kent batting order, and Kuhn was trying to counter punch, and he did so well early on, but he's gone for 34. And well, O'Riordan, I mean, there is still batting to come. That's all I would say. Is it going to be Grant Stewart coming next?
I think it might be Stevens next.
Oh, of course, I forgot about Darren. I mean, this is perfect for Darren. 107 for 7, 373 for 8 declared. There you go. Shades of Headingley 2019. That's what we need from our Darren. He's just dropping down. I mean, I can't believe that Darren Stevens has ever been... I know we've had a night watchman. Never batted at 9 before.
I don't think he ever has. He was telling us on the Zoom call last night that 8 is low for him, and then to come in at number 9 is, well, the first time ever.
They're just looking after the old fella, aren't they? Dropping him down.
He still sees himself as a batsman that bowls a bit, of course.
Well, I think probably he is. I mean, he's such a super talented batsman. I mean, look, we know what he can do with the ball, and it's brilliant what he's done over the last few years. But I mean, if you remember the Darren Stevens innings, and you would have seen a lot of them, Ben, over the last few years, when it all clicks.
Oh.
Were you up at Headingley for his double?
I wasn't, unfortunately.
Did Matt get that gig?
He did.
He gets the best gigs, Colin. He's like he's Nostradamus. He knows what's going to happen. And he just, I'll go that one. I've got a Stevens double around the corner. But I mean, until you've got rid of Darren Stevens, you never really threw a Kent lineup. And look, he's played some poor shots this year. Let's be honest. You know, Chelmsford, he whacked one at cover, and then he got caught long on, and there are some soft dismissals that happens with Darren Stevens. But if it's his day, watch out.
Here comes Brad Wheel to Stevens. Defends into the onside. Just feel like there's got to be a Darren Stevens day before the end of the summer, right? Could today be the day? Well,
it would be opportune, because Kent needs something a little bit special at the moment. They are struggling at 107 for 7. Still 84 in arrears, and in a low-scoring game, that's a lot of runs. Bit in this pitch. I spoke to Nigel Long, the umpire, as he came off at lunch, and he said just denting a little bit. Sometimes when the wicket's a bit soft, little indentations.
Ian bowling to Stevens, turned away into the onside. No run, so remains scoreless after a couple of balls.
And when a wicket is soft, and I think Adrian Long, of course, is Nigel Long's brother, the head groundsman here, when a wicket is a little bit soft, Adrian said he'd like to have seen a few hours more sunshine on it, just to firm it up a little bit. The ball goes into the pitch, just creates those little tiny craters, and then as the game goes on, the ball will hit the edge of those craters, and that's where you get that extra bit of bounce from.
Wheel bowling a full delivery. Stevens in behind it. The plays defensively back towards the bowler. End of the over. Wicket maiden from Brad Wheel. His figures looking much tidier now. They have a 1 in the wickets column. 11 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21. So Hampshire continuing to impress with the ball and maintain their stranglehold over Kent's batsmen, who are 107 for 7, the home side here on BBC Radio Kent. BBC Radio Solent, myself, Ben Watts, former Kent captain David Fulton alongside me, Kevin James. He's finished his lunch now. He's a happy man.
Yeah, you don't want a hungry Kevin James in the box. That's what I hear anyway from other commentators. Ian Holland, the miserly Holland, has been excellent all game. 42 runs with the bat, top scoring in Hampshire's innings, and 1 for 10 of his 14.1 overs.
9 maidens.
Yeah, it's mighty impressive. And we said at the outset, Ben, didn't we, that this Hampshire attack has a real look of inexperience about it, and Kent might fancy their chances of putting a big score on the board. Well, we're somewhat eating our words now.
Yeah, we've underestimated them.
They've been excellent. Holland is a little bit straighter this time, and there's going to be a single here. Marcus O'Riordan tucking that neatly between mid-wicket and mid-on, scampering a single.
Doing a decent job for the team at the moment, O'Riordan, with 15 off 38 balls.
Yeah, he looks a really good cricketer. We didn't see him bowl, did we? It was a seam-only job from Ken. I wondered whether he might get a few overs just when Grant Stewart was struggling a little bit. I thought maybe just get the spinner into play, but Daniel Broad-Drummond saw enough in the pitch for the seamers, and they kind of did the job. You'd be happy with 101, 191. All out, so Darren Stevens is going to face his first ball from Ian Holland. It wraps him on the thigh pad. The keepers had slip go up. I can tell them from here that was a terrible shout.
It was definitely not.
It was going probably wide of leg stump and over by about a foot. Thigh pad. And Stevens. Just wonder how he's going to play the likes of Holland, because he's a bit quicker than Steve-O with the ball, Holland, but they kind of operate in similar fashion. He'll know all about his style of bowling. He's into him there. He had a big swing and a miss with no feet. It was no ball. So that's something we haven't seen from Holland. Maybe trying to extract a little bit of extra pace against Danger Man. He's yet to get off the mark, but it was a flat-footed waft from Stevens. Looked like he wanted to smash that back over his head.
I was about to suggest Stevens won't just sit there and block it. He likes to counter-attack, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does. And he's got the weight of stroke that can definitely counter-punch. But the ball's nibbling around, so he's going to have to pick the right one, and he's going to have to get his weight into the ball and his feet moving a little bit better than that one. But he played and missed. It wouldn't have mattered anyway if he nicked it, because it was a no ball. Here's Holland with 2 on his back, and Stevens defends out into the offside. Yeah, he sometimes takes a few balls, even in one-day cricket, and I think this is one of the reasons that he hasn't been considered for 2020 cricket in recent years, Darren, because he doesn't mind chewing up a few balls to get his eye in, because he knows he's got the weight of stroke to catch up in terms of strike rate. Obviously strike rate not really a factor here, but he will still be watchful early on, but look to put away the loose one. As Holland's into him, straight, and he turns it into the leg side. Hit high on the bat, and there's no run to square leg.
That was nice though, because he got a little bit further across to the off stump and tried to create himself a bit of an angle, which I think perhaps he would try and do to Holland in a one-day game, because he's bowling so straight. Kent's batsmen have struggled to get him for any runs, but Stevens trying to create a bit of an angle. Yeah, he'll often say that he used to like playing T20 cricket because it freed him up a bit from having played Championship cricket at the start of the year.
That was wide from Holland. It was full, inviting, but Stevens perhaps learning from the one he had a waft and a miss at. Just let it go by. No rush here, a lot of time left in this game, but I think Heino Kuhn's approach was interesting, because he came out 4-6-4, really looking to put bat to ball. Perhaps there's a feeling that there's enough in this pitch that if you just hold an end up, you get your name on. So you need to find ways to score. They're different approaches.
Heino tends to bat like that. He tends to try and get off naught as quick as possible, get early boundaries to get himself going.
Yeah.
Stevens pretty similar in truth, whereas O'Riordan just very watchful, quite happy to accumulate his runs. He's on strike at the moment to Wheel with 3 slips and a gully. Brad Wheel wide on the crease, playing defensively. Seems to get a little bit of extra bounce on that one. But yeah, Stevens would tell you that T20 cricket, even if he's had a dry start to the summer with the bat, play a bit of T20 cricket, that would just free him up, and then he'd find he'd get some championship runs at the back end of the year. But as you say, last couple of years hasn't been considered by Kent for the T20, and he was telling us even last night, I've not been told why I'm not in that T20 team. I feel like I could offer something to the team. Certainly keen to play in it. As Wheel is in and bowling, left alone outside the off stump by O'Riordan. I think that's a pretty good leave, really, despite the noise from the Hampshire fielders.
Well, he's a nice option to have, isn't he? I don't think he'd let anyone down. I think the way the modern game has gone in the field, he's obviously not going to be the sharpest. And if you looked at the standard and the intensity with which Kent fielded in the early part of this campaign, he'd been flying around the boundary, and I think he would be, just by virtue of being older and slower, down a notch on that. But can he win a game with bat and ball? Yes.
Wheel in and bowling. Short ball bouncer. O'Riordan ducks underneath it. Of course, he wouldn't, with the white ball, doesn't swing it as much as he does, say, the red ball. So you wouldn't expect him to be quite as effective with the ball in the one-day stuff. No,
but he's done it before. I think he's taken a new ball in.
I think that'd be when you give it to him, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Try and get some early swing.
Yeah, but I think the Kent argument would be, if he's not going to bat in the top 6 or 7, and he's not going to be that sharp in the field, then how many overs is he going to bowl? And he is more of a hittable pace than some.
Wheel bowls again, left alone outside the off stump.
And it's a different game. You know, if you've got 3 slips and you're wobbling it about and batsmen are defending you and pushing and nurdling, you know, they don't do that in 2020. They just try and hit you from ball 1. You know, with 2 fielders out, look,
sometimes that'll get you a wicket, of course.
It can get you a wicket, as we've seen. I mean, I was discussing with Kevin James yesterday, batting against Dimitri Mascarenhas, and Steve O'Bowles similar pace, and teams would not know whether to stick or twist, and when you twist you can often find yourself fall down quite quickly. But he's a nice option to have.
Wheel in and bowling, left alone outside the off stump. Again, a pretty decent lead from Marcus O'Riordan, despite Hampshire's suggestion that was quite close to his off stump. I think he's leaving the ball on line pretty well here, O'Riordan. Kent 110 for 7.
And just to finish on that subject of Steve-O in T20, you know, Kent are topping the South Group at the moment, so the guys they've got out on the park are doing the job. I love the fact that he wants to play, because a lot of people who are approaching their 45th birthday might go, you know what, that ship has sailed. Not our Darren, he wants to keep playing.
Yeah.
And why not? That's brilliant, and it's good from a Kent perspective that he does want to play.
In and bowling, and this one driven away nicely by O'Riordan. Again, just over pitching here, Brad Wheel. Bit of width on offer. Drives square of the wicket behind point and away for 4 runs. So O'Riordan has 19. Stevens yet to score. Kent 114 for 7, and as was pointed out by Darren Stevens, the contract he signed for next year is a contract to play any kind of cricket Kent want him to. So certainly not ruled out of playing white ball cricket going forward, but faces a bit of a battle to get into that Kent side, as you say, which are currently top of the South Group. There'll be an update in a short moment for BBC Radio Kent, and then we'll have a little switch around in the commentary box, get Kevin James back in.
That's to be Holland, and he is going to be bowling to the aforementioned Darren Stevens, who gone. He's standing there because he's just wondering if it carried. It went low to slip. I think it's Scott Curry, is it? A third slip? Yes, it is. Big, tall man, did well. He picked it off his bootlaces. Stevens has gone. So we said, is it going to be a day for the Stevens heroics? He marches off. He did just hesitate for a while just to check with the fielder that it carried. So Scott Curry said it did, and Darren Stevens took his word for it. So the excellent Ian Holland has another wicket. Darren Stevens has gone for naught. Kent continue to struggle.
Yeah, today won't be the day then. And Stevens walks off, a frustrated figure. 9 balls faced. Holland, very impressive figures of 2 for 13, now into his 16th over of the match. And
yeah, just bounced and left him, and he bounced and left him, and you know, Darren does like to get feel bad on ball, and perhaps from a defensive perspective he just pushed it a little bit. Sad, he's gone, but here comes Grant Stewart, and we've still got Harry Podmore, so a bit of batting to come.
Yeah, as I was telling Kevin James earlier on, Grant Stewart in at number 10 has a first class 100 to his name. It's not a bad man to be coming out in this stage of an innings.
Yeah, Podmore's been amongst the runs as well, hasn't he? He's been chipping in down the lower order.
He's got a few 50s in first class cricket to his name.
He'll be one of the better number 11s on the circuit. But we keep saying that. All these good players coming in down the order, and they keep wandering off.
Yeah.
It's one thing to be able to score runs, but on this surface against this attack, who look like they're in the mood, Hampshire, it's easier said than done.
Certainly is. O'Riordan's patient approach is working for him at the moment. Wonder whether Grant Stewart will go for his more typically positive approach.
Yeah, I'm not sure patience is Grant's strongest suit.
Update on the way for radio listeners. Yeah, Kent continuing to struggle. 114 for 8. Darren Stevens has just departed for naught, caught in the slips. Marcus O'Riordan going okay. The man in at number 8 for Kent. He's 19 not out. Grant Stewart has just gone out to join him, but Heino Kun the other man to go in this afternoon session so far, going for a drive and hitting it in the air straight to cover. A bit of a loose stroke from him after battling away and being Kent's most impressive performer so far. His top score of just 34 at the moment is the best any Kent batsman has managed. So at the moment it's looking like it's going to be an innings lead for first innings lead for Hampshire. Kent still 77 runs behind them. They're 114 for 8 as commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella has the weather.
Excellent delivery from Holland. First ball to Grant Stewart went past his outside edge. This one on the money too. Stewart does get bad on it, defending to mid-off. Yeah, what does Grant Stewart do here? I just feel... Is it worth just all guns blazing? Just maybe look to get down, whack him over the top. I just think you keep pushing and prodding around. Holland's going to have your number. So Holland's in again to Stewart. He's forcing and he's missing outside off stump. We're going to just have a little bit of a barn dance here. Ben's going to come in.
Thank you. That's another play miss outside the off stump from Stewart, who looks like he hasn't quite worked out how far his off stump is away from him. It's a bit worrying being in the hands of David Fulton. I can imagine as a player under his captaincy.
What do you mean? I just turned your mic on? You're all plugged in, mate? What's going on?
I know, but I just felt I had to wait for you to sort of make the decisions and that sort of thing. I can imagine being in the Kent side.
Well, you know what? Decisions out on the park weren't a problem, but when it comes to the technical bits of which buttons I press when, I'm surprised I didn't hit the wrong button and blow us all up, to be honest. But hopefully people are hearing us. I'm going to sit down, confident that my technological know-how has brought us back on air.
Believe me, David, we can hear you loud and clear. Holland runs away from us. Well, to Grant Stewart, and that's full. That's him on the pad. That's close, Billy Taylor. What are you going to do? He's doing nothing. Stands motionless. Walks off now. End of the over. 114 for 8. That looked close.
Yeah, it was close. I think it might just have slid down the leg side. It was one of those, because it was so full and because it thumped him and the ball came out onto the offside. It kind of looked like it might be out, but I actually think Grant Stewart's leg's quite a long way to the leg side, and I think a good decision. So Kent survive. Grant Stewart survives, but he's on 0. O'Riordan on 19. Just Harry Podmore to come, who, as Ben and I were just saying, can bat. But we've said that about every Kent batsman who's walked to the crease, and the 8 who are back in the hutch, and Marcus O'Riordan. We've managed 114 between them. So it's going to be Brad Wheel, who's been excellent, like all the Hampshire bowlers. What a delivery that is! That has whistled past O'Riordan's right shoulder from a good length, and Nigel Long just tilts his head somewhat, almost in admiration for that delivery. Well, you're not playing that in a million years. O'Riordan's patting the pitch on a good length. You'd have to, well...
Nobody's edging that, are they?
No, you can pat it as hard as you like. That's done a lot. This pitch isn't getting any better.
Yeah.
And that's something that, when you think about the toss, and Kent could have had first use of it. I know it was a bit soft, but indentations are a factor in soft wickets, as Will's in again. And this one again kind of bounces strangely through to Lewis McManus, but this time O'Riordan was leaving it.
Listen, I mean, I have reasonable experience of this wicket, both commentating and playing. You have far, far more than me. This doesn't look a typical Canterbury wicket to me.
No, I think this has done a little bit more than your traditional Canterbury surface. Having said that, I know a lot of the batters have felt that in recent years, last 3 or 4 years, quite a lot of moisture left in the pitch, particularly with Darren Stevens in mind, and actually it has done quite a bit. There's wheels from the Nackington Road end, and this is edged, and it's going to run away for 4. It's going to get onto those practice wickets, and the slips won't catch it. So Sam Northeast not employing a third man, and a thick outside edge brings O'Riordan another boundary. He's playing nicely. He's hanging in there. 23, 118 for 8. So the wicket we had here for the Sussex game was a belter. It was started much drier, 530 for 1, and Kent was still able to skittle Sussex out in the second innings. That was a good cricket wicket. Middlesex, there was a lot of rain, so it was a truncated game, but it was a wicket that was getting better and better, and I think Kent will feel, certainly watching Kent none down for 80 or whatever, I felt they could have possibly chased down at 10 and over the target that was on offer. So this pitch has done more than those two. As Wills a bit straighter, and O'Riordan tucks into the leg side. It's going to pick up a quick single.
Welcome to BBC Radio 5 Live Sports Extra listeners. Myself, Kevin James, alongside former Kent captain David Fulton. This game is moving forward at a fair pace. Kent 119 for 8, replying to the Hampshire total of 191. The two batsmen out there, Marcus O'Riordan, the 22-year-old, playing quite nicely actually. He's 24 not out. Grant Stewart has just joined them. Yet to get off the mark. I'll just go through a bit more at the moment. Sorry, David, I just interrupted you there.
No problem, Kev. Grant Stewart just knocks into the leg side. No run, still to get off the mark. He's none from 6.
Big wicket after lunch was Heino Kuhn, who Hampshire bowled well throughout, as have Kent, to be fair, but a little bit of pressure building, and Kuhn went for a booming drive, caught in the covers off Brad Wheel for 34. Darren Stevens, who enjoyed much success yesterday with the ball, not so much with the bat. He disappeared, caught in the slip Sophie and Holland for no score. They're the 2 wickets to fall since lunch.
Wills in again from the Nackington Road end, and Grant Stewart's going to get his first runs. 4 of them. He wasn't aiming it backward of square. He was trying the cover drive, big thick edge. Just for a while it was in the air, an interesting backward point, but it beat him. And it's a welcome boundary for Kent. Stewart is 4, O'Riordan 24, Kent 123 for 8.
The story of the day was probably the first ball of the day, where young 19-year-old Scott Curry, who playing his maiden first-class game, got his maiden first-class wicket last night. First delivery, Zach Crawley, LBW, stuck on the crease a little bit, trying to drive the ball away. And, well, what a second wicket to get on your debut. So they started well for Hampshire and has continued doing so. Here's Ian Holland then, has got a couple of wickets to his name. Bowls, and that's full. O'Riordan comes forward and there's no run. We were just talking just before Sports Extra listeners came in that well, David Fulton was trying to describe really how this Canterbury wicket is played. I mean, certainly you look at the scores, and when you look at some of the tracks that have been here over the years, this certainly isn't a normal Canterbury wicket. Certainly the cloud overhead as well, David, seems to be making a bit of a difference. Yeah,
they're good bowling conditions now, Kev, certainly. Overcast, 10:30 starts in September, it's a factor.
That's on the line of leg stump, but driven up to mid-wicket.
A little bit of moisture in the pitch. I know Adrian Long, the groundsman, head groundsman here, brother of Nigel, who is umpiring this one, would have liked a little bit more sun on the surface. Had huge preparation time because of all the 2020 fixtures, and it has been quite damp. August, the weather wasn't as good as it was during lockdown, ironically. Those April and May days when there was no cricket and the sun was beating down would have been perfect for batting, you would have thought. These are ideal bowling conditions, and Holland has been excellent.
Certainly has. Outside the off stump, that nips back, but it's a little bit too wide to O'Riordan.
But you mentioned Scott Curry. We talked about debuts, didn't we? We talked about yours in the 70s, 1970s, mine in 92 against Cambridge University. Scott Curry making his first-class debut, 38, really useful lower order runs. His second top score in the Hampshire innings, and 3 for 29 off 10, including Jordan Cox, double 100 a few weeks ago, and Zach Crawley, double 100 against Pakistan.
Outside the off stump and left alone.
He's also almost got a run out, didn't he? Direct hit from fine leg, Scott Curry, and he's just picked Darren Stevens up at slip off his bootlaces. Yeah. So straightforward game, this first-class lark. Yeah. The young Scott Curry.
Yeah, he's a tall lad, isn't he? Hits the deck.
He's looked really good. Yeah, England under 19, all-rounder, bowling all-rounder. But he's had a bit about him, that's for sure.
Holland again then, 3 slips weight, runs away from us. Bowls, and a bit of extra bounce there as we've seen quite often. But O'Riordan equal to it, leaves it alone.
Yeah, we were just saying earlier, Kev, weren't we? Just little indentations. Nigel Long came off at lunch and he feels that the wicket's just denting a bit, where it started a bit soft. Ball hits the surface. Hampshire have thumped away at a good line of length, as did Kent. All those deliveries perhaps just impacting on the wicket, just those tiny little craters, and then another ball just catches the edge of those, and sometimes they're the ones that deviate, or they bounce a little bit more, and they're the ones that have got the batsmen in problems.
Here's Holland, bowls, and Coming well forward there, O'Riordan. That's out into the covers, fielded by the man we've been talking about a little bit over the last couple of minutes. Scott Curry, maiden over from Ian Holland, 17 overs, 2 for 13. Yes, batting looked a lot easier before lunch yesterday when Hampshire made 89, or reached 89 for 2. We thought Hampshire were in for a decent total, but the clouds rolled in a little bit, and Kent certainly got their act together, and very much in the afternoon session. It was all about Kent, 6 wickets for about 60 odd. Hampshire progressed, and since then batting's got a lot more difficult.
Well, yeah, I just wonder whether the T20 campaign, Kent just took a while to hit their straps. Darren Stevens and Harry Podmore bowled nicely, but then Matt Milnes and Grant Stewart came on as first and second change, and they've been playing a lot of T20 cricket, lots of change-ups and Yorkers, and they didn't really settle into a line and length, which is what this wicket demands. And Hampshire rather got away, 69 for the first wicket. Joe Weatherly, Ian Holland played really nicely as Brad Will starts another over. He's bowling to Grant Stewart, who's up on his toes defending back to the bowler, no run. So yeah, I just thought that 69 run opening partnership rather got Hampshire ahead of the game. And if you look at the scores, 191 plays 123 for 8. That opening partnership could be crucial in the context of a low scoring match. And I think partly, you can look at the toss. Should Daniel Bell-Drummond have batted? I don't have a problem with him bowling first, but perhaps just took Kent a little bit of time to find their red ball line and length as Wheel is in. And he is on a good line and length, but a fraction short. Stewart defends into the onside. There's no run.
Yes, we've talked about Scott Curry, but we mustn't forget Tom Scriven, only 21 years of age, another Hampshire all-rounder, playing only second first-class game, played one earlier at Arundel. He's picked up a couple of wickets this morning, a couple of beauties, one to Jack Leaning, where Leaning was caught behind a lifter that went up the hill, and he also got Ollie Robinson as well, caught in the slips. Both those wickets were before lunch. It's a very youthful Hampshire side, averaging about 23 years of age.
Will is in, and Stewart's on the pole, and he's picked out square leg. Would you believe it? Oh dear. That rather sums up Kent's batting performance. Brad Will dropping that one in short. It's been a line and length, top of off stump kind of wicket, but when they've banged it in, they've also picked up wickets. We saw Matt Milnes, an errant pull shot that went straight up in the air earlier in the day. Grant Stewart swivelled on that one, got it high on the bat, and he picked out square leg. He's gone for 4. Kent 123 for 9.
Tom Scriven, the catcher there, and not a great shot from Grant Stewart, and this game continues to move rapidly forward. I mentioned earlier that the average age of the Hampshire side is about 23 and a half. I say about, actually, because I got a stat sent to me by Dave Owen, Hampshire's honorary archivist, that it actually is exactly 23 and a half. And when you think that Ian Holland is 29 and Sam North East is 30, that'll give you an idea of some of the others' ages. Yeah, well, it's good research that you've done. I don't know if Ben Watts has worked out the average age of the Kent team, but of course, that'll be about 40.
Well, you have the Darren Stevens factor, which obviously weights it in one direction, but it is also quite a youthful side, and we've said time and time again during this Bob Willis Trophy that what a tournament it's been for young players. It's afforded them more opportunity than the county championship traditionally does, by virtue of there being fewer Colpacks and fewer overseas players, and a lot of them are taking that opportunity. Scott Curry you mentioned, Tom Scriven you mentioned, and for Kent the likes of Jordan Cox with a double century earlier in the campaign, Ollie Robinson, all these guys around the country.
And the guy batting now, O'Riordan, 22 years of age, he's only his 7th first class. I mean, I have to say, he's played quite nicely out there, hasn't he?
Well, he's in for his off-spin bowling, but Hamidullah Kadri is also at the club, signed from Derbyshire over the winter, highly rated young off-spinner, who probably would have been first choice, certainly at Chelmsford. They both played, Kadri and O'Riordan, and he would have been the first choice spinner in the 4-day team, but O'Riordan, probably by virtue of the fact he's a superior batsman and he's chipped in, he opened the batting in one of the games, opened against Middlesex.
So what's Harry Podmore? What's he going to do here? Does he like to hit the ball?
Better be able to tell us when he comes back on. But he's more than useful. One of the better number 11s. He likes to lash it through. Ben Watts is giving us doing a Harry Podmore impression, suggesting the bit of width. Loves a cut shot. We'll find out. As Wheeler's into him, and He's gone off the thigh pad and it's been caught by Ian Holland, kind of stifled appeal from the slips. So perhaps that's the line you should be bowling to Harry Podmore, straight at him. Don't give the Podmore width, they say, down these parts.
The Podmore width.
Don't give the Podmore any width, because he will dispatch you.
Heine Kuhn was doing that well, wasn't he, during his innings of 34, but...
Wheel looking for another wicket just to wrap this Kent innings up. Nothing more frustrating for a fielding side than a last wicket partnership. We see it time and time again these days. Kent badly need it.
Yep.
They are 68 in arrears at the moment, 123 for 9, and in the context of a low scoring game, that's a pretty decent lead. If they can squeeze 20-30 runs out this last pair, just shifts the momentum, the balance a little bit, and a few early wickets from Kent bowl again, they'll fancy their chances of getting right back in this match. At the moment it's Wheel looking to wrap things up, outside off stump. Podmore with an extravagant leave, bat raised high above his head, and that is a wicket maiden from Brad Wheel. 14 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 34. Excellent bowling.
Certainly is. Now I know Kent have sort of ambitions to try and finish top of this South group. They've got a bit to do, and certainly hoping that Essex slip up against Middlesex. Middlesex are batting for a second time in their game against Essex. They've just begun their second innings, one without loss. Essex earlier bowled out for 236. Middlesex trail by 97. Here's Ian Holland to O'Riordan. Ball on middle stump, which is worked to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
Yeah, that's a key game in the context of this group. Kent might also have one eye elsewhere on the likes of Derbyshire and Somerset and Worcester, because you haven't got to just win your group, as we've talked about. You've got to be the best, well, in the best 2 group winners. But at the moment, Kent have just got to concentrate on trying to eke out as many runs as they can. It could be elementary what happens elsewhere if they get stuffed by Hampshire.
Here's Holland to O'Riordan on the back foot, punches that out to extra cover, no run there. So the South table at the moment, Kent sits second. I think it's a live table, which means they're 8 points behind Essex currently, if I've got that right. I have. I've got a nod of approval from Ben Watts at the back. That's always a good sign, that.
Yeah, Essex.
The only other better sign is a nod of approval from yourself.
You have to work a bit harder for that one, mate, I think, given the levels of banter in the first day in our session.
Holland bowls, it's a bit fuller, and it's driven up to north-east at mid-off.
Yeah, but Essex with a crucial batting point. 236, 1 batting point, 3 for bowling, a side out of course, inside 110 overs. And Kent are some way off their batting point, which 77 runs away from 200. I think we can probably forget about that.
Yeah. Nobody's reached a half century yet in this game, so it'll be some effort for these lower order players, that's for sure. As O'Riordan on the back foot pushes that out again to extra cover. I have to say, he does look a good little player. I know he's in for a spin, but
well, he's a genuine all-rounder. I think he's a batsman. His club side. He was on the Kent, kind of coming through the youth sections at Kent, youth age group sides, and then he effectively got released, I think, off the academy. Went away, rediscovered his love for the game.
Holland in again, bowls, and a bit of extra bounce as he pushes out again to extra cover.
Got involved with the Island setup. He plays at Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club, and last year, bit of second team cricket, got invited back and did well. Forced his way into the T20 side for a game here, I think I remember, against Surrey. And again, with 1 or 2 players away and some opportunity, he has grabbed it with both hands, that's for sure.
3 sips wait as Holland comes in again and bowls, and it's punched again up to mid-off, where north-east does the fielding. So end of the over, 123 for 9. O'Riordan just gone off the scoreboard as I was looking to give you his score.
Well, I was just laughing because maiden over Holland. 18 overs, 12 maidens, 2 for 13.
Whoa.
Every time I've looked at that board, it seems to have said maiden over Holland. I was trying to think if a boundary's been struck off him. I'm sure there must be one somewhere along the line, but I think it's been the odd thick edge down a third man. I can't remember him being hit for anything.
He's dropped into a nice groove, hasn't
Too
he?
belligerent. Yeah, he's been first class. He's had good support as well from the likes of Wheel and Scriven and Curry. Ajit Dale was a bit expensive, just 2 overs from him. Wheels in down the leg side, and that was just for a moment a half chance. Lewis McManus diving to his left. I think there was a bit of glove. No, Nigel Long signals leg by, must have been off the hip. 4 valuable runs for Kent. Podmore remains on 0. It just looked like McManus might be interested in that one for a second, but off the thigh pad. We've got the Hampshire staff. Look at them, they look like a cast of Reservoir Dogs standing there. Look at them. Mr. Grey and yellow.
I tell you what, I wouldn't want to put a foot wrong in the field with those 4 staring at
Right behind the bowler's arm. It's been a feature, isn't it, of the Bob Willis Trophy, the county coaches walking around the outfield. Got a kind of club feel to it with no crowd. Wheels in again. Podmore tucks into the leg side, decides against a single. Lots of perambulation from the coaches. They were 4, they've split 2 and 2 now.
Socially distant.
Yeah. I think they're okay. They're all bubbled up, aren't they? They should be all right. But,
do you think that game yesterday, was it Northants and the Gloucester?
Yeah, Bristol.
Obviously it's been called off because of COVID. Do you think that's put the fear up a little bit and just made it a bit more real that these games, could be affected between here and the end of the season?
Yeah, it's a good point. As Wheels in again from the Nackington Road end, and Podmore just withdraws the bat. He's got that slightly extravagant leaf. I think Courtney Walsh, number 11. I think it has. I mean, if you've got a Lord's final to play for, and it could be scuppered if one of your second team players just happens to test positive for COVID. You think Essex, who seemed like they could be on course, if one of their second team players was suddenly to come down and he'd been anywhere near the first team, that would be game abandoned, and quite rightly, because you've got to take this situation, this pandemic, seriously, and all of a sudden that would open the door for 1 or 2 others. As Wheels in again, he's full, and the big drive from Podmore, and it whistled through to McManus, who took it chest high. Thought he might have nicked it, but no appeal, and the bowler wheels away. Hey?
Yeah, that's classic. Let me write that one down for future reference.
Just got to get your notebook and pen out.
I've got a bigger one than normal. When I knew you were on commentary and with us for 4 days, I actually got a bigger notebook and pen than normal because I thought there would be more to write down.
There'll be some nuggets across 3 and a bit days or whatever we're going to get at this game. As Wheels in now, and Podmore back at a cross behind it. Looking every inch a number 9, not a number 11, Harry Podmore.
Yep. I looked up your batting average the other day, actually, first class. It's all right, isn't it?
It's all right. It should have been a few. It should have been a few more. It took me a lot of years to get going.
Anything over 35, you're all right, aren't you?
Yeah. What was yours? Go on.
It wasn't as high as yours. I think mine was either 31 or 32. I can't remember.
You got a few more wickets than me, though, mate. I just got the 1. 15 years of playing. It was from your parish, though. As Wheel is in and Podmore is defending. Very fine player. Will Kendall. Was my 1 first class wicket.
Yeah. Not baddie.
Yeah, he was playing for Oxford University at the time.
He's no lesser player?
No lesser player. And a very big moment for me, and certainly the highlight of my 15-year career. You can keep your runs, but Min Patel was captain against a lot of senior players missing. Min got the gig as captain. Threw me the ball. Very wise man.
That's probably why he didn't do it again, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think as soon as he put me on, he recognised that his chances of taking the job full time were in jeopardy. What are you doing? But
wrong career move.
Yeah, got a caught and bowled, and never to be seen again on the bowling front.
Oh gosh, what was it? 1 for?
1 for, well, across the career quite a lot.
Holland to O'Riordan, who drives and off a thickish inside edge works that down to fine leg. Total moves on to 128 for 9. So yeah, 36 you average, just for the record, in case anybody's thinking how many over 35. But that's all right. I always think 35 is a benchmark for anybody that thinks they can bat, isn't it?
Yeah, it was a career of 2 halves really. The second half was better. Well, there was a couple of years that were all right, and then there was, either end wasn't so special. But you know what? 15 years of professional sport, loved it. I'm sure you loved it as well. I mean, don't get me wrong. There were some times when you're in the field for a lot of overs when you love it less, but.
Holland bowls, and Podmore pushes forward back to the bowler.
But what a wonderful way of earning a living with some of your best mates, hitting a ball around the field and standing at slip, and hopefully grabbing hold of a couple. Won a couple of one-day trophies. It was a lot of fun. If you can't play, the next best thing is to talk about it, I guess.
That's right.
So
but it's nowhere near it. That's
Well,
for sure.
I don't
Well,
know.
you might.
I've
think
become a much
differently.
better player since I've retired.
And me. Now there's a drive slightly uppish. It's gone up to northeast at mid off. Oh, listen, I mean I see things now that I never saw when I played. But we got the benefit of having a full view of what's going on and immersed in it. I mean, that's, to be fair, I don't know about you, but in the dressing room I used to try and switch off if I wasn't batting, and we were batting at the time, because you can't be full on for three. Well, I had a mixture. I was in a mixture of 3 and 4. But
yeah, but you would have batted in the middle order, wouldn't you?
yeah. You try and switch off sometime, or he's driving outside the off stump. There's a half shout, mainly from Ian Holland, maybe a bit more of a shout from behind the stumps, but I don't think Holland was that convinced.
The advantage of being an opening batsman is that if you're watching your mate's bat, then you can properly switch off, because it means you're out. So, and there was many a time. I remember playing at Hove. And we're going to get an update, I think, in a little bit. I can hear people in my ear.
And I think I need to switch over mine as well. But Ben Watts will sort that out, as that's pushed out square on the offside by Podmore. Score remains on 128 for 9.
Yeah. Update coming, so I'm going to make way for Ben.
There we go. Last ball of the over then for Ian Holland. Thanks to David Fulton. He's taking a bit of a break. Kevin James will be back with us once he's updated. Radio Solent listeners, and that is a glorious cover drive from the Kent number 11, Harry Podmore, and a lovely example of why normally he bats at number 8. All hands that stroke from Podmore. Bit of width offered to him by Ian Holland. Do my eyes deceive me? Did Ian Holland just concede a boundary? He did. And Harry Podmore is on 4. Kent 1-3-2 for 9. Almost a bit of a shame Marcus O'Riordan didn't come in as the night watchman last night, the way he's played so far today. 25 off 61 balls. Lovely patient knock from the off-spinner. Very much viewed as a man that has the capability of being an all-rounder for the team. We might have a change of bowling at the Nackington Road end for Hampshire. Brad Will's going to come out of the attack. I think Scott Curry looks like the man who's being handed the ball. He is indeed. So we'll switch around from Sam North East to try and bring about the end to this last wicket stand. Here comes Curry. In and bowling driven square of the wicket nicely by O'Riordan. Point fielder just dropped out to the boundary, and therefore allowing him to take an easy single in that situation. Ian and bowling, Podmore going for a big swing outside the off stump. That delivery. Update on the way for radio listeners very shortly. Or at least after this update. After about Casualty restarting filming. Oh, biffed away by Podmore down the ground for 4 runs. That was an awkward one for the mid-on fielder as it just dropped in front of him. Yeah, Kent are 137 for 9 here, trailing Hampshire by 54 runs, just the 1 first innings wicket remaining. Harry Podmore has just biffed a boundary through the leg side, hit a glorious cover drive actually in the previous over. He's batting at number 11 in this game, but has batted as high as number 8 for Kent. Marcus O'Riordan, very patient knock from him up the other ends, 26 not out from 62 balls. The last man to go, Grant Stewart, caught by Scriven off the bowling of Wheel, was a poor dismissal really as a short ball, and he managed to pull it straight to the fielder and out for 4. Stevens went for naught. Kuhn has gone in this session as well for the top score so far in the Kent innings of 34. Overall, it's been a pretty disappointing batting display from Kent, who started the day 21 for 2. Podmore gets a single into the onside, might even get 2 here actually. No, it's a misfield, but they only get 1. So 138 for 9 the Kent score as commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella with the weather. Kevin James back with me as well.
Hello.
Yes, you've seen a couple of strokes from Podmore. He's
puts back to ball,
more than capable.
Yeah, I mean, if the ball's there to hit, he's going for it, isn't he?
Yeah.
Which is pretty much the game. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, pretty much. Scott Curry wide of the crease, in and bowling to Marcus O'Riordan. Turns this away into the onside. Top ball. Yeah, block the good ones, hit the bad ones.
It's a simple game, really. it's just the players make it complicated. But yeah, I mean, of course, it's not that simple, but it is, but it isn't. I mean, all sorts of factors come into play, of course, around that. But it's difficult. You'd rather be a bowler out there than a batter.
Certainly in these cloudy conditions, as this one's pushed away by O'Riordan. It's kind of, wow, we were saying earlier on about how there was blue sky in the distance. It's very much just cloud as far as we can see now, but there's different layers of cloud, so it's almost a sheet of white overhead, plus the extra few clouds as well. The floodlights are on. Kent 138 for 9. We had another poem emailed in, Kev, but I won't read it out. Just for...
No, please.
You sure?
Yeah, because I was almost beginning to enjoy poetry with that first one.
Yeah. Well, it's been written by Mike Bell in Ashford off the back of Dave Fulton's story about the lime tree. So he's gone for, there once was a lime tree at Kent that the wind irretrievably bent, but a seed in the snow means a new one will grow, and the cafe name shows what it meant.
That's a good one.
That's not bad, is it?
Yeah, we like that one. I still think that somebody's whacked a copper nail into that old tree. That's my theory, and I'm sticking with it. Holland then to Podmore. Comes in, and Podmore pushes forward up to northeast. I got an email in actually, just a little while, apologies, from Mike Vokes, sonatcricket@gmail.com. He says it was an excellent morning for Hampshire, only just started listening and realised it was a lunch break, so I'll tell you it was a little while ago. What a coup for young Curry getting Zach Crawley this morning. How come that we're finally producing some homegrown fast bowlers in Hampshire? I agree, I mean that's been a big talking point around Hampshire cricketing circles for many, many years. Has there been an all-out effort for with the youngsters to produce some fast bowlers? Well, I can tell you there has. There's Podmore drives and picked up at extra cover. I'm out of touch with the setup these days. Well, Mike, you're right, there is, and I'm told there's 1 or 2 more in the pipeline, a little bit further, a little bit younger, but there has, and I suppose some counties you all go through this sort of spell, don't you? But Hampshire,
exact same thing for Kent.
Hampshire haven't produced anybody apart from Chris Tremlett, I think.
Kent's would just be Matt Coles, I think, in pretty recent times. You look at the team now; they're all imported. Milnes, Podmore, Gilchrist, Groneveld, all the fast bowlers come from elsewhere. Yeah, some counties seem to struggle to find them, and other counties seem to have them on tap, as that's driven up to mid-off by Podmore. So yes, there has been, and Curry and Scriven are examples. So they're genuine all-rounders. They're not out-and-out bowlers, but I'm told that underneath that, maybe a year or 2 away, there are 1 or 2 others as well that are genuinely quick bowlers, and I'm told there's a left-arm quick bowler, I can't remember the name off the top of my head, which they're very excited about. So yes, watch this space in about 2 or 3 years' time as Holland bowls and Podmore drives in the air. Billy Taylor, the umpire, has to take evasive action. That's a lovely, well-struck shot by Podmore, and that's 4 runs. 146 for 9 now, Kent. Trail by 45. Or was it 142? The scoreboard already changed. 142, so yeah, 142 has, yeah, it's been pretty quick, David, and I was saying that actually. Yeah, that was that completely did me. So 142, the Hampshire's lead is 49 now. So Kent get closing in on the first innings. We keep batting like this, then of course it becomes a 1 innings game, which would really become tight. As Holland drives, it's in the air, but safely through the gap between 2nd and 4th slip. I think Felix Organ is a little bit fine at Gully to call him Gully. But it was in the air, it was driven hard, but there's nobody in that gap filling it, and Podmore moves on to 17.
dangerous customer, isn't he? You've got to get the ball in the right areas, otherwise he's going for it.
Call that straight drive was a lovely shot.
Was. And it might just be the way to play.
Once the slip's not quite as pretty, but...
No. That happens. It's going to happen on this wicket, that's for sure. 146 for 9 then, so the lead is now 45 for Hampshire and dropping. So Kent have lost 3 wickets since lunch. Coon, Stevens and Stewart. As Holland comes in again, and Podmore drives and misses. It's going to give you a chance.
He's almost licensed to bat like this, being the number 11, isn't there?
Well, it is. You know, a few boundaries and all of a sudden things change. Hampshire will be happy. Well, they were happy when... 123 for 9, so the lead then would have been around about nearly 70, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Or around 70, and now it's down to 45, and that makes a difference.
Yeah, certainly so. Going to see a bit of Mason Crane in response to that, I think. Just taking off his cap and his jumper. So for the first time in the game, we're going to see some spin then.
Interesting move. I would think... and I'm only guessing here, I think there will be a little bit of turn. Might be slow.
He's not going to have the slope to help him.
No. We'll see.
Interesting call to bowling from the Nackington Road end.
I'm not a great reader of wickets, so I'll be totally out, actually. Paul Williams, I know at Solent Sport on the tweets, I know he watches a lot of sort of cricket below sort of first team level. He says, read the Mike Boakes email. He says, James Tomlinson, the former Hampshire left arm seamer, is an important part of getting the young quick bowlers through. Ben Huntley, I've heard that name. He says he will be seriously quick at some point. So there we go.
Right there, Mason Crane, the leg spinner, in down the leg side and bowling to Marcus O'Riordan, pushes this one into the leg side. They run the first one quickly. There was a brief thought about 2, which was never on. Jeet Dale doing the fielding. I think Marcus O'Riordan was always going to play the spinner like that, watchfully, push him around. Podmore, yeah, maybe. This is what they've brought Mason Crane on for, Hampshire.
Yep.
For Harry Podmore. They'll be thinking, reckon Mason can get him out, trying to play an aggressive shot, and as a result, seeing fielders back at deep cover, deep square leg, but more importantly, they've just pushed mid-on back to a deepish position. Mid-off likewise. He's bowled a bit of a half track at that one. It's been cut away for 4 runs, a bit of a drag down. You got that wasp back again, Kev.
Got a bit of sneeze on this.
Oh, okay, that's all right.
But yeah, I acted as though there was a wasp.
I thought the wasp returned. Here's Mason Green, a bit wide on the crease. Getting a bit of a drag down. Lovely ball stroke from Marcus O'Riordan. Got in a really good position early. Picked up the length. And Crane, well, there's a couple of drag downs and one on the leg stump so far. Hasn't really got it quite right. 150 comes up for Kent. As O'Riordan's taking his score up to 30 now, I think, with that boundary. Just seeing the details for the 150 coming up on the scoreboard. I'll flick back to the batsman's scores in a moment. 31 now for Marcus O'Riordan. Harry Podmore has 18. As you say, Kevin James, this last wicket stand is quite a useful one at the moment. Now he's bowled a wide delivery here, Mason Crane, which O'Riordan cuts frustratingly for him straight to point.
It's always a risk with a leg spinner, isn't it? Really, you hope that they're going to drop into a groove straight away. It might just take Crane an over or 2. He's been bowling well this year.
As I said, it's an interesting end for him to bowl from with the slope. This is down the leg side, a little sweep shot from Marcus O'Riordan, but perfectly positioned. Tom Alsop at short fine leg. Is that in red ball or just in all
both.
formats?
Yeah. No, in both, yeah. He's bowled quite nicely.
Mason Crane for the final time in the over then. 152 for 9, Kent. O'Riordan drives very handsomely indeed up towards the deepish mid-on fielder. He'll keep the strike. 153 for 9 at the end of the over. 32 now for O'Riordan, 18 for Podmore.
And they put on 30 for this last wicket, so that's very, very useful indeed. It will just be frustrating Hampshire a little bit, who would have... after those wickets after lunch, Coon was a big one, of course.
Yeah, I think from Hampshire's point of view, you've got to the buzzword will be stay patient, but you can't think of it like a normal last wicket stand. This would normally be for the 9th wicket. These two players are a little bit better than, say,
yeah, I agree.
8 and 11.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, they are. Quite useful. It's interesting. I wonder if Mason, that you said that it's surprising that Crane's bowling at the Nackington Road end. I'm just wondering it's because Scott Curry switched to our commentary in the pavilion end, because he got all his success bowling this end, and I wasn't convinced actually that he looked quite the same bowler from that far end. But he's coming in now and running away from us, and it's turned to mid-wicket by O'Riordan.
Yeah, so rather than have the slope for the spinner, they want it for Scott Curry.
Yeah.
Which is fair enough.
It's not bad. As a 19-year-old, you're already getting the end we want, and the end that they think you're best at. It's not bad, is it?
I was saying to Dave Fulton yesterday, off the back of your discussion, I think it's obviously different when you're playing club cricket at the weekend. You don't have multiple spells, but I don't know why I always like to bowl the same end every week.
Well, yeah, as that's turned to mid-wicket, a quick single. Throw comes in from Brad Wheel. Misses at the bowler's end.
I don't know if it's just me being a creature of habit, but when I used to play for Tunbridge Wells and I was lucky enough to play on the bottom ground, always liked to bowl towards the pavilion. Yeah. I don't think for any other reason really. Then it was just nice to have that backdrop. But yeah, I think bowlers have preferences for whatever reason, and it can be more than just it suits the way they bowl. It can just be a feeling, the way your body sort of moves through the crease.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of grounds you play on, there's very little difference between the two ends. So it doesn't even become an issue. It's only when you come to grounds like this where there's a slope, and other grounds we mentioned earlier, as Curry comes in and bowls, and Podmore's flat batting that straight down the ground, and that's going over the practice wicket, so it will gather pace, and that's 4 runs. Yeah, so it's only grounds like this where you do feel different both ends. Now, for some bowlers, it doesn't matter to them. Other bowlers, it upsets rhythms and things like that. I mean, Sussex, you come down a big hill and then it flattens out, and then, or it's up the hill. So, there are grounds around, but I think sometimes with your home ground, you would tend to get used to bowling at both ends, because of course that's where you play most of your cricket, whether it's home club ground, home county ground, whatever. So 158 for 9 then. Podmore's playing a useful innings here, 22 off 25. Just giving Kent a bit of impetus here as well. It's a length ball which he works behind square on the offside. He may look for 2 here. Looks like Scriven's coming off the deep cover boundary. Did well, keeping it down to 1. I think the batsmen were looking for 2 initially. Yeah,
they set off quickly for the first. A big loud shout of no from Harry Podmore about the second, which is fine. It's positive for the Kent pair that the number 11 is so keen to get back on strike. So Reardon on.
Yeah, he's played well.
33.
Played very well. Played as well as anybody. Curry comes in and bowls to him. Well forward. Yeah, he's left well. He's got in behind the ball like he did there very nicely indeed, and has been quick on anything that's not in the right areas. I think he's done a good job so far.
It's an interesting one because, as I mentioned before, as regular listeners for Radio Kent, I know and as I was just mentioning, I have an affiliation with Tunbridge Wells Cricket Club, which is where Marcus plays, and he's played first team cricket for them over the past few seasons.
As Curry comes in again, it's full, it's driven up to mid-on, fielded by Dale.
And you can kind of see from the way he plays, he's a busy cricketer, but he's not a flashy cricketer. And somebody was saying to me, a conversation I was having the other day, that even at first team level at club cricket, Marcus you wouldn't describe Marcus O'Riordan as a match winner. He doesn't win you games of club cricket, but here in this Kent team, he seems to be a really nice sort of different sort of a different character, a different type of batsman to some of the other batsmen that they've got, and he's playing very sensible cricket and very well considered and making good decisions and solid enough technique, and it's really working for him at the moment.
Yes, this is a partnership which you feel can keep going for a while. Really, they haven't made too many mistakes. Podmore's asking for something from the Kent dressing room. Can't quite work it out. There's been a hygiene break. So.
Yeah, I think he was originally saying, "Can I have a drink?" and then has just shouted, "Don't worry," because Hampshire were being quite quick about their sanitisation break. You mentioned yesterday, I think it was yourself and David, that you hadn't spotted too many. I think it's because sometimes when they take wickets, they do it then. So it doesn't get, rather than every 6 overs, if there's a wicket falls, because we've had a fair amount of wickets falling so far in the first couple of days, that's why you haven't noticed as much.
Maybe they're adapting better as we go through the season.
Yeah, I think so.
Working it out better.
Because that first game, it just seemed like every 6 overs it was like, really, another one? But yeah. Crane's going to continue. Field's well spread for him. Podmore on strike. Kent 159 for 9 as the leg spinner is in. Oh, that was the googly. Podmore shaped up to play the leg spinner. Almost looked like it went through his legs there.
It did, didn't it? Give himself some room. Dave Allen at Certain Sport says this is now Kent's highest partnership of the innings.
There you go. Nice wicket stand.
Thank you, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Poignant stat. There's Crane bowls a loopy delivery. Podmore has gone for a big shot over the top of backward of point, looped into the sky. Good bit of fielding on the rope. And there was Felix Organ, I think, out there, but Podmore scampers back for a second.
He's going for it, isn't he? If it's there, doesn't matter whether the field's scattered a bit. He's going to go.
I think he was going more over extra cover.
Yeah.
Went over point, but safe enough. Yeah, I think this is part of the tactic, really, from Hampshire's point of view. They know Podmore's going to go for Crane. Oh, beauty. Well, an appeal for caught behind. I don't think he's nicked it. It wasn't really a convincing appeal from Lewis McManus.
Well, there is a bit of turn there for him, isn't there? The googly followed Podmore a couple of balls ago, and that's turned past the outside edge.
Yeah, he's always turning it up the slope at the moment, isn't he? So, having that googly in the locker should be even more pronounced at the slope. Podmore comes down the pitch, manages to... Well, went for a big swing and ended up padding it away. I thought he was about to get stumped by Miles, but as it was, he used the pad to good effect.
That was risky, wasn't it? Because he didn't get to the pitch of it, and he was still hitting it across the spin, so he did well to get his body in the way.
Yeah, he did. Oh, it's just going to be an easy stumping. Here's Crane. Looks like something's going to happen every ball at the moment. Oh, beats him outside edge with a good flighted delivery.
You feel like something's going to happen, isn't it? There's either going to be a boundary or an attempted big shot or a wicket. So I guess Crane being on has the desired effect, but the difference between these two sides now is only 30.
161 for 9 as Crane bowls wide of the off stump. Big edge from Podmore. This will go down towards the third man boundary for 4. Fielder at backward point, unable to stop it. And Harry Podmore's exuberance and positivity paying off at the moment. He has 29 from 32 balls, and Kent up to 165 for 9.
Well, credit to Harry Podmore. I mean, it's, that could have gone anywhere. Fortunately, it's gone quite fine, well past Scriven's left hand at backward point. But he's just going for it. And as I said, a few boundaries, and all of a sudden that deficit between these two sides narrows, and before you know it, Kent are almost on par, and they'll be mightily happy with the way this last wicket stand has gone. I wouldn't say they've ever been out of the game, because you're not in a low-scoring game, but I think they'll feel that if they draw level or close to it, then it really is game on. Whereas they were a bit behind, weren't they, around the lunchtime period? Here's Scott Curry. Reardon pushes out that square on the offside. Certainly when they were 123 for 9, those wickets of Coon, Stevens and Stewart, it looked like Kent would be well behind on the first innings, but that's no longer the case. Got another tweet actually earlier. What's it? It's Gwen Newman. Min Patel's involved in the Kent coaching setup. That's right, yeah. Asking a question. Might regard the emergence of O'Riordan as a success. I think obviously Min Patel would have had a big hand in that, I would have thought. Let's play back to Curry, although he couldn't quite put a hand on it. Goes up to mid-on. Yeah,
Min's was previously involved with the second team. I think his official title is sort of to do with the academy and bringing players through, and he's very much got an eye on the club scene and the junior scene around the county in terms of player development and bringing players through. And so he'll have worked with Marcus a lot, and he really rates Marcus as a potential all-rounder.
Yeah. Here's Curry again. Oh, there's a big leg cutter again as Reardon comes down and just has a little prod at that one. Just proving there is still a bit there. Just whilst it might not be quite as much from time to time as we saw earlier, there is still a bit of movement in this pitch. Notice there's a bit of rain around actually in some of these games being affected this afternoon. Cardiff, Glamorgan, Warwickshire, they're off for rain. The match involving Nottinghamshire, we're at home to Durham. I notice they're off for rain. Reardon's on the back foot, steers that to mid-wicket. Middlesex 22 without loss in their second innings. I know you're keeping an eye on that, Ben, and also all Kent fans. Middlesex trail by 76. Sussex 4-15 all out in the end against Surrey. Surrey just beginning their reply. One of 3 matches in the South Group this afternoon. Well, over the 4 days. Now he's wrapped on the pads. He's fallen over as well, O'Riordan, as he tried to work that on the onside. Big shout for an LBW. Not out, says Billy Taylor, and again, I think that's just about right.
Yeah, it was a close call. Curry continuing to impress, putting the pressure on. O'Riordan just digging in there though for Kent.
Yeah.
Billy Taylor's been pretty consistent really with his LBW decisions.
Yeah.
Erring on the side of caution, giving the batsman the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, he has, yeah. He's had some calls to make, hasn't he, to be fair? All haven't been totally obvious. That's turned away wide of mid-on by O'Riordan. Yeah, I think that's the end of the over, so he'll keep the strike. And Kent have moved on to 166 for 9, trail by 25. Yeah, rain also in the Yorkshire-Leicestershire game as well. So there was a bit of rain around, but not here.
Yeah, we did have an email from Mike, kentcricket@gmail.com. Title of it saying Red Bull season over. He's basically going into the various permutations about ifs and buts of what might happen, and suggesting that it's looking very unlikely now that Kent are going to be one of the 2 teams in that Lord's final, even if they did manage to pull off a bit of a miracle hit. Says there's always the pyjama cricket though, I suppose. Yeah, Kent top of the T20.
Yeah, you guys are going alright in that, aren't you? Well, I haven't said, actually, it's the top 2 go through and the best 2 third place sides. So,
yeah.
Whereas unlike this competition, which is pretty hard to qualify, T20 seems a little easier.
Yeah, it seems like there's quite a lot of people going through in a 6-team group.
You'd be unlucky, wouldn't you? There's only, well, 2 teams in every group that are not going to qualify, then obviously 1 out of the 3. So you've got a pretty good chance of having a qualifying game.
Some tight games though so far. The tie for Kent at Lords, and then somehow got over the line at Hove. Mason Crane continuing from the Nackington Road end, but to Marcus O'Riordan, pulls him away forward of square. There's going to be a couple of runs this, you would assume. There's a fielder out there in the deep. Jeet Dale does well. But 2 more to O'Riordan. So this partnership, I think it's up to 45 now, is it?
Yeah. It's giving Kent some momentum here, isn't it?
Yeah, Marcus O'Riordan 36, Paul Moore 29.
Momentum, of course, going into whenever Hampshire bat again, because they'll be frustrated here, very frustrated.
Crane just spinning the ball from right hand to left, and now back in his right hand as he tosses this one up, and it's a full toss, and O'Riordan, first time we've really seen him look to really just be a bit more positive. He drives this one up towards mid-on, but just seeing him take a bit of a wider stance in his batting crease and try and get that solid base to hit the ball a little bit harder and be a bit more aggressive. Clearly fancies himself as a spinner against another spinner. Podmore sitting back in his crease, just waiting for this one. Pushes it out towards backward of point. Sort of languid style that he has at the crease, Harry Podmore. Tall bowler, but more than capable with bat in hand as Crane bowls. Looks to get forward and defend this one away. It sounded a very soft noise. We just seen the back of Harry Podmore. If you're watching on the live stream, you might even have a better view of that one as it just popped away in front of him. Sounded very paddy, but there was no appeal. 169 for 9 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent. Crane bowls. This one's upish out towards deep cover fielder. Felix Organ's out there. Would be offering his services to the captain on a turning wicket as well. Not much involvement for him in the game, having failed to score. Dismissed by Stevens early on in his innings. Here's Crane to O'Riordan, has gone back. There's a big shout for LBW, and that is out, and that is the end of the Kent innings, and this profitable partnership for the last wicket comes to an end. And I think it was the googly from Mason Crane that Marcus O'Riordan hasn't picked, and he's pinned him on the crease. He looks a little bit annoyed with himself, getting out to a fellow spinner, a thing a spinner never likes to do, but Mason Crane has outfoxed him, and good captaincy from Sam Northeast to give the ball to his spinner to try and break through that last wicket stand. Podmore 30 not out, O'Riordan goes, LBW to Crane for 37, Kent 170 all out, so trailing by 21 runs, which At one stage, it looked like it was going to be a lot more than that from Kent's point of view. Hampshire probably would have taken that at the start of the day, but they've just let Kent off the hook slightly at the back end, Kevin James.
Yeah, they certainly have. But I memean, you know, two decent batters out there. I mean, very impressed with O'Riordan. Very, very impressed indeed. And Podmore, as you guys were telling me, can bat, and he showed it as well. So, you know, it wasn't a traditional, you know, sort of last wicket with a number 11, sort of, you know, O'Riordan trying to protect the batsman, whatever. So, you know, they had to be got out, either one of those. But I don't think, we don't think we need to look at the live stream to know that that was a googly. That was decent delivery, and yeah, you're right. O'Riordan didn't pick it at all. So 47 partnership, that last wicket, that may prove crucial.
Well, let's see just how crucial it turns out to be in terms of the momentum change in the game, as Kevin was alluding to as well. We're going to take a short break. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Kent's FM and DAB listeners, but we'll take a short break and then we'll be back with you online for third innings of the game. Yeah, well, just a mid-innings break at the moment with Kent all out for 170, and in fact the last wicket stand between Marcus O'Riordan and Harry Podmore turned out to be the best of the Kent innings. 47 they put on, and most of it part of the swashbuckling efforts of Harry Podmore, who scored 30. More patient approach from Marcus O'Riordan for 37, who was the last man out. Didn't pick the googly from the leg spinner Mason Crane, who got him LBW. But otherwise, a pretty underwhelming performance from some of Kent's batsmen, meaning that Hampshire have a first innings lead of 21 runs. The bowlers for Kent will be back out in a moment's time when commentary resumes via the BBC Sport website, with Hampshire ready to go in their second innings. Now with a look at the weather, Kate Kinsella.
Welcome back to the St Lawrence ground in Canterbury, where we're about to get underway the Hampshire second innings. And they lead by 21 runs currently, after Kent 10 minutes ago, because that's the break between the innings, were bowled out for 170. Useful last wicket partnership between Marcus O'Riordan and Harry Podmore, put on 47. Second highest partnership of the game, Dave Allen's Hampshire's honorary archivist has told me. That's down the leg side from Podmore, bowling to Ian Holland. I'm Kevin James, and next to me, taking you through this next session, is the former Kent captain David Fulton. Hello.
Yeah, hello again, Kev. Hi, everyone. Huge 45 minutes or so, you'd think, here for Kent if they're going to get back into this game. Really useful last wicket partnership. And Podmore will be buoyed by that tremendous batting performance. Unbeaten on 30, he's now got the new rock in his hand.
Certainly has, with his lovely blonde locks. It's the length ball, which Holland pushes forward to up toward mid-off. Forced blonde locks, has to be said. Not natural.
Yeah, they're almost grey, aren't they? At 123 for 9. That last wicket partnership realising 47. And sometimes just can change momentum of a match, can't it? Because Hampshire were having it pretty much all their own way, and then suddenly a few lusty blows from Podmore and some nice neat batting from Marcus O'Riordan, and Kent are very much back in this. A 60-70 run lead would have been not insurmountable but very difficult. But
Podmore bowls and Holland pushes forward out on the leg side. Well, it means Hampshire really can't afford a bad start, whereas they could almost have got away with it with a 60-70 run lead.
Yeah, I think back to the first round of matches when Kent were at Chelmsford. I think Kent's lead was about 90 on first innings, and they then got skittled for 112, and Essex chased down the 200 and not many for 8. And you know, those leads are, those slender leads can be tricky. Batting third innings of a match is often problematic.
Podmore bowls. Holland gets a goodie. Just leaves him, and I think he may have sort of half been playing at that. The heavy roll. Listen, folks, you'll know more about this than me, because I'm useless with rollers and when they're on and when they're not and what they do. So the heavy roller on now, what will that do?
Well, it should deaden it down. We talked about the indentations, which are created when the ball just hits a slightly soft surface. And you'd like to think that, a bit like with your rolling pin and flattening out your dough, it should smooth the surface over a bit and deaden it down. Okay,
there's Podmore. It's on the line of leg stump, and that's turned away behind square by Ian Holland. May look for 2 here. They do, and they get it. It's 2 without loss. So it'll be easier to bat now?
Should be easier to bat for a while. Sometimes the effect of the heavy roller wears off. There used to be a theory years ago that a heavy roller would break up a wicket, particularly if it was dry, but I've never seen a wicket crumble because of a heavy roller. Certainly never seen it happen here. If anything, it just seems to deaden it down and make it better for batting. So sometimes when you're ahead in a game, you would choose not to use the heavy roller.
Okay, got more bowls, and Holland again pushes forward. End of the first over, Hampshire have a lead of 23, 2 without loss.
Yeah, with Hampshire's lead being a slender one, it's no surprise the heavy roller would go on. But let's just say they had a lead of, I don't know, different game altogether, but had a lead of 150, 200. They might opt not to put the heavy roller on, because that can kind of deaden it, and then you'd imagine Kent would put another one on it and deaden it again. So sometimes you opt to try and keep a bit of life in the pitch, even though you're about to bat, because you're looking at the bigger picture. But with a 20-run lead, 21 runs on first innings, you know, you're going to flatten the pitch because you're going to need to bat well.
Yeah. So there we are. So already that last wicket partnership of Kent's has changed maybe Hampshire's thinking on the way forward already.
Here he is then. Darren Stevens, opening batter's nightmare.
He won't care.
Give me Shoaib Akhtar or Brett Lee any day over a Darren Stevens or a David Masters or a Dimitri Mascarenhas.
Yeah.
Opening batters generally like pace on the ball, and even if it's flying around a bit, that's your bread and butter. But this man challenges the top of off stump. He's done it time and time again. He has 3 fifers in this competition, including one in the first innings where he was excellent.
He was.
But he's been pressed into action again quite quickly, and that should it could be a factor, couldn't it? The fact that he bowled a lot of overs over the course of the first day and a half.
And that's his end. That's the end that you like to see him bowl.
I like to see him bowling from the Nackington Road, and yeah, he's in from it now. He's bowling. Oh, a little leg glance from Joe Weatherly. He's going to run away for 4. So just losing his line. Darren first up. It's unusual. But yeah, I like him from the Nackington Road in because his stock delivery is an away swinger to the right-hander. But it's gentle swing with Steve-O. But so that the away swing challenges the outside edge, and the slope brings the ball back in. So he can get that one to kind of swing one way and then nip back off the seam the other, and that could prove tricky.
Yeah. I'm trying to think what I would say to Darren Stevens if I spoke to him. Every now and then I do.
Well, he's in now, and there's an appeal for LBW. It's going to be not out. It's already asking questions. What do you mean? What would you say to him?
I think
good morning.
Well, no. Well, I don't really bother with things like that. I would say to. I think I've got odd bits I've said, but I think I would say to him now, do you know what? You're the same pace you were 15 years ago.
Yeah. Well, that's why I think he can probably play for another 2 or 3 years. I mean, I've hashtag played till he's 50 was a bit tongue-in-cheek when I did that a few years ago, but I'm looking at it now and thinking, well, he's never really had any pace to lose. So as long as he can stay fit, he could keep doing this for years yet. He's in, he's bowling, and Weatherly defends to mid-off. Daniel Bell Drummond picks up. There's no run.
That's the thing, isn't it, though? If you had a career where you're known for bowling with a bit of pace and then it drops, then everybody says, well, he wasn't the bowler he was.
Yeah.
But actually with Darren, you say, actually, he's the same bowler he was 15 years ago.
Well, I think he's a much better bowler than he was 15 years ago, and I think the stats prove it. I don't have them in front of me, but there was some stats done about, I think, since his 40s, I think his wicket tally has increased. He's got more wickets in his 40s than he probably did in his 30s. He's bowling to Weatherly again, who's propping forward, as most batsmen tend to do against Darren Stevens. He doesn't often force you back, but he's just nagging away at the top of off stump, looking for a little bit of movement. There has been plenty in this pitch so far. You can imagine, but cloud cover, the lights are on. 3 slips. Daniel Drummond's got himself at mid-off. There's a backward point, and catching mid-wicket, mid-on square leg, and a fine leg. As Stevens once again asks the same kind of question in Joe Weatherly, who just props forward, no run.
I was trying to think of when the last time he might have bowled a bouncer, and actually when I thought about it, I thought he may have done actually last year in the championship game at the GS just for a laugh, and I think he had a laugh himself doing it. So I think he actually may have bowled one there, but I bet you can count on one hand the number he's bowled in the last few years.
Yeah, sometimes I think it's not the worst tactic, because it is absolutely the last thing you're expecting, and you could imagine swivelling on it and picking out fine leg as he bowls, and guess what? Joe Weatherly plays the forward defensive, and Darren Stevens is flicking up with the boot, so he doesn't have to bend down and take it. 4 runs off the over. Hampshire 6 without loss. They lead by 27.
So yeah, good game in Prospect. Dave Allen actually pointed out that partnership of 47 for the last wicket for Kent was actually the second highest partnership of the match, after the first wicket partnership yesterday between
these two.
Weatherly, and Holland. Thank you, Dave. Always nice to keep on top of the stats and just to give context to partnerships and periods of play.
Yeah, well, Kent will be keen, because of how well these two played in the first innings, to make some early inroads here. 69 their partnership was in the first innings. That was after Daniel Bell Drummond had won the toss and opted to bowl.
Here's Podmore. Holland edges, short of second slip by about a foot. Is that Zach Crawley there?
Yeah, the tall figure of Zach Crawley. He's got Heino Kuhn alongside him. That makes him look even taller. Zach Crawley's about 6'6", but with Heino Kuhn next to him makes him look about 7'3". Jack leaning at third slip.
I say he's not the tallest either, is he?
Well, I think he's more of a normal, I think normal height, an average kind of 5'10", 5'11".
Yeah.
So he's dwarfed by Crawley.
Looks like the outline of a house that you draw, those 3. That's a big shout for an LBW. I think that's a little bit too high. Sort of like the roof, isn't it? Like where it goes from first slip, second slip up, back down to third slip. That sort of triangle. Yeah. Worth a shout, but I think hopefully, Dave, you agree with me? A bit high. Yeah,
a little high. There has been some good bounce from this end. Ian Holland got a few to really bounce quite steeply and nip back.
Yes.
Quite a few went over off stump, but by a good 6-9 inches at times.
Do you think there's an end? Do you think there's an end that's helping the seamers more than the other, or negligible?
No, I think we've seen pretty equal movement.
Podmore bowls, he rats at the pads, that looks close, yes, and he's gone. Caught on the pad, caught on the crease there, Ian Holland, and probably not surprising that umpire Billy Taylor sticks his finger up. That certainly wasn't going over the top. And a good partnership between these two yesterday isn't happening today. 6 for 1, Hampshire, and Holland goes for 2.
Yeah, I think that could be Nigel Long. I think his second.
Oh,
innings,
sorry.
they've,
Yeah,
they've switched
yeah,
ends. So Nigel's down this end, and yeah, he had to think about the first one too high. That one back pad, and Holland, who's had an excellent game up to this point, has to trudge off. So a good bit of bowling from Podmore, who he kind of comes in on that angled run, doesn't he? And likes to bowl quite straight, so has to tail it away. And that one pitched maybe middle and off, and just held its line, striking him on the back pad. Looked pretty adjacent. So Kent have struck. And this game is continuing to operate in fast forward.
Certainly is. Looks like that golf that you booked yesterday, was it tomorrow for 4 o'clock, which I thought was ambitious at the start of the day. It looks like a good move by you.
I haven't booked it because that would be unprofessional and also tempting fate rather. So what I've said to a couple of friends is that as Ben Watts is practising his golf swing, we could all go at this rate. I did say, they said, could you play tomorrow morning? I said, no, that's not possible, but maybe about 4 o'clock I reckon I'm a chance, the way this game is moving.
Still 37 and a bit overs to do today, and in the context of what we've seen so far, that would equate to a few wickets anyway. Whether the heavy roller will have an effect, we'll have to wait and see. There's still cloud above us, so you'd expect that the ball will still continue to move around, but maybe the heavy roller, as David Fulton says, might have an effect, but we'll have to wait and see. 6 for 1, new batsman is Tom Alsop, the left-hander, who yesterday made just 8, caught in the slips off Darren Stevens. That's a surprise, isn't it?
Yeah. Good time to have a left-hander though, just to mix things up. Give the bowler something to think about, wouldn't it?
Yeah, probably not a bad thing actually. I think, if I remember rightly, the wicket of Tom Alsop was from this end, actually. Stevens bowling from the far end, Nackington Road end, and it just went down the hill a fraction. Off memory, anyway. So here he is, he's batting at the far end as Podmore runs away from us. And Alsop comes forward. And it's just wrapped down the leg side. Was there a bat on it? I don't know. Everybody got excited.
Well, Zach Crawley has head on hands, and there was a bit of excitement from the slip called. Nolly Robinson had a fair distance to go. It was low to his right. It's one you'd expect him to pouch, but Podmore didn't look too displeased, so maybe they were imagining something. We may never know.
No. Was it 6 catches in the first innings, Ollie Robinson?
I think it was the last 6 wickets to fall. Robinson, yeah, 6 in a row, last 6 to fall.
Grabbed a few good ones amongst those. As Podmore comes in again, it's way outside off stump.
I think he put one down, didn't he? I think there was one that was grassed that was a tough one, diving away in front of first slip that went quickly.
Scriven of Stewart.
Yeah, I felt a bit for Grant Stewart because he wasn't at his best. He was probably the least effective of Kent's seamers, but sometimes, a good grab like that, you find the edge, it should have probably been taken, and that's sometimes all a bowler needs to just set him down.
Yes.
It wasn't his day.
No.
That's for sure.
So Podmore again then. Right arm over, 3 slips weight as that swings a bit, and Alsop tucks that nicely off the leg stump. That's going down the hill. Chase on here, and that's a great. I don't know who stopped that there, but that's a great stop.
I think that might be Milnes.
Yep.
Matt Milnes. He was running around the. Is it O'Riordan? It could be O'Riordan.
I think you're right.
Yeah, he was hurtling around the boundary. We saw him in the first innings in the field. There was one that I thought was 4 all the way, knowing this ground on the slopes, and O'Riordan nearly cut it off. Looked like Roger Black running around the rope there.
What, now or 20 years
No,
ago?
I think in his pomp. Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure Roger Black number. I could do him a disservice. He might be in very fine nick, Roger Black, but no. I mean, just the length of stride and the elegance of style.
Yep.
Roger Black-esque.
All those extra sprints the players do these days. That came.
He was down your way, wasn't he, Roger Black?
Oh yeah, I played football with him in a game.
I think I've heard him talk about it actually.
Well,
Kevin James.
I certainly have many a times, and I've mentioned on commentary a couple of times. It was one of my great all-time football matches. The forward line of Roger Black. I've got to get this right.
Well, you get it right and have a little think as Darren Stevens comes in. He's bowling to Tom Alsop, who leaves alone outside off stump, so a ball slanted across him. You're writing out the formation now, I can see it.
Yeah, gosh, who were the other two guys up front? They were both like Roger Black, you know, athletes, well-known athletes. I can't think of their names.
So well known that you can't.
We played in this game. I know, because it was quite a few years ago, but it was a charity game at Havant Waterlooville Football Club, and I'll come back to that in a moment.
Yeah, Darren Stephen, not a bad footballer himself, is in, and Alsop is forcing off a back foot, mistimes it.
They were both well-known athletes as well, along with Roger Black, and they used to play a bit of football together, you know, all three of them, and they had a bit of a side, I think. But I played in this one. And
were you playing with them or against them?
With them, no, with them. And I remember the team talk beforehand. They just said, well, I was in midfield, and they said to us in midfield and the guys at the back, they just said, when you get it, just boot it forward.
Because they're quick enough to get there first. Darren Stevens bowling a straight delivery to Tom Alsop, who turns it into the leg side. They're going to get a single down to Podmore at long leg.
They said, don't worry about where you boot it. It can be to nobody, but believe me, we'll get there. And they did. So there it is.
If you were to boot it 400 metres away, my bet was Roger Black would have been the first one to it.
I don't know. I can't remember. I mean, he would have done a few times. Gosh, it's a nightmare trying to remember the other two. I don't want to say the name. I mean, I can think of some, but I don't want to say it in case it wasn't them, and then I get it wrong.
Stevens to Joe Weatherly outside the off stump.
But Roger had organised the game because he phoned me, so you know that's how I know he was definitely there. But it was honestly, it's one of the most hilarious games of football I've ever played.
Were you just kind of anchoring the midfield, Kev, seeing the game in front of you, just letting the ball do the work?
Yeah, just
trusty left boot.
Right.
Yeah.
Just standing in the six, you know, in the centre circle, just.
Yeah. Because you were one of those quirky. The first I saw, actually, there's a few since. Samit Patel springs to mind, who bowled left arm but threw right arm.
Yeah.
As Stevens bowls to. Oh, that could be close. Maybe just sliding with the slope. Didn't he? Wanted it to straighten up through the air. Wrapped him on the pad, and the stifled appeal. Yeah. So you were right-footed predominantly.
Yeah.
Threw right arm, batted left hand, and bowled left arm. And you right-handed.
Yeah. Everything's right apart from bowling.
Okay.
And a lot of people said that actually that was probably my downfall.
Yeah, should have gone the other way round. I had certainly thought that. As Weatherly defends down the pitch, Kevin James would have been a much more effective bowler if he bowled with his other arm.
Yeah, there's a lot of people said that.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, I've got out to you before, so I don't know what I'd
have you?
Yeah, I got out to you in a second team game, LBW James. You wouldn't have remembered because I wouldn't have been a big enough scout back in those days. Probably at any time. Only remembered the good players you got out. 10 for 1, Hampshire. They lead by 31.
I used to enjoy the LBs. Even it's probably like one of your shots. I mean, I can't remember what shot you were well known for. What would have been your trademark shot?
Pull shot.
Pull shot, right?
Probably. I used to not hit many in front of square, but if someone bounced me, that was my thing, I guess. Quick bowling and back foot cutting, pulling. That's
probably why I can't remember, because I wouldn't have bowled you many short balls because I'm not really quick enough. Here's Podmore, bowling to Alsop. That's swung and he's got an edge and he's gone. Third slip, and that's Coon, I think.
Leaning,
and I love the celebration there. Just kick feet, which Podmore does, and that's another wicket. That's a leading edge from Alsop. He was trying to work that through in the onside, and Alsop goes for 4. Hampshire are in trouble now, having lost a couple of wickets.
Yeah, he was clipping that, wasn't it? It was full and swinging, and if it had continued to go on with the shape, it would have been perfect to just clip through mid-wicket, and we've seen Alsop do that already. But it swung in, just held its line up the slope, and almost came off the back of the bat. And Jack Leaning with a smart catch. And not easy those at slip, because you can turn through the leg side yourself with your eyes when you're at slip, thinking that it's going to whistle through there, and suddenly it comes off the back of the bat straight at you. Good catch.
It was.
10 for 2.
Well, now this is an interesting game, because Hampshire's lead is only 31, so effectively they are 31 for 2. And if you start a game at that in that situation, you say advantage Kent. So Hampshire have got a bit of batting to do here.
Yeah, it's pretty even Steven now, isn't it? That last wicket partnership, I just shifted the momentum. I felt it might at the time. And Podmore, who smashed 30 in good time, looking every inch the all-rounder at the moment.
Certainly is.
The first couple of wickets to fall. Hasn't taken part in the T20 blast. Harry Podmore, seen very much as more of a red ball bowler, so he should be fresh. Certainly hitting his 4-day lines and lengths.
Bit of swing for him as well, isn't it? That makes a difference, doesn't it?
Yeah, Sam North East, formerly of this parish, of course, former Kent captain. knows about this ground, knows about the surfaces and the bowlers. But there will be added pressure against his former club. Done pretty well against Kent. He got runs in the Lord's final against Kent.
Yes, he did.
But his team need an innings from him now. He's going to face up to Podmore. Kev will talk you through it.
2 for 5, Podmore. Comes in and bowls to North East, and that's full. North East drives up to mid-wicket. It was just going up. It's like you enjoyed your pull shot, and I'm sure you enjoyed it on day one of your career, and you enjoyed it on the last day of your career. I was like that with LBWs. I just got so excited when the ball swung. I got so excited, and I did, even in my 20th year or whatever it was. It's amazing and it's stupid, really, when you look back now. But little things like that, and LBWs. I mean, gosh.
Well, bread and butter for a left-arm swing bowler, aren't they? Really,
yeah.
to the right-hander, swinging it back.
This is no lie. And I know hopefully you'll know what I mean when I say that. It's pushed out on the other side. But when the ball swung, bowling as a left arm over to a right hand, it was almost too easy. Now, do you know what I mean by that? It was. If there's not a wicket with this ball, it's in their wicket next ball, or it's a wicket the ball after, because it was always pitching on line.
Yeah, and just straightening back up onto the stumps. Yeah.
So somebody had to. It was only a matter of time before somebody didn't play it with the bat.
Yeah. Did you have one that went the other way, or did you just let the angle
really.
across? Did you scramble the seam or anything like that?
I didn't do loads of that, to be honest. Oh my word, that's a beautiful leg cutter. North East is prodding out that one, but that's not a surprise. No, I didn't really, because I mean, listen, I was of a pace that unless I got it exactly right, it was a nightmare. And I did experiment with various things, and I just found that once I lost that rhythm, and if I didn't get the balls in the right place, then of course that put pressure on me to keep bowling. Yep. So in the end, I just worked very hard on trying to make sure the ball swung, and I suppose over the years it swung more and more for me as a whole. North East was on the back foot, pushed it out square on the offside, and I found that once it swung, I was always in the game.
Yeah.
Always. If it didn't swing, I bowled a few overs, and I either got smashed out of the attack, or they said, well, it wasn't worth me bowling, which was fine. It didn't bother me. I had my batting as well, but once it swung,
you're in the
I
game.
was bowling, and I always felt there was a wicket round the corner. It didn't matter who it was, whether it was Viv, whether it was whoever, number 11. I just knew somewhere along the line a wicket was around the corner. It's funny, isn't it? It's a weird feeling. You would have felt that when you walked out the bat sometimes. You think
that there was a wicket around the corner.
Yes. I didn't think of that. Thank you for thinking that one for me.
I thought I'd get in first because I knew it was coming. I remember left arm, so someone like a Kevin Dean who played at Derbyshire at the kind of back end of the 90s. I remember he used to get me for a pastime, real kind of phantom pace, little Darren Stevens type. I mean, Deanie used to charge in a bit more than Darren, but you almost used to overtake it. But, I mean, crikey, he's got a good record, and the ball was swung, and he could have it on a piece of string, and I was LBW Dean. I remember playing once, I worked really hard, bowling machine, set it up for left arm in swing, and the first 4 balls he bowled at me, I think I drilled through mid-on and mid-wicket, let the ball swing in, and boom, 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 and then he bowled me in a waist swing, and I nicked it to slip. As Weatherly drives up to mid-off off Darren Stevens, and that was why I asked you if he had the one that went the other way, because I think sometimes as a batsman, when you're playing against a left armer who's swinging every ball, once you start to get in against it, it can be quite nice, because you can then start to line it up, even when it's swinging, if every ball's swinging. And I remember Michael DiVenuto being at slip, and he went and had a word with Kevin Dean, and he obviously just said, just turn it round and bowl the away swinger.
Right.
And I was trying to whip him through mid-wicket and ended up nicking it to slip, much as Tom Alsop has just done, as Weatherly's on the back foot, punching up to mid-off. And there is no run. I think Ben Watts is going to get in for a little update.
Thanks, David. Enjoyed that, as always. I've got my update to do as well, actually. Oh, you're coming in here, aren't you? Sorry, I can't work out who's going where.
Stevens continuing then. Left alone outside the off stump by Joe Weatherly. Hampshire 10 for 2 then. 2 former Kent players at the crease, one-time loanee and Joe Weatherly, former captain Sam North East. Weatherly just pushes this one out and towards the covers. Stevens bowls once more. Forward comes Weatherly, defends into the offside. Straight to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Update on the way for radio listeners as Stevens is in and bowling, not far away from the off stump. A lead from Joe Weatherly. Maiden over from Darren Stevens. That update coming. Yeah, Kenton made a good start after struggling with the bat so far in this game. Harry Podmore, though, off the back of scoring 30 as the team's number 11 with the bat, has come in firing with the ball. He's managed to take 2 early wickets. His figures 3 overs, 2 for 5, removing the opener Ian Holland, LBW, and then getting Tom Alsop caught at third slip. Lovely low catch from Jack Leaning. So the match situation at the moment, Hampshire leading by 31 runs after having a first innings lead of 21 there. 10 for 2. There's a shout for LBW not given in this second innings. Commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella with the weather.
Good game this, Ben, isn't it?
Yeah, very good game. Podmore actually suggested he might, using that momentum from his late innings. That swashbuckling 30 not out. Coming in, picking up a couple of wickets. Really good sharp catch from Jack Leaning for the second one.
2 big wickets, really.
Here he comes again. Harry Podmore. Oh, lovely drive from northeast, but Podmore just got a big left hand on it to halt its progress, and then Drummond at mid-off, tidying up, so dot ball.
Yeah, I think that stopped the boundary, didn't it? He's had a good sort of hour or so, hasn't he? Hour and a half, Podmore, with a bat and now with a ball, now with fielding as well. It's having an impact, isn't he, the way this game is swinging into Kent's favour a little bit more.
Three slips for Podmore. Cloudy overhead. Floodlights on. Full delivery, leading edge from northeast. He was trying to play that leg side and gets it away through the covers. Being chased out towards the deep cover boundary. Thrown in. I think by Fred Clarkson. He must be the sub-fielder out there at the moment. It was left-handed and it suddenly dawned on me. Who's the left-hander out there? Must be Clarkson. Who's on? I can't see who's on for though. I'll have a think.
Well, slip cordon's the same, isn't it? Is that Jordan Cox at point?
Mark's a ridden at points. Maybe Jordan Cox is the man that's missing actually.
Ah.
Here comes Podmore. Bowling to northeast once more. 12 for 2 Hampshire, 2 for northeast. Defended up towards mid-on. It's Kuhn at first. Crawley leaning. Then it's Marks Reardon at back of point. Clarkson then at cover. Drummond and Stewart mid-on, mid-off. Milnes mid-wicket. Stevens long leg.
Yeah, you're right.
So Jordan Cox the man who's off. Didn't notice if he's been off for the previous 6 and a bit overs. Podmore again, number 1 on his back. Silvery hair as he bowls. This one's left alone outside the off stump by northeast once more. That familiar sweatband on his left forearm, a short sleeve shirt with the sleeveless sweater over the top. The amount of batsmen that like to bat in those short sleeve sweaters. I always feel a bit too warm for a jumper when I'm batting. Personally, it's a little bit chilly out there, of course. September cricket here on the BBC. Podmore bowls well forward this time. Sam northeast playing defensively. End of the over. 12 for 2. Hampshire's lead 33 runs here against Kent. Currently 3 points apiece. All in bowling points for Kent and Hampshire. No side for batting bonus points. 191 playing 170 the first couple of days so far.
Got another email here from Mike Vokes, who's following up his earlier email about young Hampshire fast bowlers coming through. sunnycricket@gmail.com. He says, thanks for the info about the Hampshire prospects. I had forgotten about Ajit Dale. He's only bowled 2 overs in the Kents innings, or had only bowled 2 overs, as he comes down. Stevens bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly pushes forward, going to take a quick single out into the gap in the covers. 13 for 2. Is he injured? No, he just in a tight game really. His 2 overs were a little bit loose actually, and really in this situation, I think it was felt that he was just leaking a few too many runs. He says, I see from my little book that Adam Rouse is shown as being a Kent player. Ben, I think earlier you explained Adam's situation, didn't you? We'll go through that again actually, just as Stevens comes in again and bowls to northeast outside the off stump. Northeast leaves alone. He's around, isn't he, Adam Rouse?
Yeah, so he basically announced his retirement from cricket at the start of the summer. I think he was under contract for this season, so he has been sticking around with the group this summer and helping out coaching. He's been out there with the team preparing before the game, and he was the one feeding the slip catches the last couple of days in the warm-ups. But yeah, he's still with the group and moving on to pastures new.
Stevens bowls. He's wrapped on the pad. That looks close, Sam. Northeast. Oh my word, he's gone. And Billy Taylor has his hand up, and that's just come down the hill from Darren Stevens, and the 44-year-old does it again. The Hampshire captain has gone for 2, and Hampshire are 3 down now.
Yeah, the acting there from Sam Northeast. He was looking at the ground, trying desperately not to look at the umpire, trying not to look guilty, but he knew, I think, that he was dead. And straight delivery from Darren Stevens. As you say, Kevin, a little bit of a nip down the slope, and on the cusp of tea, Kent have struck, and Hampshire go in at the second interval of day 2 on 13 for 3, and that little short period of 7.5 overs before the end of the session has very much been Kent's. 2 for Podmore, 1 for Stevens. Fighting back in a low scoring game. It's set to be a nail biter. At the moment, Hampshire 34 runs in front, but Kent fighting back in the second innings. Join us again in around about 20 minutes time, 3:30. We'll be back for the final session of day 2.
good spell tomorrow. What do you want to do? You want to do it in the morning, on the one? You want to do 2 spells?
Welcome back to Canterbury, final session of day 2. Hampshire resuming 13 for 3, leading Kent by 34 runs. Game moving on apace today. Myself, Ben Watts for BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Silence, Kevin James in the seat. Have former Kent cricket captain David Fulton with us very shortly as well. But Kent's session largely, that last one, Kevin?
Good one, wasn't it? With the bat towards the end of their innings, and then a good start, just how they would have wanted to start and put pressure on the Hampshire team in this second innings. This game is slightly in Kent's favour here.
Stevens from the Nackington Road end with 3 slips, bowling to Felix Organ. Angles the defensive stroke down towards backward point.
You started the game if you started the game and Hampshire were 30 for 3, you'd say, oh yeah, in amongst this, wow. Hampshire can't afford to have a bad session here. Otherwise it's game over.
Weatherly, the key man, you would say. 5 not out, where he played in the first innings. Felix Organ looking to get off the mark. Avoid a pair, and he's got a pair. Darren Stevens has bowled him. Inside edge onto leg stump. Hampshire 13 for 4. Stevens strikes immediately in the session.
Well, I think that's what, we were saying with David earlier, or David was saying that Stevens is more potent from that Nackington Road end, because not only does he look to swing the ball up the hill, but if it doesn't do anything, it comes back. It comes down the hill, and Organ there has got an inside edge onto the leg stump, and simply because that ball has not swung away. And the Hampshire players will know that Stevens looks to swing the ball away from the outside edge, so they're looking for it. And then when it doesn't and comes down the hill, you're not in a great position. And I'm not sure Organ was in a great position. But it's not easy. It ain't easy out there, believe me. It's not easy out there at all. And Kent, well, they're taking every advantage here, aren't they?
Certainly are at the moment. 2 for Stevens now, 2 for Podmore. Or 2 for Podmore now, 2 for Stevens rather. But although this over has been interrupted by the tea break, it's now a couple in this over for Darren Stevens. His figures 2 for 6, 2 for 7 for Podmore. McManus walking out to go and join Joe Weatherly. And I thought we were looking at this Hampshire lineup being an inexperienced one, and I feel like it further illustrates my point that you're looking at the order and who's to come and saying Joe Weatherly's probably got to be your man who's going to get in along with Lewis McManus perhaps and dig out a score here. Don't really want to be relying on Scott Curry again to bail you out with 38, although he did play very positively and very well in the first innings.
Well, Hampshire are in danger of being blown away here on what looked to be a game that was in their favour, then looked as though it was pretty level, and now they're in danger of being blown away.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Stevens is in and bowling to McManus, away, swinging gentle delivery which has been left alone. Stevens finishes over, as I say, that was interrupted by the tea break. Effectively, as you pointed out, Kevin, it's 34 for 4, and that narrow first innings lead not only eaten into by the last wicket stand of 47 from O'Riordan and Harry Podmore, but now these early top order wickets falling. Well, Kent have started the evening session in perfect fashion from their point of view. Darren Stevens removing Felix Organ for the second time in the game. The second time he's got him second ball for a duck, and so Hampshire find themselves in a spot of bother in their second innings. 13 for 4 because of their lead in the first innings. That is a 34 for 4 effectively, but with 2 wickets from Harry Podmore, 2 wickets from Darren Stevens, and now another one potentially. No, it's been dropped. It went to Zach Crawley at second slip. He juggled it. It was almost caught by Heineken at first slip, and he managed to drop it as well. So Kent's almost had another breakthrough. At the moment, it looks really difficult to bat out there. Joe Weatherly, the man who gets the life on 5. All happening here at the cricket, with Kent looking to try and get back on top as they go in search of a final win in this final group game in the Bob Willis Trophy. Commentary continues online. Kate Kinsella has the weather. Here's Podmore again. Weatherly gets in behind this one and defends. I'm going to leave you with Kevin James and with David Fulton.
Wow, it's all happening since the tea break. I wouldn't quite go as far as to say that if that had been taken, that's game over for Hampshire, but I think it would have been pretty close. That would have been good night, I think. Hampshire, David Fulton.
Wow, that's all I can say.
Phew. That wasn't a difficult chance either, was it? I thought it might have been taken at the second attempt, but somehow the ball eluded everybody after it was juggled. That's a push to mid-wicket. Can Joe Weatherly make Kent pay? You have to say at the moment, the way things are going, probably not, but that's not because of his own sort of inefficiencies. It's really just the way the game is swinging in Kent's favour, quite alarmingly.
Yeah, batting looks tricky, doesn't it? A bit of cloud cover, the lights are on, a bit of dampness in the pitch, a few indentations.
So much for that heavy roller.
Yeah, there are times I'm very pleased to be 150 yards away from a cricket pitch, and now is
yes.
certainly one of those.
Yes, his Podmore again runs away from us, bowls to Weatherly, just moves away, but Weatherly leaves that one alone. Wow. Yes, if that had been taken, I think we could have safely said that Hampshire would have struggled to get anything out of this game from 13 for 5, but you never know.
Yeah, you've seen Zach Crawley take some great catches at slip for England and for Kent. He put one or two down. He put one down off Jimmy, didn't he? Last catch he dropped, I think, was probably off Jimmy Anderson, as he was approaching his 600th Test wicket.
Wasn't it?
So there was a few in the slips of Jimmy.
That's worked up to mid-on by Weatherly.
So I don't know whether dropping a one off Jimmy's made him slightly nervous in there, because Jimmy there's a kind of a bit of a stare and then a slightly rueful look to the skies, I think, from Jimmy. I don't think dropping one off Harry Podmore perhaps is quite so intimidating, but we talked about the game being a leveller, didn't we? Zach Crawley with 267. Well, so far his contribution in, certainly today, was out first ball and then grass to slip catch. That's how the game can bite you back. But he's very level-headed, Zach Crawley. I'm sure he'll put it behind him.
So Podmore, and Weatherly's in behind that good length ball, placing it out on the onside end of the over, 13 for 4. Weatherly has 5, and McManus says McManus has faced a ball. I'm not he probably has he, from Darren Stevenson's last ball? Yes, he has, from the over, yeah.
Face one.
It's the game's moving rapidly forward, and it's almost in a way quite difficult to keep up with. The wickets have been falling on a fairly regular basis throughout this match, but as we get further and further into it, wickets seem to be easier and easier to take for the bowlers.
Well, in the context of the Bob Willis Trophy, and you're playing, of course, and Kent are in this, playing for a place in the Lord's final, which mathematically was looking a long way off a little while ago, but you'd say they got their noses back in front in this game as Darren Stevens starts a new over from the Nackington Road end I prefer him at. He's nudging it to backward point as Lewis McManus. O'Riordan fields, there's no run. In kind of golfing parlance, they could be kind of in the clubhouse with the lead, couldn't they? The way this game is advancing, you could imagine that they will have enough points to be, not 1 foot in the Lord's final, but they'll be in the lead in the clubhouse and then leave it up to Essex and 1 or 2 others, with it all to do.
Great analogy. I knew you were here for a reason.
Yeah, kind of to continue the analogy, because I love my golf, so I'm going to go with it. They're probably just approaching the back 9 as Stevens is in. He's bowling to McManus. Not quite, maybe on the 8th hole. They're 4 down, they haven't quite turned for home.
And it feels like Hampshire are still trying to get out the bunker. What about the third effort, and it still keeps rolling back into the sand?
Yeah, I think they've gone from the water straight into the lake. But there'll be a twist and turn yet, that's for certain, because Kent were going along quite nicely at one stage with the bat, and then suddenly they had the rug pulled from under them. Stevens again to McManus, who's thinking about a quick single, but O'Riordan's in really close at cover point, as is Daniel Bill-Drummond to the wideish mid-off. So every run-scoring avenue being shut down by Kent with the bowlers and fielders at the moment. 3 slips, backward point, tight mid-off, who's also quite wide in Daniel Drummond. They like these 4 fielders on the leg side, 3 in the ring. One of them, mid-wicket, is catching. Stevens to McManus, a drive, and it's going to get 4 for it. It wasn't where he aimed it. He was looking for the big off drive. And big away swinger from Darren Stevens. Teaser, tempter. Lured McManus into the drive, thick edge. Flew 5th slip.
Yeah,
probably catchable height for a 5th slip, but it's not quite It's not a 5-slip situation at the moment. Ken's got to be watchful as well, mindful of the runs scored, so they've got a few men on the single. And it prompted a change of field, though. Square legs coming across, so there is going to be I think a gully. So Milnes is coming across to point, which means O'Riordan. Where's he going to go? He's wandering into gully, I think. Exactly where that ball flew. Possibly a ball too late, as Stevens trundles in again. Full and defending, and they're taking a quick single. Milnes is after it. There's going to be a throw at the stumps, but it was well judged, and they scamper through quite comfortably. 18 for 4.
That's the way to play, isn't it? It's
get up the other end.
Well, yeah, there's that as well. But just a few singles, just to sort of stop the scoreboard from being stuck. I know we just had a boundary, but the way things are going at the moment, boundaries, I don't think we're going to see too many of them in quick succession. But keep those singles going.
Stevens bowling to Weatherly, who does exactly that. Right on cue, as if Kevin James is in their ears. Quick single. 6 from the over. Another decent one from Darren Stevens. 4, the boundary was a thick outside edge. Flew uppishly through about 5th slip. Yeah, the other way to play, I think how well Harry Podmore did when he came in and gave it a bit of long handle. I remember playing a game at Stockton against Durham years ago, and we were something like 12 for 3 in the second innings, having had a bit of a lead on first innings, so not dissimilar to this situation. And James Treadwell came in at number 5, and Rob Key, Otis Gibson got all 3 wickets swinging away to the right-handers, and he sent in James Treadwell basically to try and hit him off his length.
Gosh.
And he got a quick 30, and he did change the game to some extent.
Really? Podmore bowls to Weatherly. Weatherly prods forward up to mid-off. Bell Drummond the fielder. Yeah, I mean, the thing is with that, it's great when it comes off, isn't it? Because it just changes the feeling and the complexion, doesn't it?
Well, I think Kesey was the first man out. I was at the other end. I didn't have many balls to face, or I probably would have been back in the hutch with them. But he kind of recognised that 1, a left-hander would be useful, and 2, Otis Gibson was just kind of hitting a line and length at decent pace, and we needed to give him something else to think about. And it was easier for a tail-ender to do that.
Podmore to Weatherly. Outside the off stump, Weatherly leaves alone. Yeah, I mean, you're right, Podmore actually did change things, didn't he? I mean, the thing is, O'Riordan was playing well enough that Podmore could play differently at the other end, and exactly what he did, and it has changed things, there's no doubt about it. And something we were talking about yesterday, actually, Paul Williams had just tweeted at Sun Sport. I'll come to that in a moment. Podmore's at the top of his mark with 2 for 7 against his name. Balls to Weatherly once more. They're straight on, that's a beauty! And they're asking for a caught behind, but not out.
Oh, I thought he was off then. Joe Weatherly. He looked like he turned and he just walked a square leg and did a little loop like a lot of batsmen like to do. But bearing in mind the Les Ames stand is where Hampshire are changing, I thought he was just wheeling away and heading off into the sunset. But there's another cracking delivery.
God, wasn't it? We've seen a few in this game, haven't we? I've probably seen as many in this game as I think I've seen in the whole of the competition. Leg cutters, off cutters, away swingers, in swingers, balls that have bounced off a length. Hasn't been that bad a pitch though, outside the off stump, and that's left alone. It's just been some good bowling. Paul Williams said, do you think it's a fear factor with Darren Stevens, and what would happen if players came down the wicket to him? We did talk about this yesterday, didn't we? Yeah. That actually, but again, the game situation would dictate that, wouldn't it? It's a brave man to be running down the wicket at him right now.
Yes and no, and I think there's running down the wicket. I think I mentioned Zach Crawley yesterday and the way he played Mohammed Abbas in the Test match, and I think that Crawley would play Darren Stevens by looking to get down the wicket on the line of off stump, and then just play from there.
Podmore again to Weatherly. Weatherly gets a thick inside edge down to fine leg. Had to get a bat on that because that ball just held its line there. And Weatherly is playing slightly across the front pad. 20 for 4 here. Weatherly moves on to 7. Hampshire lead is just 41. Delicate stage in the match here for Hampshire because another wicket or 2 and they're out of it.
Yeah, what do you think? Hampshire will try and get as many as they can. Obviously there's no thought of any kind of declaration, but what do you think Hampshire would think? You know what, we've just got our noses in front. I think kind of 180.
I tell you what,
it's looking a long way off at the moment, but
it's another 150 from here, isn't it? That is looking a long way. Wow, I think they've done well because this next hour is massive the way things have gone as McManus watchfully prods forward. End of the over, 20 for 4. I mean, if they play well Well, I mean, what we got tonight, 29 overs, so I guess if these
3
two
and
can
over?
yeah, I mean, if these two can stick together for a while, you know, they might get the benefit a bit later on, but then of course you still got tomorrow morning at 10:30 to get through. I mean, is there ever a stage where Hampshire can be rewarded for a decent partnership where things become a bit easier? Will that ever be the case?
Well, if you work on the basis of 3 and over, which is going some, and because there's been quite slow scoring, isn't it? You know, think of what Ian Holland achieved and Darren Stevens in the first innings, but if you work on 3 and over, that's 90, give or take. Around about 100 for 4 tonight would be, Hampshire would be very happy with. Even maybe 100 for 6 they might take.
Yeah.
At the moment, they are 20 for 4, the lead is 41, and Darren Stevens is just moving his short mid-wicket a little bit closer. He's into opening batsman Joe Weatherly, who's seen all the carnage from the non-striker's end, pushing that one up to mid-on where Grant Stewart fields and there's no run. He's been good, Weatherly. I know he's had a little bit of fortune with that drop catch by Zach Crawley, but you mentioned the fact he's averaging 50, or was before this game, in the Bob Willis Trophy. Even in these low-scoring games, this kind of innings, he looks in decent touch. Stevens is into him now. He's forcing off the back foot, bounced a bit on him. Hit the splice, went nowhere. O'Riordan Fields at point, no run.
I know he was a little bit disappointing on loan here. What was that, 3 years ago or so?
Yeah, about that.
And I think I know he was disappointed with it as well. He's a better player than that. And I always felt that this year, even though there's not much cricket to be played, I think there were signs last year, because he got injured halfway through the year, so didn't play the second half. There were signs last year that he just turned a corner.
He leaves alone to Darren Stevens, bat beautifully over off stump, just rocked forward and kept the bat still.
And it's proved this year, to be fair, it's proved that he has turned a corner. I think he's you know, certainly one of the mainstays of the Hampshire batting lineup now, even with players back and what have you. He's the main opener.
Well, sometimes it takes a little while to get yourself established in a team, and the more senior you get, the more you feel like you belong.
Yep.
Stevens is into him now. Oh, that's just kind of offered away through the air and came back gently off the seam, 2 or 3 inches outside off stump. Ollie Robinson have a close look at it from behind the stumps. Good leave.
It was.
And you mentioned yesterday how well he leaves the ball, and I think if we think back to Sam Northeast, and I think Lewis McManus, both pushing outside their off stump to Darren Stevens and nicking off. Joe Weatherly has left well. Stevens is into him now, and he pushes into the offside. Daniel Bill Drummond alert, comes in quickly, prevents the single.
Yeah, it's a game at Radlett where his innings of 100 and he got runs in the second innings as well was comfortably the difference between the two sides on a tricky wicket there as well.
Yeah.
And the feature was that he left brilliantly, absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, technique looks pretty decent. He's playing nice and straight. Stevens is into him, and he's defending off the back foot, but he's still got his weight forward, which is important. Some people think you play off the back foot, your weight goes back, you lean back. You've got to keep your weight forward and your top half towards the ball, and you go back to give yourself a bit of time. Maiden over for Darren Stevens. Impressive figures, as always seems to be the case. 6 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 12. Hampshire 20 for 4, and the lead remains at 41.
Oh, what a last 28 overs in the day we're in for here. Just looking around to see if that cloud's going to disappear. That will help things a little bit. It's going to be hanging around with us, even though it's fairly high. But it's full on. There's no blue sky anywhere to be seen. But, still make Hampshire's job pretty tough. Podmore comes into McManus. Good leave outside the off stump. Yeah, he's only 23, Joe Weatherly. Just going back to the Joe Weatherly thing. 23, that's still, for a lot of players, that's still no age, is it? I know some players by 23, they've done this and they've done that, and great, good luck to them. But I think for a lot of players, it's still an age where you can't make a massive decision on them. I know some counties have to, financially wise and what have you, squad makeup wise. Then by the time some are 23, you do have to make your mind up on them. But I think for ones, that's a good ball. It's just left McManus who's prodding forward. But I think he's a prime example of somebody who, I think, 23, by the time he gets to 24, of course he'll be even better and even more mature. And I think he is one of those that's just takes a year or two longer than others.
Well, They generally say, don't they, your best years as a batsman are your late 20s. Late 20s, early 30s. A lot of batsmen peak around that time, so he's still got a bit of time on his side, albeit you kind of have to justify your salary, particularly in these times.
Yeah. McManus on the back foot, plays that down the pitch. Yeah, probably more so than ever now, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a real. I mean, we know it's cutthroat. It's a cutthroat game. All pro sport is, but I think this year is particularly savage. It's going to be particularly savage on some players.
It just ramps up the pressure, doesn't it? Especially if you're out of contract. And batting is unique, really, amongst sporting disciplines, and it's the one chance. I suppose, like heavyweight boxing, you make one error, you're flat on your back. You know, you make one error here, and you're snicked off, or you're off pole's line behind you, and off you walk.
Podmore comes in again outside the off stump, and McManus leaves. I mean, 5 games, isn't it? And less the rain that we've had, because that's interrupted quite a bit of the programme as well, isn't it? It doesn't give you a lot of time to say, I'm worth another contract, does it? You've got to make an instant impact.
Yeah, and as a batsman, it's knowing that one mistake could bring about your demise, knowing as well that to get to 100 or a score of note is going to take a long time. And if every ball has a certain amount of jeopardy with only a certain amount of reward, so mentally things can be stacked against you.
Certainly can. McManus gets wrapped on the pad. That's going down the leg side. Worth a shout though, but I think that was a fairly easy decision there for Nigel Long. I'll pick up a leg by. 21 for 4 equates to a 42-run lead for Hampshire.
Podmore's bowled well here.
Yeah,
he's got a bit of a waist shape. It's interesting that with his kind of peroxide blonde hair, he's got quite a different approach to the wicket, hasn't he? Kind of bounds in from an angle, his elbows jutting out. Looks like he needs good oil. He's not that fluid, is it? But it works for him.
Comes in and bowls, and it's outside the off stump. Nice shape on that delivery. There's no real sort of jump into the bowling action from the run-up, is there really? It's very, you're right, a bit mechanical and not a great amount of pace, but at the end of the day, as long as you can get the ball to move off the straight, that's what it's all about, and he does. 2 for 8 off 7.
Tall man gets a bit of bounce, and when it all clicks for that action of his, he can be tough to deal with. Came from Middlesex a few winters ago now, and it's done great. Along with Matt Milnes, Kent aren't really in the market for the top players that seem to be picked up. I think the David Milan has gone to Yorkshire, and one or two others. Jamie Overton being picked up by Surrey. Stevens starts a new over, and McManus is tucking this into the leg side. Podmore's got some fielding to do. They're going to think about 2, and they're going to pick it up quite comfortably. He wants Daniel Belldrummond backing up at the bowler's end. Podmore pointing to that, and Belldrummond is waving for something, but something. A bit of hand sanitizer, maybe that's a new signal.
Is that what was
I
it?
don't know. There's something. We'll find out when it comes out, but that was not a signal I recognise. They're after something out there. Stevens is into McManus once more, and who plays and misses with an absolute beauty. Classic Stevens, just held up the hill. Put that to the back of your mind as a batsman. Get ready for the next one.
It's just unbelievable, isn't it? It produces those deliveries. It's outrageous. Outrageous at that pace.
But if you look at the attacks on display for both sides, really, with no Kyle Abbott, of course, for Hampshire. There's some youth, there's some experience as well. On offer right now as he bowls Darren Stevens to Lewis McManus. But the likes of Milnes and Podmore, who are not, people probably didn't get especially excited about at Kent when they were signed. They hadn't got great first-class pedigrees, but that's the job of Matt Walker and Paul Downton, to pick up those little gems, give them a polish, and 50 wickets each last year as Kent consolidated their position in the top flight. Stevens to McManus defending. Belldrummond at mid-off prevents the single.
I didn't see a lot of Podmore, to be honest, but I saw a little bit of Milnes. I always thought that wherever he went, he'd do a good job. He played against us for Notts, and I don't know, I just, something about him, and I thought, yeah, he's alright, and then, you hear that he wants away, and not say, well, no, he won't go, he'll stay, and of course he didn't, but I don't know, obviously Hampshire weren't that keen.
Oh, full stroke from McManus, who was aiming that delivery from Stevens, which was full and straight back down the pitch, and nipped out, thick edge, at the cover point. But Milnes does the fielding, no run. Yeah, but
I think you guys have done well picking up good players. If you keep picking up, decent players, they don't have to be world beaters, but if you keep picking up decent players, you've got a decent side, haven't you?
Absolutely. Stevens in, shorter this time. Wasn't the bouncer that we talked about, but he banged it in a bit back of a link, and it climbed on McManus, who was on his toes knocking it down. Well, I think what they do well here is they're signing good characters. They're signing hungry cricketers who've got a bit to prove, and that can be when they come into a good environment, and the Kent environment here that Matt Walker, Paul Downson and the staff have created is a terrific environment, and they want to play for each other, and suddenly a young player that's hungry to do well, it's got a bit about them, they can flourish, and that's been the case with Podmore and Milnes, and to a certain extent Grant Stewart, one or two others. Seeing it with Marcus O'Riordan too.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It doesn't matter, members or supporters of any county, that you might be disappointed missing out on the big names and that, but with a big name doesn't always mean harmony in the dressing room, and that there are several around, and not just in cricket but around other sports, that it's all very well picking up these star performers who are going to win you some games, but if the dressing room suffers because of it, and we probably know one or two that have been available recently that probably wouldn't help things along in the dressing room, then it's not as good a signing as it seems. Here's Podmore. Oh, he's wrapped on the pad, coming forward here, Joe Weatherly. I think he's outside the line of off stump. Maybe an inside edge onto the pad, I don't know, but he looked to be reasonably well forward.
Yeah,
there.
he was forward, a steep bounce. I think we've seen it. We saw it a lot with Ian Holland bowling from this pavilion end. A full-length ball that bounces steeply, and even though it hits you on the knee roll, if you look at the angles, full ball bouncing steeply, that would have gone 6 inches over the top of the stumps.
Yep. So apart from that possible inside edge and outside the line, it wasn't too far away. Here comes Podmore. Bowls to Weatherly once more. That's straighter. Weatherly's in behind. Plays that up to Stewart. I think that is at mid-on.
Yep. It'll be really interesting to see how Grant Stewart bowls, because with the greatest of respect to him, and he's a fine prospect, he's 26, so he's probably more mature than some, but he didn't quite hit his straps in the first innings, and that was when the pressure was relieved. Still got Milnes to turn his arm over, and of course the spin of O'Riordan could feature as well, but Stewart needs to come to play.
Podmore bowls, and that angled away from the bat, and Weatherly isn't offering a shot. Yeah, we are in a situation really, you don't want somebody coming on, a bit like Ajit Dale really, wasn't he? Couldn't quite get it right, and Kent were able to just push the ball around at will really over 2 overs, and he had to be quickly whisked out of the attack, and even in this situation Kent can't quite afford somebody to come on and not quite get it right now, and that's the pressure as a bowler. Everybody thinks, oh, you just rock up and you bowl, but there's a lot of pressure on you at times when others are bowling well around you, and it's a tight game. You cannot be the one. Oh, he's caught a second slip. Good delivery, Podmore, and he's celebrated there by running away to the covers, and that's a good catch in the slips, and this time Weatherly can't get away with an edge. He's gone for 7, and it's 23 for 5 now, Hampshire, in real disarray. Great
grab from Zach Crawley. It was a repeat of a couple of overs ago. This time, though, Crawley hangs on. It was low, he's a tall man, 6'6", and he got his fingers underneath it. And that is a big wicket, because Weatherly looked well organised, and he was blunting Kent's attack. But he's gone for 7. 23 for 5, the lead just 44, and it is game on here at the Spitfire ground.
Certainly is. Might be claiming the extra half hour tonight, the way things are going.
Well, I did say, didn't I? I wrote you a little note when you were on comms with Ben. I said this could be over tonight. The way the wickets are falling, Kent could be chasing 75 here. There's still 25 overs left.
That's the thing, isn't it? I mean, if all the seamers keep it tight, Hampshire aren't going to be scoring quick runs, and really the wicket is still offering enough for the bowlers. You are sort of just waiting for the next wicket still, and that seems to have been a feature for most part of this game, where whatever's happening out there, there's another wicket not too far away.
Yeah, well, this is why I think it might just be worth a bit of a throw of the dice. You know, throw a tail ender in and try and hit him off their length, because Joe Weatherly's played quite beautifully out there. You know, and he's come away with 7, and he hasn't advanced Hampshire's calls that much, and yet he's played as well as anyone.
Yes.
And he did nothing wrong with that delivery. It just bounced and left him. There's enough in this pitch that if you just keep hammering away, eventually a batsman's going to nick one. So the Podmore long handle approach, or using your feet, or trying to counter attack in whatever way you can, sometimes you just got to take the game by the scruff of the neck and take a chance.
Yeah. I mean, he's faced about 37, 38 balls, Joe Weatherly, for that 7 as well, which is, you know.
Yeah, and he could have been out earlier in identical fashion.
So Tom Scriven then, that's outside the off stump from Podmore. Scriven doesn't have to play at that one. So now you started to get into the real youthful side of the Hampshire side, and you know, is somebody in the early stages of their first class cricket, are they going to sort of take it on? Are they going to sort of throw the bat a little bit to see what might happen? I'm not sure.
Sometimes the fearlessness of youth. I mean, I don't know what's been said out there. I don't know how these young men play in terms of their natural game. Tom Curry played well, didn't he? Scott Curry rather played nicely in the first innings, but he wasn't throwing the kitchen sink.
Podmore to Scriven, outside the off stump again, and that's left alone. End of the over. 23 for 5. Hampshire.
3 for 8 off 8. I mean, we've seen some extraordinary bowling figures, haven't we? Was it Darren Stevens 5 for 37 off 27, and Ian Holland was about 1 and over, wasn't he? Podmore rather ruined his figures. Ian Holland, he was excellent as well. Let's have a look. And have a little change of comms as Ben Watts comes back in. Be pretty pleased with what he's seen in the last 20 minutes or so.
Crikey, yeah, that first drop from Crawley didn't end up costing too much, did it? I think it was whether he dropped on 5 and then caught on 7, same bowler, same catcher in the end.
Yep, here's Stevens again, and there's a shout for LBW against McManus, but stifled appeal.
At the moment, it looks seriously tricky to bat out there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's tough to know where your next run's going to come from. And while I say, you know, try and hit a bowler off his length and mix it up and everything, much easier game behind these glass windows, let me tell you. Stevens, Nackington Road end. And McManus is prods forward, and another thick outside edge. Not much is hitting the middle of the bat. And McManus kind of covering up and trying to defend down the pitch, and it's squirting out to mid-wicket and to cover point. And you just, as Kevin James was saying, almost waiting for another wicket.
Batsmen almost waiting for Kent to bowl a couple of bad balls, which they're not doing at the moment, keeping that pressure up.
This one, he leaves outside off stump. McManus goes through to Ollie Robinson. 3 slips, the fine gully. 2-1 savers on the offside. Mid-on, mid-wicket. And Harry Podmore just contemplating life, which is looking pretty rosy at the moment for him, down on the long leg fence.
Suddenly I'm looking at the Essex score again.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Middlesex 84 for 4, still trailing by 14, so still Essex heavy favourites.
Stevens full, swinging, good drive for McManus, and Stevens gets a finger on it. Stops it, rolls back onto the stumps, but Tom Scriven easily back in made his ground.
Sussex, on the other hand, managed to get 415 against Surrey. All out at the Oval. Well, Kent showed the other day it's a decent place to have a bat. Half centuries for Rawlins and Brown and Visa. That ton for Tom Haynes that you mentioned earlier on, David.
Stevens full outside, but manages off stump. Drive, didn't get all of it. I get a couple of runs. Matt Milnes fields. Still yet to see Matt Milnes have a trundle. 25 for 5. And lead is 46.
Update on the way for radio listeners. Yeah, Kent have turned the tide in the game, and now after a pretty sticky batting performance from them, apparently it's just very difficult to bat out there for both teams. Hampshire 25 for 5. Harry Podmore has just got his man Joe Weatherly caught by Zach Crawley at second slip as McManus drives away, possibly for a boundary into the offside. Crawley had dropped to the same man a couple of runs earlier, but in the end didn't cost too many runs for Kent, who managed to get a couple of wickets on 13, one either side of the tea break from Darren Stevens, who got Felix Organ out for repair. So Stevens has got 2 wickets, Podmore's got 3 wickets in this Hampshire second innings. They do have a lead over Kent because of their first innings efforts of 50 now, despite being 29 for 5. Commentary continues online. Nina Ridge now has the weather.
Well, that drive from Lewis McManus means he's the first man to go to double figures in this innings. I was looking down, 2742070. I think that's my cousin's phone number.
Nicely played from Lewis McManus. Podmore to continue. Can't wrestle the ball out of Harry Podmore or Darren Stevens' hand at the moment, the captain. Shout for LBW, that one's gone a bit high though. I think it might have been above the pad.
Yeah, that was painful. I was waiting for that delayed effect. Box being adjusted. So Tom Scriven's okay.
Matt Milnes at mid-wicket. I'm sure we'll be looking on at the skipper, looking on at the bowlers, going, come on lads, when's it my turn? Bet he wants a piece of this.
Yeah, I bet he does. That's the advantage of being an opening bowler when you just have that little spell before tea.
Get another bite afterwards. Podmore bowls. Oh, this one swings a long way after it. We've gone past the stumps actually.
Yeah, bowlers love a nice little kind of 6 overs before an interval because it means they can get those 2 bites of the cherry. They can fly in, try and nip 1 or 2 out.
Jogging in these two's case probably.
Well, yeah, and Darren doesn't fly in, does he? And Harry Podmore's got that jaunty run that we were talking about, all kind of elbows and knees, isn't he?
Very much
lean man, angular.
Yeah, doesn't sprint in by any means. Nice tall action though. Oh, this is another beauty that starts on a roundabout leg stump and beats the outside edge of the right-handed batsman Scriven. He's yet to score in the second innings. Noticeable that Jordan Cox is still not out there.
Yeah, why do we think that is?
Well, I did overhear some discussions, but I won't kind of go into the full logistics. But we don't. Well, the onus was they don't think it's a COVID-related issue. It's an illness thing, but they're pretty sure the symptoms aren't COVID. Well, this one's full and driven away nicely by Tom Scriven. He gets off the mark in fantastic fashion. All right, well, and that would be why the players are still out there. If they thought it was a COVID thing, we might not still be playing. Well, we saw with the game the other day between Gloucestershire and Northamptonshire.
That was after a positive test came back, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So I don't know. Do we know if Jordan Cox is being tested? If he's ill?
I don't know what.
I suppose you've got to show some sort of symptoms. If the symptoms are very different, then maybe you don't need to. But
yeah, the symptoms. The Kent physio and the main doctor on site have decided though, from what I ever heard saying, the symptoms not coronavirus, and so they're happy with the illness that he is suffering is not that. So hence why we're still okay to be playing out there.
Yeah, but it is enough to keep him off the field, and you're going to want him out there batting at some stage in this match. So hopefully he's not too bad. I'm sure he will bat.
Podmore in full delivery, which is defended onto the covers. Fred Clarkson, the subfielder there, throwing in left arm. That was what initially alerted me to the situation, because there was a chase down to the boundary. In came the throw left-handed, and suddenly I thought, hang on a minute, who's that's just thrown it in left-handed? Clarkson must be on the field.
Yeah, that's a good spot.
And we worked out that it was Jordan Cox off the field. And
yeah, well, we hope it's nothing COVID. I mean, crikey, can you imagine? A cracking game of cricket and something COVID related, and we got a Bristol incident. It was horrendous down there.
Podmore in off the inside edge of the bat and down towards long leg. You'd think that the way things are, that during a match when you're just hanging out with your teammates, like going home at the end of the day, when you're for a home game, wouldn't be going out as such. Wouldn't really come into contact with too many people.
No, and of course Jordan Cox has suffered already this season with COVID protocols when he posed for that picture with a couple of fans, and then of course he was out of the next game, and that was just after scoring his fabulous double 100. So you think if anyone was acutely aware of the dangers of COVID and sport and first-class cricket, Yeah, they don't mix that well, and Jordan Cox knows that better than anyone. So Matt Milne's still at extra cover, still not called upon. It will be the evergreen Darren Stevens who aborts his run. I think Scriven was quite ready. Stevens with 3 on his back. Of course, as he comes in, he too, like Podmore, has an angled run, loping in. Little gentle away swinger that Scriven has nothing to do with. Just because the 3 on Darren Stevens' back seems to fit quite nicely, much as the 1 on Harry Podmore's back. The kind of the shape of the angular Podmore, just 1 on his back seems to suit him. Whereas Darren's a bit more cuddly, isn't he? So I think the 3, the kind of the curves of the 3 seem to fit quite nicely.
Must have been when Podmore first rocked up to the club and he took number 1. I thought it was a little bit peculiar. Well, this chap rates himself a bit.
He just likes, he's a goalkeeper. Outside off stump, lets it go through the Scriven. Yeah, I remember when the numbers first came in. I kind of asked, what number do you want? And I thought, well, opening the batting, I usually bat 1, I'll have 1. And then all of a sudden people were going for funky numbers like 23, because that's what David Beckham was at Real Madrid. And I think, it's just a number, lads. But people get superstitious about these things. And Darren Stevens, who I can't remember has ever batted 3. He's always been a bit lower than that. 3 on his back. He's into Scriven, who defends back down the pitch at Stevens Fields.
So you had 1, did you?
I just had 1.
Yeah.
I'd opened the batting. I was captain. I thought, well, what number do you want? Well, I'll do 1. Seemed to make sense. I was number 1. I thought Kesey would be 2, but I think he went for 4.
4, yeah.
Yeah, he was a 4. Trying to think who 3 was back in the day. Oh, it's too long ago. But it's on the back of Darren Stevens and has been for a long time as Scriven is forward to him. He's got 33 on his back. 3s everywhere.
33 was Saggers?
Yeah, Sags was 33. That's good good memory. Yeah, Sags was 33.
Trying to think of any others that jump off the page.
Stevens outside off stump, full stroke from Scriven. Just looked like that stayed down a fraction. Maybe it was a bit fuller than he thought. He was trying to force off the back foot inside edge down into the ground.
Because of course when T20 first came on the scene, it was nicknames on the back of shirts, wasn't it?
I was never really a fan of that. I don't know why we went with it, because
Simon's had Roy.
Yeah, that's right. Bowling is Stevens, and a plan a miss from Tom Scriven.
Didn't really catch on though, did it? The nicknames thing on the back of the shirt.
Chad Denley might have had no pants, if I remember, which I just thought was unnecessary and just too much information.
Was yours false?
I think I was probably surplus to requirements, Ben, in the 2020 side. I think I had a number and then played the first year, and that was my bundle. So it would have been Tav.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Where does Tav come from?
It comes from the great Chris Tavaray, who was I was Tav 2. My role when I first got in the Kent side was to take the shine off the ball and to block an end up. So Tav kind of stuck. So Hampshire 34 for 5, the lead is 55. We just had a couple of quiet overs, in contrast to all the mayhem that was ensuing earlier. This partnership is worth 11, which might just be the biggest of this innings.
Podmore in and bowling for what comes from McManus. Thought it might have been short for Tavern.
Tavern, as in Lord's Tavern. Yeah, this partnership is the best of the innings so far. Beats the previous best of Weatherly and McManus, which was 10.
Yeah, tough little spell this for Hampshire. After seeing the way that O'Riordan and Podmore are batted, and then you saw the big heavy roller come out in between innings, thought, be interesting to see how this plays here. Podmore bowls swinging away from the right-handed batsman, left alone. Stevens is now just wandering across, I think probably to go pick up his jumper and his cap off the 12th man. He's got the fluorescent yellow bib and the face mask and gloves on.
So that's a clue that his spell has has come to an end.
Yeah, the fact that Matt Milnes is down at long leg as well at the moment.
Yeah, and Grant Stewart is also loosening up, which I think is right, because Podmore is showing some signs of getting a little weary. That last ball was wide.
Yeah, 10th over this for Podmore. Swinging away. Getting pretty much on the money. 3 for 13. 2 for 20, Stevens. Up the other end.
Stevens just having a chat with Daniel Bell Drummond at the moment. Always wonder what captains and bowlers are talking about. Might be, you know, a little rest now, come back before the close. Give Millsy a little run down the hill.
Podmore, that angled run up once again. In and bowling, McManus pushes this nicely into the onside. Almost mirroring the way that Marcus O'Riordan went about things at the moment. Lewis McManus just play nice and late, push it around. Don't try anything risky. Play the percentages.
Yeah, the only man in double figures in this innings, Lewis McManus.
Lead of 56 for Hampshire. I mean, from Kent's point of view, what's the most you want to be chasing in this kind of scenario?
I think it's one of those things that actually neither team will worry too much about. I think you take it one ball at a time, and what will be, because there's going to be no declaration. You know, who knows? 130 might be enough, 250 might not be enough.
Podmore in behind it, or Scriven from the delivery to Podmore. Podmore's delivery to Scriven. I'll get there eventually. Played defensively up towards mid-on.
So I did a game at Radlett a few weeks ago in the Bob Willis Trophy. It was Middlesex Sussex, similar low-scoring game, and Tim Murtagh had Sussex 4 for 4 in their second innings. So the wickets were trundling a bit like this, and we were trying to speculate, you know, what's a difficult total to chase, and we thought, you know, 180 or whatever they needed might be too many for Middlesex, but they chased it down.
Podmore bowls, turned away onside by Scriven. End of the over, and we suspect Harry Podmore's spell. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 14. It feels a similar kind of situation to what Kent have had in every single game they've played almost in this Bob Willis Trophy, apart from, of course, the one where they put the massive score on the board against Sussex. But there was that one against Essex where it was you're chasing 180, 200. They had the same against Surrey, managed to bowl them out of the Oval.
Well, I think that's the encouraging thing from a Kent perspective, is that they've had these close finishes. There's nothing like winning those close, tight games to build team spirit, to build belief. You know, the fact they've done it a few different ways, and we've seen in the T20 as well, haven't we, with the victory at Sussex, which is an extraordinary win. You know, when it looked like Sussex had done a job on them, and then 2 wickets in the last 2 balls, and suddenly Kent snatched victory from the jaws of defeat.
Did you see the were you there for that one? Did you see the stream for that game?
I saw the social media highlights. I saw the last ball, the victory, the run out from Daniel Bell Drummond. I had no idea that Ravi Bopara got out the previous ball until my son, who had watched the stream, told me.
Yeah, I must admit I was in the studio because Matt Cole was there, and I said to my colleague when it was 2 to win, Sussex have got this, unless Kent get a wicket this ball, which of course they did, although Ravi Bopara wasn't too pleased with it, looking at the replay, and the suggestion was that he didn't touch it, but was given out caught behind going for a hook shot.
Look in the book, Rav.
Yeah,
book. I mean, I always think, as much as you're understandably aggrieved, if you've played a shot and you've missed it, then actually you haven't done a very good job. So, yeah, it's hard luck to be given out, but actually nicking it is a slightly better effort than missing it.
It was a proper stomp. It was a proper little hissy fit.
Turn to bowling. Grant Stewart is on from the Nackington Road end. Lewis McManus solidly behind it.
Like you've just told your 5-year-old they can't have that chocolate bar or an ice lolly, and they look at you and stomp their foot on the ground and
yeah. Well, Ram's a white ball player only these days, so he hasn't probably been waiting a lot of months, I would think, like everybody, to get cricket on, and then a little bit longer wait for a T20 blast only. Then play red ball cricket these days, as Stewart is in, short ball, back of a length. McManus on his toes, and Milnes, who's very lively in the field, still waiting for his first bowl of the piece. Maybe he's going to come on to replace Podmore, but not loosening up yet. Although Podmore has got the jumper and cap on, so I would imagine Matt Milnes will operate from this pavilion end.
Yeah, interesting that It's Stewart from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah, switched it round. They weren't at their best, were they, when they first came on in the first innings? Stewart from that road. It's better. He's got. Oh, it's dropped. Jack Leaning, a slip. Great delivery from Grant Stewart. Went up the hill from a good length. First two deliveries pushed McManus back. That was the fuller length. It went quickly to Jack Leaning, who's put it down. And poor Grant Stewart, who had one drop by Ollie Robinson in the first innings, has now had one grass from Jack Leaning, who's a very fine slip fielder. It did go quickly, but it was a good catchable, nice catchable height. And you'd expect the former Yorkshireman to just gobble that one up.
Yeah, it doesn't drop many. I don't think I've seen him drop one this summer, perhaps.
So Stewart in again. Will it cost them? Could be a key moment in this match. Low scoring game. Got to make all those chances count. They do look quite close at slip. So of course they've had Darren Stevens bowling where you have to be close, but Stewart, he's a few mile an hour quicker, and that ball would have carried another 3 or 4 yards without any question. So they might want to think about just giving themselves a little bit of room, because that flew quite quickly to Leaning and did him for a bit of pace.
Sums up Grant Stewart's luck a little bit. This competition, he's bowled very well, not too many rewards.
And that was not his best delivery. It was outside leg stump. McManus just flicked it away, and that's the ball that Grant Stewart has got to eliminate from his repertoire. He bowls 3 or 4 really nice deliveries. We've seen the chances created, and then comes the bad one, and McManus doesn't look like he's in the mood to miss out. Pressure eased a little. 39 for 5, the lead is 60.
He was a good shot, but not the best ball, as you pointed out. Half volley on leg stump.
So the ball's taken quite a long time to get back to Grant Stewart. It's a long way down there to the lime tree side of the ground. And he's in, and he's punching off the back foot. This is going to be 4 as well, so consecutive boundaries for Lewis McManus. And after being dropped by Jack Leaning, McManus rather rubbed salt into Kent wounds there with back-to-back boundaries, and Stewart is going to have to trudge off to long leg with steam coming out of his ears. So not a lot of luck for the big fast bowler, but that is where you have to put it to one side, put it in the back of your mind, and just keep doing what you're doing. Hit the top of off stump and the luck will change. Just looking at Stewart so far in 4-day cricket. 3 for 48 against Essex at Chelmsford, and none for 39. No wickets against Middlesex, and 1 for 51 at the Oval.
Yeah, tough on him to see that slip chance go down and then concede 2 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, on things like that, games can turn. And McManus is on to 22 off 34 deliveries. He's got there quite quickly. Sometimes a couple of boundaries like that can just get you going, and it was the point I was making earlier, that actually if you push and prod around, you get a good one. You didn't do a lot wrong with that.
Yeah.
The one he nicked to slip. So it's kind of a case of get them quickly if you can, because you might not be around for a long time on this pitch.
Milnes then from the pavilion end, left alone outside the off stump by Scriven. Just had a tweet from Dan Tadman, who's asked me if I've seen the England dressing room, and well, as he's put it, Denley dancing to Pingu. I did show this video actually to Kevin James earlier on in the day. Some of the England players.
I think I might have seen it. The penguin dance.
The penguin dance. Yeah. It seems to be the new sprinkler. I mean, they've got a lot of time in dressing rooms and hotels. Just them together. They need to do something to amuse themselves, the England players. This one's driven away, square of the wicket, and lovely shot from Tom Scriven. And change of bowling, and the pressure that could have been kept up by the catch and the wicket seems to have been released on this Hampshire pair. Now picked up 3 boundaries in the 2 overs since Stewart and Milnes been brought into the attack. A little bit too full and wide from Matt Milnes. Yeah, well, this is what happened in the first innings. Podmore Stevens, a little bit of a stranglehold on the opening batters. They've gone past the outside edge a lot. They put 69 on Weatherly and Holland for the first wicket, and a lot of those were scored against Milnes and Stewart in particular.
So, what can they do about it?
Here he comes again, in and bowling. Forward comes Scriven, nicely played into the covers. Red Class in the subfielder there, once again.
As I mentioned in the first innings of Kent's bowling effort, the combination of Stevens and Podmore perhaps benefiting from the fact they haven't played 2020 cricket. So they've been able to operate on their traditional kind of red ball lengths, whereas Milnes and Stewart have had a lot of work in the game's shortest form.
Milnes bowling, that's a better delivery, straighter. Scriven having to get in behind it and play defensively up towards mid-off. Encouragement you can hear on our effects mic for the bowler from his Kent teammates. McManus and Scriven just looking to try and keep on building this Hampshire lead. McManus has looked composed since coming to the crease. Had a life on 40. Scriven though leaving this one alone outside the off stump. He's played a couple of nice shots through the covers.
Yeah, the other thought for Daniel Bell-Drummond will be whether he introduces his spinner. We haven't seen Marcus O'Riordan with ball in hand. Batted nicely. There's enough in this pitch for the seamers that you'd think you'd probably go seam. But if they're going to struggle and leak runs, what you do get from O'Riordan is control. And it might be just to block and end up with the spin and go with whichever change bowler you think is going to work best.
Milnes in and Scriven again playing defensively but quite late on the ball. End of the over, 47 for 5 Hampshire, but that's effectively 68 for 5 with their lead here over Kent on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent. Myself, Ben Watts, former Kent captain David Fulton. Kevin James will be back with us very shortly as well. Seems to be some sort of communication from the umpire.
Nigel Long is signalling. I think that could be a sanitiser break. If we missed our sanitiser slot, it's still every 6 overs. I haven't seen one for a while.
Yeah, they tend to sneak them in when wickets fall.
Yeah, well, that's probably what's confused things, because wickets haven't fallen for a few overs. Here they come. Can you see who that is? Could that be Gilchrist? It's very difficult to tell. He's got a bib on and a mask on. And
it could be.
Tall, lean fella.
Seems to have had a fresh haircut. He's looking pretty short on the back.
Yeah, it's a squirt of the hand sanitiser. They're getting like Formula 1 pit stops, these sanitisers. I've never... The Chelmsford one, they were round 1. As thorough can be. It was almost like the full sing happy birthday as you wash your hands. That's how long it was taking for each player to sanitise hands. Now, 12th man runs out. They all stand in a line and he kind of just sprays in the general direction and they kind of try and catch the bit of liquid as it comes past. That took about 30 seconds, which is good in a way because we want to move the game on. But so, Daniel Bell-Drummond in deep discussion with his bowler Grant Stewart at the moment about this field. Tricky one for the skipper because you want to keep your catchers in. As we saw, there was a chance in the last over, but Stewart's also leaked a couple of boundaries. 1 over, gone for 8. And Hampshire and McManus in particular will want to exert some pressure back on Grant Stewart. So here he is at the Nackington Road end. Back of a length, and McManus is on his toes and pushing back down the pitch. And the bowler fields. The length that has done the damage has been the fuller length, hasn't it, on this pitch, with a bit of nibble.
Yeah, a little bit of nip.
Classic Holland-Stevens forward length, and Podmore's found it as well. Although there were a couple of wickets, weren't they, with pull shots in when Kent batted. Balls that were banged in. Stewart is fuller this time, and that's yeah, full stroke. Bit of pad, bit of bat. Out to Stevens at mid-off.
Yeah, hard for us to tell from our angle with McManus's back to us. So we watch on from the pavilion end. Yeah, I'm slightly surprised that Milnes wasn't given the ball from the Nackington Road end, given that he would tend to kind of nip the ball back towards the batsman and threaten the stumps with his pace.
Stewart again. This one line and length outside our stop. I just wonder whether, because the combination didn't work so well in the first innings, we talked to to Kevin James about it. Sometimes if he's not quite working, you switch a bowler's end and hope that helps him. And certainly with Grant Stewart, he didn't quite get it right bowling from the pavilion end, so maybe the thought is turn him round, see how he goes. Milne's probably experienced enough and skilled enough to bowl from either end, so that might well be the thinking. As he's in now, Stewart, and he's getting back of a length. Just like to see him pitch it up a couple of feet, but that was the way that he induced the chance. A couple of shortish balls and then just a fuller one, maybe trying to push McManus back in the crease before surprising him with a full quick one. The Hampshire keeper batsman playing a fine hand at the minute, 22 off 38. Scriven is 9.
Yeah, very important runs in the context of the game, this, for Lewis McManus.
Yeah, this partnership's worth 24, which is by some distance the best of the innings. Stewart bowls to McManus, and he's playing again off the back foot. Daniel Boyd-Drummond fielding at mid-wicket, no run. So 5 dots. Just a couple of field changes from the last over. Deep point. So 3 slips and a gully. Point has gone back on the fence. It's just to give Stewart a little bit of protection for that kind of short wide one that sometimes slips in. Big Aussie turns at the end of his mark. Past Billy Taylor, and the drive is going to be fielded. No, it's not. It's going to go for 4. It was a big thick edge. It wasn't quite what McManus intended, but he's going to get another boundary, and that is the Hampshire 50 up. He was trying something off drive, cover drive, big thick edge, and it flew to the short boundary for 4.
Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent very shortly. After that, I think we'll have Kevin James back with us. Hampshire 51 for 5 then. Scriven 9. McManus now on to 26. Am I right in thinking there hasn't been a wicket since you and I joined one another on commentary, David?
Yeah.
Maybe we need to
change the combination.
Yeah.
Switch ends, I think. Get James back in here.
He seems to be good at talking out his own Hampshire batsman. This one's outside the off stump. From Milnes. Here he is. Okay, James back into the attack in a moment after this BBC Radio Kent update. And David Fulton will have a break. Oh, we got 17.5 overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, still a long time.
Just getting a little bit gloomier. The day goes on. Milne's in and bowling on leg stump. Still bright enough, but the floodlights are on.
Yeah, they've been on for much of the day, haven't they? Good bowling conditions.
Yeah, certainly we've got the floodlights on pretty much the whole game so far, haven't we? Even when it was sunny yesterday. Yeah, their rampage into the Hampshire batting lineup just being halted temporarily as Milnes is edged down towards third man for another boundary. Scriven's moved on to 13 and McManus 26. This is the best partnership of the Hampshire second innings so far. McManus was shelled by Jack Leaning when Grant Stewart came into the attack on 14 and duly hit a couple of boundaries off the same over. So the pressure's just been slightly released on the Hampshire batsmen since Harry Podmore and Darren Stevens, the 2 opening bowlers, have been removed from the attack. Podmore with 3 wickets, Stevens with 2. Hampshire at one stage 13 for 4, but now 55 for 5. A lead of 76 over Kent, who were earlier 170 all out. This is proving to be and could well be a low-scoring thriller here at Canterbury as commentary of the cricket continues online by the BBC Sport website. Now the weather with Nina Ridge.
Hampshire's fortunes have improved a little bit in the last half an hour or so.
I was just saying that to David Fulton, that between us we haven't managed to talk up a Kent wicket. I said, one of us needs to get out of the attack here.
I hope it's not me that's talking up a Kent wicket.
Well, you never know.
Yeah, McManus and Scriven have played well. McManus has been given a life though. Milnes bowls, it's outside the off stump and Scriven leaves alone.
Okay, keep getting told off by Kent fan Henry Collier on Twitter every time I say something positive about the situation. He just says, "Why would you tweet that?" My reply is, "I've got to tweet something. Can't just not tweet for the sake of putting the mockers on Kent, can I?"
That's right.
Wasn't me that didn't pick the googly.
Well, I think it was.
I mean,
It was your fault.
I wouldn't have picked it, but
I think it was your fault. Mills runs away from us then, right arm over, 3 slips wait as Scrivens drives thick outside edge into the gap, past third slip, down to third man. It's gone quite quickly indeed. Scriven moves on to 17, Hampshire 59 for 5, and the lead is 80. And these two have been together since the score was 23 for 5. It might not sound a lot, 59 for 5 from 23 for 5, but believe me, the way the Hampshire wickets were falling, this is a massive partnership.
yeah, this is increasingly valuable, this partnership, and the runs for Scriven. He's doing a really good hand in this game, and as yourself and David, Kevin, have been discussing throughout this game and about the Bob Willis Trophy this season, this little performance from Tom Scriven is just proving to be the sort of cameo that this competition is what you like to see from this competition this year, and
Yeah.
the fact that he's come into the side and he's more than impressing and more than putting in a good enough hand for his team.
A couple of wickets this morning, Leaning and Robinson.
Yeah, I thought the ball bowled lovely.
Yeah.
Really did. Swinging the ball away up the slope. Now proving to be a very useful number 7 at the crease. Big discussion going on between Grant Stewart and the captain, and now Darren Stevens as well. Not really seeing too much in terms of fielding change. So it must just be tactical in terms of what the bowler's looking to do, how they're looking to try and get these batsmen out. And there is a deep point out there, but that's about it. There's McManus just playing this through the point region, getting a single. A little bit late on the shot.
I'm just wondering if they're making sure they get the deep point in the right area. I don't know, because if you drive on the up, well, I mean, you're running the risk anyway, but tending to go, I suppose on the front foot tends to go a little bit straighter. Off the back foot, of course, it goes behind maybe a little bit more. I don't know. It's I'm not sure I'd necessarily have one at the moment. I think the game's so tight.
Gone for a 3 slips and a gully now for Scriven, and they've got an orthodox point. So there's now a big gap at cover, encouraging the drive. Full delivery from Stewart, and that's where the ball goes. Not sure necessarily Scriven was trying to play it there. Bit of a leading edge into that gap for a single. The move to 18, 27 at McManus, 61 for 5 Hampshire, which is effectively 82 for 5.
Yeah, there's a bit of shape there for Grant Stewart, as there was in the first innings, just getting the ball to straighten up the hill and still causing the batsman problems. It's as that sort of delivery has throughout the game.
Leaning, of course, spilling that chance when McManus was on 14. He now clips this one away down towards Matt Milnes at long leg for a single.
I mean, as I said earlier, I don't think it's not a massive partnership, but I just think it's now starting to give Kent just a few extra thoughts, isn't it? Daniel Bell-Drummond probably just going through his mind and thinking, well, it's only an 83-run lead, but in the context of what we've seen today and the way wickets have fallen, we haven't had a wicket now since 5 to 4.
Yeah, in the same way that Hampshire didn't really give, say, Ajit Dale very long in the bowling attack. These two are going at 6 and over at the moment. Just allowed the pressure to be released. Oh, that was a good delivery, full, swinging away. David Fulton was saying how Grant Stewart was kind of bowling back of length and then producing a fuller ball. Maybe just keep bowling the full one.
Yeah, well, because it allows the ball to swing a bit. I mean, we saw Podmore, didn't we, with Tom Alsop, full ball swinging, and Alsop was trying to work it on the leg side, the left-hander, and got an edge. You know, bowling fuller does give the ball a little bit more time to swing, but I think your point about these two bowlers on at the moment, both going at 6 and over, I mean, you cannot have that situation for very long.
No.
Not in this game.
Podmore and Stevens done a lot of bowling. David was wondering whether Marcus O'Riordan, he might turn to him for the control. This one again is a full delivery, and Scriven feeling for it outside the off stump. Stewart's decided that he's going to scrap the plan to kind of force him back, and then bowl the quicker one, and just get the length, get the full length.
Yeah, it doesn't need that. It doesn't need overthinking. You know, we've seen the ball shape. It's still shaping. That one did. You just have to bowl the ball in the right spot. There's actually no thinking about it in this game as a bowler. It's just bowling line and length. It really is all is required.
Stewart from a little bit wider on the crease, driven down the ground past him. Did he get a slight hand on that? Bell Drummond's chasing it down towards the boundary. I think he's just going to about haul it in. So a couple of runs for Scriven. Yeah, I think Stewart did just get a left hand on it. But that over has gone for 5. 3 singles and a 2. So at the moment, the past 5 overs for Kent have leaked 29 runs.
Yeah, that's a concern for the home side, definitely. You know, there are times when you've got to force a player back a little bit and then pitch one up, and hopefully it swings a bit, and that. Lots and lots of times in your career, and lots of times in games where you'll need to employ that. But this ain't one of them. This is just old-fashioned line and length. The ball's moving away for you. You only even got to try and work the ball and worry about your wrist too much. I mean, obviously you're still going to get your wrist in the right place and what have you, but you know, you don't have to overthink this. It's just put the ball in the right areas, and the ball will do you the rest of it. Here's Matt Milnes then. Comes in and bowls to Lewis McManus. McManus drives, it's in the air over the top of gully, and it's 4 runs. Well, it wasn't where he meant to hit it, but there was a bit of width.
Yeah, too much width from Milnes. I think it's a good point you're saying, which is a good lesson for young cricketers out there and young bowlers, but it's a lesson that sometimes guys like Milnes and Stewart, who have seen, say, Stevens and Podmore look so threatening and so impressive and take wickets, they think, yeah, I've got to come in and do exactly the same, and then as a result you're almost over bowling instead of, as you say, letting the ball and the pitch do the work for you by just putting it in the right areas. They're almost trying to bowl that quicker length, and as a result the radar's not quite there and they're not bowling the right areas that they need to be. Podmore and Bell Drummond coming over to have a word with Matt Milnes. I
mean, Bell Drummond's had a long word with him, and you know, I know what it is. I think Milnes is a bit frustrated here. I mean, he's seen Hampshire lose 5 quick wickets, 23, you know, looking like as long as the ball's in the right area, a wicket will be taken, and now all of a sudden it's different.
Yeah, he's in a bowling straighter. Sorry if I nicked you.
That's all right, no, you're right. That's okay. But it can be frustrating. You know, Milnes is a different type of bowler than Podmore. Podmore sort of hits the deck a little bit more, doesn't he? Milnes is a good bowler. Gosh, nothing wrong with him, but I think he feels that maybe he's not quite getting the same amount out of the wicket as the others were, and of course that puts pressure on yourself.
Yes.
There's all these little things that go on in bowlers' minds that you think, well, you know, they're not machines. And I think he's getting frustrated. Bowls, I mean, that's nice shape, but it's a fraction too wide.
Could have gone at that. Chose not to, McManus.
Yeah. So even when your side's on top, or seemingly on top, it can very quickly, you know, odd individuals, you know, can just start thinking, well, hang on a minute, I'm not contributing here. I'm not actually. Our team's in a good position, and yet for some reason now I'm on. We're still in a good position, but we weren't quite as good a position as we were when I first started bowling, and it does play on your mind. Here comes Milnes, bowls, and that's better. McManus was trying to work that on the onside, just gets an inside edge onto his pad, and I think that's what Bell Drummond was sort of going up there, saying, look, you know, the only reason McManus, he might have got top edge to that, and it might not have been a great shot, but at the end of the day, well, there's width on that, and you know that you shouldn't really be bowling width. Now, I'm sure he didn't say it like that.
Yeah.
But that's basically what he would have been saying. Just keep the ball in the right areas. Don't try anything silly. .68 for 5. Here's Milnes bowls, and again the shape, but again it's a good leave. I mean, you know, if you're being really super critical here, that's starting about 2 inches too much outside off stump.
Yeah.
It's not a lot. It's not a lot, but with a player who's looking to leave, as McManus is generally, to be fair, then you know, it's a free ball, isn't it? It's just allow that to go through the keeper.
Start it on leg stump.
Again, there's plenty of games where that's an acceptable ball, but I think Kent here are looking to hammer home their advantage. I'm sorry to be so critical from a Kent point of view, but I'm just...
No, it's... I think it's... You're saying it how you see it, and clearly the Kent bowlers at the moment, with economy rates over 5, both of these two guys are just struggling to quite get it right.
They are. Dan Stevens, listen, he's not 44 years old and still playing for no reason. They're not sort of feeling sorry for him because he ain't got another job to go to, because the bloke gets the ball in the right areas. He might be bowling half the pace these two. In fact, I'm probably being generous saying he's half the pace of those two. But the reason he takes wickets and the reason he keeps it tight is because he bowls the ball in the right areas, and he makes the batsman play. Now, if I'm honest, was Mills really making the batsman play in that over? Not really.
Stewart from the Lackington Road end delivered full again, driven by Scriven out towards mid-off. Yeah, just looking at Matt Milnes at the moment, there is that frustration about him, just a bit of tension in the shoulders. Just going over to the collection of bright yellow drinks bottles, get some fluid on board. Yeah, Pulmore as well. Again, he's nowhere near he's not as quick as these two guys, but he puts it in the right areas, nips it around. Stewart, bouncer to Scriven. Both of them just looking to hurl the ball down quickly. Two of the sharper bowlers, but Stevens and Pulmore showing that on this pitch it's not all about pace. And I mean, even from the Hampshire bowlers' point of view, missing the sort of express bowlers that they have in their normal playing staff and their normal roster. But you saw Holland put it on a spot, just rarely bowled a bad ball, or played and a miss outside the off stump. Back of length again from Stewart, a little bit of away movement, trying to force it Scriven. That was a slightly naive shot.
Yeah. I mean, I think the best example of the situation was Heino Kuhn after lunch, wasn't it, really? I mean, he started with a flurry. I mean, I'm not sure Hampshire bowled brilliantly at him initially, but listen, I mean, he's a good player. But he's good at putting away half bad balls.
Yeah.
But things tightened up, didn't they, for a while?
Stewart bowls, big front arm, turned away into the onside. Softly played once again by Scriven. Bill Drummond, the Kent captain, goes away to his right to collect.
Hampshire bowled well at him for a while, and he was getting tied down. Definitely the second half of his innings was a lot slower than his first half, and he was waiting for a bad ball. Now, he got a width. It wasn't quite half volley, was it? It was a bit of width, and he went after it. All right, it was caught cover, and you say, well, that's a little bit unlucky. Well, it was unlucky, of course it was, but there was pressure built up because his scoring rate had slowed down.
Stewart bowls again to McManus, and it's well wide of the off stump. There's almost visible frustration the way that Stewart's bowling at the moment. I should have had this lad on 14. It was dropped. Since then he's got 32.
Yep.
We've let them get away with the situation and the pressure that we created.
And also, he had Scriven dropped in the first innings behind, so he's probably feeling a bit annoyed.
Yeah, he's thinking,
to be fair,
when's something going to go my way?
Yeah.
Wide on the crease, almost chopped onto his stumps by McManus. It was off the inside edge, hit his boot and rolled around the off stump. End of the over. The lead for Hampshire is 90 here on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio Solent. 69 for 5. You can get in touch with myself, Ben Watts, and with Kevin James on at BBC Kent Sport, at Solent Sport, kentcricket@gmail.com on the email, and solentcricket@gmail.com as well.
I mean, they're both good bowlers, these two. Absolutely good bowlers. Absolutely no problem. But sometimes conditions just, I don't know, can make it a little bit more tough in terms of making sure you get the balls in the right areas. I mean, Stewart's got some lovely shape on the ball, as does Matt Milnes, but I think Bill Drummond would love them to bowl just a fraction tighter. Milnes comes in and bowls, and again the ball shapes away, but Scriven doesn't have to play. I mean, it looks lovely, doesn't it? It's going off the turf nicely,
yeah.
And it's just nipping away, and it's going into keeper Ollie Robinson's glove, and you think, yeah, beautiful. If you're on the side, if you're in those retirement flats down there all the way to our left, you'd look at that and you think, lovely bowling. Love the way that ball's going through there. And it is good bowling, it's okay. But I would love, ideally, I'd love to see him bowl another 2 inches straighter if I was Kent captain and I was the Kent contingent. Bowls, and There's a drive, slight inside edge there as it goes wider mid on. Darren Stevens will field, but Scriven will pick up a single.
Yeah, I think that was the one he was trying to shape back the other way, just from the way it came out of the hand, and obviously trying to swing it away, get one come back in. But like you're saying, the ones that are swinging away are not really drawing the batsman into a stroke unless it's really wide, and well, that's where we saw McManus get that boundary.
So 70 for 5 Hampshire in their second innings, lead by 91. McManus facing Milnes. Ooh, he's having a little play at that one. That was closer to the off stump, and McManus is sort of in two minds there, really. Do I play it? Do I leave it alone? And well, it literally was that, a sort of a half shot, really, and goes through to the keeper. Much tighter line, that one. Richard Shelley at Sound Sport says, I'm just catching up on the cricket, and sounds like the Hampshire youngsters in the bowling department have grabbed their chance. Yes, they certainly did. Scott Curry with 3 wickets in the Kent 170 all out. Brad Wheel a couple, Scriven a couple, and Ian Holland, who's not so young, got a couple as well. Lovely shape, but McManus leaves that one alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, Holland was the pick, wasn't he, the way he bowled. Just maiden upon maiden, kept it so tight, but Curry with that nice tall action, top order wickets for him, and then Scriven coming in and picking up 2 key middle order wickets to Leaning and Robinson with lovely away shape. We all got a couple through poor strokes, really, more than excellent bowling. But it was a collective effort from the bowlers to create that pressure.
Milnes bowls and McManus drives up to mid-on, again fielded by Darren Stevens. So this partnership now is worth 47? Yeah.
Which is exactly what the 10th wicket partnership was worth for Kent.
There we are. So the lead for Hampshire is probably about what they would have thought.
Yeah.
About 91 at the moment. Tight game, that's for sure. Very tight game. Good game. Dunks does his little circle of a run-up, and there's a lovely shot off middle and leg, and that's whipped away through mid-wicket by Lewis McManus. Slightly overpitched. Beautifully put away. That's a glorious shot to end that over from Matt Milnes, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. 51 runs, and that partnership has lasted so far for 74 deliveries. Yeah,
Milnes was trying to create that angle and bowl a little bit straighter and swinging away, and just a tad overpitched and really nicely played by McManus. And then of course there's no fielder at mid-wicket, so he's able to clip it into the gap and up the slope. So yeah, cutting a frustrated figure at the moment, Matt Milnes. 4 overs, none for 21. 4 overs, none for 18 from Grant Stewart. Seeing the Hampshire skipper at the moment, Sam Northeast, and can't see who's with him. Just disappeared behind the sight screen in the grey club tracksuit. It's not the most fetching tracksuit, the Hampshire one, is it? That grey colour they've got to go. Of all the colours they could have chosen, could have had a nice navy blue like the one-day kit. No, they got the sort of dull grey with the yellow trim. Stewart's continue. 74 for 5, Hampshire. Short ball, which Scriven ducks underneath. Darren Stevens appears to be warming up again.
It's not surprising, is it? I don't know how he stays so loose all the time. I'm pretty sure at 44 years of age there'd be an awful lot of people that by now would have been stiffened up like a cardboard box, but he's okay, isn't he? He'll be alright.
I think his comments yesterday were, I've got 7 months off after this game. I'm happy to keep bowling.
Weird to think this is his final game of this season.
Yeah, it is. Very much looks like Kent are not going to make the final, the way things are panning out as well, despite the various possible outcomes. Short ball again. Scriven going back in his crease and defending this into the offside that Mike was sending us earlier on kentcricket@gmail.com. Even he's given up hope, I think, of Kent reaching the Lord's final. Must admit, at 13 for 4 I was starting to look at the score elsewhere a little bit, but
quite right.
Hampshire have just shifted this back in their favour once again. Middlesex 109 for 5, leading by 11 runs. So Essex 5 wickets away from having to chase a small total to win at Chelmsford. Scriven again defending a length or back of length delivery. At the moment, Simon Cook's having a Simon Cook chatting to Sam Northeaster as he analysing the Kent bowlers. He's just sat basically behind the sight screen, but in one of the benches so that he can just peer through the gap from right behind the bowler's arm. In the game at the Oval, Surrey 136 for none after Sussex made 4-1-5. Different pitch compared to everyone else is playing on. It seems up and down the country. Full delivery on leg stump, which is clipped up towards mid-on. So 4 dot balls from Stewart. Better from him in this over. Elsewhere, stumps at Headingley, Yorkshire 36 for 2. So perhaps a weather interrupting that one. Leicestershire 124 all out. Nottinghamshire 211 for 2. After Durham 294 all out. Derbyshire 89 for 7. In reply to Lancashire's 219 all out. Somerset batting again as Stewart is in and bowling. Scriven defending this one. 200 all out. Worcestershire, Somerset's lead 53 runs. Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire abandoned, as we were talking about yesterday, due to coronavirus protocol. And then Glamorgan 132 for 6 in reply to Warwickshire's 186 all out. So I think a little bit of weather interruption, some of the other games.
Yeah, the weather, yeah.
Yeah, no play Monday at all due to rain at Headingley. Short ball and pulled away out towards Harry Podmore at deep square leg, so a single for Scriven. Controlled it well enough and keeps a strike for the next over. 23 for him. 36 McManus, 75 for 5 the Hampshire score, lead 96 over Kent here on the BBC.
Yeah, a useful partnership between these two. Not easy when you come in at 23 for 5 and the opposition have got their tails up and believe they can take a wicket with every ball, and I'm sure there's lots of chat out there, especially for the youngster Tom Scriven, but he's been equal to it so far. He's played very nicely, and so has Lewis McManus, and getting Hampshire out of a very, very sticky situation.
Yeah, a little update on the BBC live text. McManus and Scriven standing firm for Hampshire, the headline.
About right, isn't it? There's a pull shot, it's in the air, but there's nobody at backward square leg. Good delivery from Matt Milnes. Scriven just tucked up there a little bit. He was playing the pull shot, and ball was in the air, but nobody around.
Yeah, hashtag BBC Cricket if you want to get your comments on there.
Scriven moves on to 24, 76 for 5. The lead is 97. I think at one stage we thought the game might finish tonight. I think we'll safely say that that's not going to happen now.
Yeah, Dave Fulton's round of golf was being moved forward a couple of hours at one stage.
But yeah, good partnership, and Hampshire will hope this keeps going as Bill's butters. Oh, that's good delivery. That's nipped back and very close to going over the top of off stump.
Oh, good leave as well though from Lewis McManus. One length.
But there again, see the ball still doing a bit, still shaping away, and it's still nipping back, and it's still there.
29 overs old, but yeah, clearly keeping it in decent condition.
Still cloud cover. Still the lights are on.
How do you keep the ball in decent condition when you're not allowed to?
I don't know. I don't think it's an abrasive surface. I think that helps, doesn't it? Here's Milnes again outside the off stump. It's an easy leave, that one.
Yeah, that's true. Nigel Long, when he was the umpire chatting to David Fulton, saying it's a little bit soft, and as a result, probably not taking too much out of the ball.
No. I mean, it's still getting softer, but it's it's not getting cut up at all. So yeah, it'd be quite easy, really. Well, I think it would. I don't know, as I say, not being able to use, was it saliva? You're not allowed to use.
Yeah, so.
I don't know. Sure, there's plenty of lip seal out there somewhere. Unofficially, of course.
Well, I think Mitch Claydon got in trouble, didn't he, for using hand sanitizer on it?
Bowls, that's fairly straight, and that's clipped off middle and leg, and that's past a diving Darren Stevens at mid-on, and that'll be 4 more. Again, beautiful timing off the bat of Lewis McManus. Moves on to 40. Important innings here for his side. 80 for 5 Hampshire in their second innings. Easy equation, he's hit half of them. And the lead now for Hampshire has gone over the 100 mark, 101.
Yeah, Sussex bowler suspended as ECB investigate misuse of hand sanitizer. The Wisden headline.
So I guess this was always going to be open to some sort of abuse, wasn't it? Once you said you can't use the saliva, I mean that's the main part of saving the ball.
What are you using?
Yeah.
Replacement. Manus 40 then dropped on 14.
Expensive drop at the moment, isn't it? McManus gets a leading edge into the ground, fielded at gully.
Jack leaning as well would have put money on him. Well, not put money on him, but you would have backed him to catch it. But a safe pair of hands in the slips. Took a really good low one earlier on in the innings. Also, off the bowling of Podmore. The one he dropped was a arguably easier one. Came to him a bit quicker, as was pointed out, I think, with it being Grant Stewart in with the ball. But yeah.
McManus again then facing Milnes, and he's driving. He's gone past the inside edge this time as it nips back. Good delivery to end the over there from Matt Milnes. Induced the drive. False shot there from McManus, but he's okay. 80 for 5.
A minute away from 5 o'clock. 11 overs remaining in the day's play, and Darren Stevens is just waving at the 12th man to come and pick up his gear, his jumper and his cap. And the 44-year-old is coming back into the attack, with Hampshire leading by 101 and 80 for 5. This partnership now worth 57. Update on the way for BBC Radio Kent. Kevin James will be updating. BBC Radio Solent. Can't see David Fulton. I'll have to get him back on the commentary in a minute, because from Kent's point of view, while I've been talking, they haven't taken any wickets. Kent fans everywhere will be saying, "Get off the mic, Watts." Can the change in the bowling, though, bring about a change in Kent's fortunes? Darren Stevens from the Nackington Road end, immediately a shout for LBW, though it's an ambitious one. Looked leg side, fairly high on the pad, might have even been thigh pad. Three slips in play, just seeing Freddie Clarkson give the ball good wipe. Fulton's been to the written press box for a warm beverage. Stevens in and bowling, just gently played out towards Marcus O'Riordan at point by Tom Scriven. Really impressed by some of the young lads playing in this game for Hampshire today. Tom Scriven, efforts with bat and ball. Likewise, Scott Curry, 38 first innings and 3 for in the second innings of the game. Stevens bowls, forward comes Scriven, defends into the covers, and again Clarkson is there. Floodlights on here at Canterbury. Blanket cloud overhead, so in theory good conditions for the bowlers. Sun trying to poke through a little bit. Looking a little bit lighter out there, and Stevens bowls. Covering up nicely. Gentle swing at the moment for Stevens. Swinging almost out the hand, that one. It was easy enough for the batsman to play it away defensively. Couple of spectators sat watching in the retirement apartments. Of course, that's technically outside of the ground in terms of this being played behind closed doors. Scriven goes forward, leaves this alone outside the off stump. Update on the way for radio listeners. Hampshire 80 for 5 here and leading by 101 runs. Their second innings, which started so well for Kent, who reduced them to 13 for 4 with early wickets from Harry Podmore and Darren Stevens. Since those two bowlers have gone out of the attack, Matt Milnes and Grant Stewart unable to maintain the same level of pressure. Stewart unlucky to have McManus dropped at slip for 14. Lewis McManus now on 40 not out. Scriven has 25 for the visiting side. Stevens has just come back into the attack to try and bring about a change in Kent's fortunes. I think Harry Podmore is going to do likewise from this end. 10 overs remaining on day 2. The lead is 102 for Hampshire. They're 81 for 5 here at the cricket. Commentary continues online via the website. Now with the weather, Nina Ridge. Yeah, it's going to be Harry Podmore then from the pavilion end. Who is going to combine once again, bowling tandem with Darren Stevens to finish off the day's play and see if Kent can try and just swing momentum back in their favour a touch before stumps. Here is Podmore. Clipped away by Scriven. It was a little bit too leg stump, and chase on for Grant Stewart down at fine leg. A couple of runs picked up by the Hampshire batsman. He moves to 27. Lewis McManus has 40. 83 for 5. The Hampshire score a lead of 104 here on BBC Sport Online. Here's Kevin James, and he'll be joined by David Fulton.
Thank you, Ben. So a recovery of some sorts here by Hampshire. Always thought somewhere along the line they couldn't lose wicket after wicket after wicket, and the brakes have been put on by McManus and Scriven. Here's Scriven facing Podmore, who's back to try and pick up that important Kent wicket now, and that's played back to him by Scriven, and there's no run. 27 off 53 deliveries for the 21-year-old, playing just his second first-class match. And Lewis McManus, who's come in on many occasion when the Hampshire batting top order has failed, is doing a great job. David Fulton.
Yeah, hello Kev. This is the dream team, me and you in the seat, from a bowling perspective at least, because we were having raining wickets when we were together last.
Scriven pushes forward, out quietly on the offside.
No wickets for Ben Watts in his hour of commentary. Got to have a long hard look at himself. Should have been withdrawn from the commentary attack long ago from a Kent perspective.
He couldn't quite get it right, could he?
No, I mean, his words were eloquent and first class as always, but just maybe luck not on his side.
No. They weren't wicket-taking words.
They weren't.
He didn't come up with the right wicket-taking words, did he? I'm sure you will.
Well, I'm going to do my best. I'm not going to lie to you. I think neutral about this box right now. It's on.
Podmore runs away from us and bowls to Scriven. Scriven's on the back foot, cracks that away through point for 4. Glorious shot. Beautiful shot.
Yeah, this lead 108 now, just beginning to turn into a worryingly large one for Kent in the context of a low-scoring game. I mean, 108, you'd think you'd chase that down, but 5 down, 108 turns into, we said when we were last together, if Hampshire could get kind of a 180, they'd be pretty pleased with that. Well, at 13 for 4 or 20 for 4 when we were talking about that kind of lead, it looked like a long way off, but these two play really nicely, and have got their runs in decent time as well. 40 off 59, 31 off 55. McManus and Scriven respectively. And Fielder gets posted on the deep cover fence.
Scriven to face Podmore once more. Comes in and bowls, and Scriven's got wrapped on the pad there. Bit of bounce. Richard Shelley at Certain Sports says, I'm sticking my neck out, but I reckon a lead of 150 will be more than enough. Do we agree?
Nope. Look, I think if you get a lead of 200, then I think it's advantage Hampshire. But I just think 150 is a lead that you only need a couple of players, to come together, get a 30 and a 50, get a partnership together. You break the back of a run chase like that, and that's not to say Kent couldn't be 20 for 5. It's that kind of pitch.
But it's not an unplayable wicket, is it?
No, it's not.
Not by any stretch of the imagination.
Scriven and McManus play nicely.
Podmore bowls and Scriven pushes well forward back to the bowler end of the over. 9 to do today. 87 for 5. It isn't. I think, and we've sort of talked about it throughout the game really, but I'm just not sure that some of the wickets the batsmen couldn't have been leaving the deliveries that they've faced.
Yeah, those kind of tentative pushes outside the off stump they've nicked off, haven't they? And I kind of prefer the straight back, the kind of block whack method. I think it's a wicket that you've got to try and be positive on as a batsman when you can. And McManus has done that to decent effect, as has Scriven, thinking of Podmore in Kent's innings. Here's Aaron Stevens from the Nackington Road end in pursuit of yet more wickets. McManus on the back foot defending. Daniel Bell-Drummond's kept his catches in. I've been impressed with the way Bell-Drummond's just quietly marshalled his troops. I like the fact he switched ends with Grant Stewart and Matt Milnes. He's got 3 slips in here to Stevens. I mean, this lead is 108. 87 for 5. You know, you suggest the bowling team are on top, but this partnership is 64. He's kept his catches in. Stevens outside off stump, and McManus has nothing to do with it. And he's quiet, Daniel Bell. He goes about his way, kind of. He's not demonstrative as a captain. Just quietly pulls the strings. I like the cut of his jib as captain. He's done well in the T20s. Led from the front with a bat. But, you know, he's not a big hand clapper or cajoling of his bowlers. He just lets them do their thing. And Stevens is full, and that beats McManus outside off stump. Cracking delivery.
He still looks like the bowler most likely to take a wicket, doesn't he? Quite incredible. It was interesting, though, wasn't it, earlier when Matt Milnes was looking a little bit frustrated, though he did go up to him and have a long chat with him, didn't he, Bell-Drummond?
Yeah, I think that'll be his method. It'll be I can't imagine too many Churchillian speeches from the, you know, we'll find them on the beaches kind of stuff, but I think a quiet word in a bowler's ear, just discussing a plan or two. Stevens to McManus, who covers up and defends to extra cover, who's really close in there. Never any thought of a single. Remains 87 for 5.
I mean, it's been interesting. I mean, how would you have assess the bowling overall? Because obviously when you're taking wickets it looks fine, but I mean, this partnership, I mean, listen, these two have played superbly well.
Stevens is outside off stump, just ran it back down the slope, but never threatening off stump as McManus shouldered arms.
I know McManus has been dropped on 14 in the slips, but apart from that, these two have played very competently. very, very competently. I'm just wondering if Kent could have done anything different.
Well, you can always do different. You can always go a different route. You could maybe bring a spinner on. There's all things that Daniel Bell-Drummond would have considered. Let me tell you, you know, when you're a captain out there and you're sticking with 2 bowlers, there's plenty of others that you could bowl, and you're aware of that. As Stevens is bowling back of a length, McManus defends back down the pitch comfortably enough. So when there are quiet periods, especially in a game like this, which has moved forward quite quickly, and then there's a partnership, you know, your brain is kind of racing overtime as a skipper. But sometimes you just got to settle in, be patient, understand that there will inevitably be a partnership at some stage. Kent is still in a couple of wickets, and all of a sudden you could be chasing 120. So they're still right in this game, and you can chase wickets sometimes. Go too hard, try and knock teams over. I don't think it's that kind of pitch. You try and bowl the magic ball, or you over attack. You've just got to just home in on that line and length, and eventually one will do something, and you've got to take your chances. You've got to grab hold of them in the cordon. That's where they're likely to come, and that'll be the frustration for Kent, that they have grasped a couple.
Podmore starts his 12th over. He's bowling to Scriven. Scriven gets one on the middle and leg, turns it on the leg side, and there is no run. It's been a good game to watch.
Well, there's been a lot happening, isn't there?
Yeah.
That's the thing. When ball kind of dominates bat, then these little kind of cameos, like McManus is 40, and we saw 30 quick fire from Podmore.
Yep.
They can change a game. It's a decent contest at the moment, and Hampshire just wrestling back some initiative.
Podmore again then. Pushing forward there is Scriven. Again, not quite in the middle of the bat. It seems to be hitting quite high on his bat at the moment, but he's okay, played that nice and straight. Ian Easter's also tweeted at Solar Sport. He's tweeted a picture of him with a live stream on his TV at home, which of course you can do, and listen to our commentary as well. And he's also lying back with his young son asleep. So obviously his young son isn't actually interested in the game whatsoever. Whereas Ian East, I know, will be totally the opposite way.
Average age of the child? Have a guess?
Very young. Very, 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 very young. I think it was during the summer he had the baby.
Okay.
Let's push back to the bowler. and there's no run, so there was absolutely no reason why it would be interested in the cricket.
No. A Hampshire fan, no doubt, in years to come. Have a little look round at other games while we're here. Middlesex 120 for 5, lead by 22. That's the other key game in this South group of the Bob Willis Trophy. So Essex, you'd think, closing in, but Middlesex can turn that 22 lead into 130. You never know.
Podmore to Scriven, plays inside the line as the ball just shapes away through to keeper Ollie Robinson. I think we can almost get a full day's play in tomorrow. The way things are going here, a couple of batsmen get in and make things look not quite as hard as the ones before them, and that can quite easily happen again tomorrow. Might go into a fourth day. Who knows?
Now we are getting into fantasy, the realms of fantasy, Kev. These two are going to have to play well for that to happen.
Certainly are. Podmore bowls, it's full, it's on the line of leg stump and it's driven up to Stevens at mid-on. Podmore's got the double teapot on. I noticed actually towards the end of his last spell he got the double teapot on to Scriven quite a bit. I don't know if sort of looks at the batsman quite a bit, and it's Scriven more than McManus. Yeah,
I think he feels that Scriven's just planting that front foot in front of middle and off, and that he might be pitting him in front, but to be fair to Scriven, he keeps hitting it.
I was going to say, yeah. Here's Podmore again then, and bowls, and Scriven drives up to Bell Drummond at mid-off, and again Podmore's got his hands on his head this time. They're probably not clean drives,
no,
by any stretch of the imagination, but Podmore seems to get more excited when Scriven's batting than he does when McManus does. So that's a maiden over though for Podmore. He's bowled 5 in his 12 overs to date, 3 for 20.
Another key game in the Bob Willis Trophy is the one between Somerset and Worcester, top 2 in the central group. Somerset bowled out for 251, and Worcester going really nicely at 123 for 1. Suddenly, bit of a collapse, all out 200. So Somerset leading by 51 on first innings, 4 for 1 in their second innings. So another kind of low-scoring, tense affair, with those two sides jousting for that, battling it out for that top position in the central group. And in the north, Derbyshire, who led the North Group, 98 for 7, replying to Lancashire's 219. So I'm making a bit of a hash of that. And no play at Headingley. Leicester 124 all out, Yorkshire 36 for 2. So all getting rather tense. Lord's final at stake in this new competition, the Bob Willis Trophy, in honour of the great man who so sadly passed. I wonder what Bob would make of it all. You would have played a bit against Bob, wouldn't you? Bob Willis? Didn't play much county cricket, did he?
No, he didn't. I'm just trying to think if I might have, in my very, very early days with Middlesex, I might just have come across him. Can't remember. I might not have done, actually. You're right, he hardly played for Warwickshire, did he?
Stevens is in. He's bowling to McManus, who defends to extra cover. There's no run. Yeah, he was an advocate, wasn't he, of this 6 teams in 3 groups, like a conference format. I quite like it.
Do you?
Yeah, I like it.
You want to keep it?
Yeah, I would keep it. I'd play home and away, give you 10 championship games, and then reconfigure the group. Stevens Bolton. McManus is going to be in a shout for OBW. I think it's on the high side. It wasn't a convincing appeal, but he did beat McManus. All ends up there. Just bounced a bit. It's a bit high, maybe a bit leg side. Yeah, I like it. I played 5 games home and away, so 10 games in the group, and then you get your order, your 1 to 6 in each group, and then I reconfigure the groups in 6s again, and the top group, effectively the sides that finish 1 and 2 in each of the 3 groups, would play off for the county championship. Carry their points forward, left alone by McManus outside off stump. So you carry your points forward from your initial group games, and then you carry on. You play against each other.
So you play more than 10 championship?
You play 15 championship.
Where's 15 coming from? You know, the ECB would love to have less.
We've played 14. So it was 16, and then we played 14. So I'm asking for one more game, you know. And I think the county championship lovers would want that. Stevens is in, is full to McManus, who maybe could have driven it, but just pushed it. Yeah.
I think you know in the heart of hearts that generally the feeling is for less 4-day cricket, and this 3 league format gives you the ideal opportunity to cut it to 10.
Yeah, but then you've got to have something else after that, because otherwise you've got 3 group winners, and then you have to have semi-finals and knockouts, and as he leaves alone outside or stump again to Darren Stevens. And where that doesn't work is that you get a bit of rain and you get a draw, and how does that work in terms of determining who wins the county championship? I think it needs to be done on a league and a points basis. So you play your 10 games, home and away, and then you have to find a way of another little mini league. You know, maybe they then go into
November.
Well, not November. Different group sizes, perhaps. As Stevens is in and bowls Manus off the back foot. Maybe you go into a top 4, or maybe a top 6. No, I think.
I know you're a little romantic at heart.
I think 15 games is very doable.
For me, not a chance. Absolutely not a chance. And I think even 14 games was struggling.
Well, I guess you've got the 100 as well, which makes it
makes
it problematic. So what you like about that competition, but I think that's going to be here to stay. It's going to be all singing and dancing, isn't it? I think the ECB have nailed their colours to the mast on that one, and it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But I've often thought that the way most counties go on pre-season tours, you can have your first 2 rounds of matches overseas. You could go to UAE or South Africa, West Indies, your first 2 rounds over there.
Yep.
That gets them out the way in March.
Podmore to Scriven on the back foot, punches that out to deep point. He'll pick up a single for his trouble. 32 he moves on to, 88 for 5 now, and this partnership keeps going, which is mightily useful with Hampshire leading by 109. Yeah, I don't know. Do you keep it regional?
No, I wouldn't keep it regional, because I just think otherwise you get sick of the sight of the same teams. I also think the South Group potentially the toughest of the 3. So mix it up, maybe seed it based on county championships of recent pasts. Come up with a seeding system, and then what you then do when you have your conferences, when you have your 10 games effectively, and you reconfigure the groups and play off again, the 2nd and 3rd group will be playing for the seedings, and maybe for some money, some prize money, which decreases as you go down the list of counties where they finish. I'm not sure the promotion relegation, I think it might have had its day.
Do you think so? Podmore bowls on the line of leg stump, and McManus works that to mid-wicket. I think it's, I mean, if it has, it's a shame, because for 20 years now, haven't we, we've had this tough Division 1 cricket, which has got tougher, and I thought that was the whole idea, and yet we've abandoned it within 2 decades, which I find that a bit odd. Must admit. But anyway, COVID has changed a lot of thinking in lots of ways. There's a nice drive through the covers, bit of width, and it's full, and it's going through extra cover for 4.
Yeah, good shot from McManus. Podmore not quite as effective in his 2nd spell. That was swinging. It was a teasing delivery. McManus climbed into it, nailed it. Just square of extra cover. And a man on the deep point fence. About 30 yards to go, but he was never going to catch it as the ball ran away down the hill. McManus closing in on a 50. It would be the first in this match.
He's closing in on the high score. In fact, he's got the high score of the game now. Beats Ian Holland's total of 42 in the first innings. And this lead now, the partnership, I'll just come to that in a moment. Podmore ball was outside the off stump, and McManus leaves alone. 69 this partnership, which is massive.
Well, it's equal height of the game, isn't it? Because the 69 was the first, was the opening partnership yesterday morning. Weatherly Holland, that was 69. So this is a very fine effort from these two, because when they came together, 23 for 5, they were in all sorts of bother.
we seeing the heavy roller having its effects here a bit as well, do you think?
I think maybe the ball's just got a bit softer. The bowlers perhaps a little jaded. They've bowled quite a lot, these boys.
Yeah, Podmore bowls, and there's a big leg cutter. Just when you thought that perhaps there wasn't so much in this wicket, there's a ball that's gone as much as any off the seam. 92 for 5. Hampshire's lead is 113.
Yeah, just proving there's a bit in this pitch, bit in the air. I think it started to go in the air and kept zipping off the pitch. Yeah, I think Kent getting bowled out quite cheaply for that 170 just gets the bowlers back in the field. You must have had games, Kev, where you thought, oh, I've done my job with the ball. I can just put my feet up now and watch the top order go and do their thing, and before you know it, you're out there with the bat, and then you're back in with your bowling boots on. I think if you're Darren Stevens at 44 years of age, you probably want the batsman to give you a day and a bit off.
Yeah.
It hasn't been that kind of game. So, a bit of a workload. He bowled 27 overs in the first innings. So 27 overs yesterday, and he's already got through 12, so it's a tough ask. He begins another over. He'll be bowling for Tom Scriven, who has acquitted himself nicely for 32. McManus is 44. The key number is the lead, 113. Just 4.5 overs remaining. Kent will certainly hope to take a couple with them tonight and probably settle for one. They want to break this partnership. Stevens entrusted, and a nice looking delivery with a bit of a way shape. He's defended to extra cover.
Still another wicket or two in Darren Stevens, you think, don't you, in this game? Whether it's tonight, whether it's tomorrow morning. Still looks dangerous out there.
Yeah, I think they want to break this partnership tonight, so they've got a new man to bowl out in the morning. And they can freshen up overnight and come hard tomorrow morning. Stevens is bowling straight delivery. Scriven gets offside of it. It's been what he's done quite well, Tom Scriven. I think he seems to have worked out, maybe this is just the way he plays, but he tries to get kind of offside of the ball. I think that was what was frustrating Harry Podmore, because he kept thinking he was going to get him LBW. But on a pitch like this, with a bit of bounce and a bit of seam movement, I think you're more likely to nick it to slip than you are to be trapped LBW. So almost get slightly outside it. As Stevens is bowling, and that is a fine shot from Tom Scriven. Just leant on it. He was a bit wide. He didn't throw the kitchen sink at it, but he just hit it on top of the bounce, and he gets another boundary.
Just got an answer on the Bob Willis question you asked me,
Mm-hmm.
from Dave Allen and from Richard Shelley at Solent Sport. Dave Allen says your first game against Bob Willis was in the 40 over competition, June 1980, and Richard Shelley's given me a little bit more on that.
Stevens bowling and Scriven defending to the offside. Carry on.
June 1980, yeah. I remember it was at Edgbaston. It was a John Player League match, June 1980. Played for Middlesex, didn't bat, and I got 1 for 31 from 4. We lost by 5 wickets. I think I remember Jeff Humpage smashing it everywhere for 100. I think that was the game.
Yeah. You would have been about 30 back then. Stevens is it could be, it's just dropped in front of Crawley. I think it was a funny, trying to withdraw his bat was Tom Scriven, and Zach Crawley, who's already put one down. Darren Stevens has hands on hips. I think that was half a chance for Zach Crawley. It was a tough catch, big tall man diving in front of first slip, went one-handed, and Stevens throws the ball on the bounce to Heino Kuhn. Can't quite believe his luck. That was the closest Kent to have come to a wicket in quite some time.
That's a difficult one, wasn't it? But it was there. It was in the air. But yeah, difficult indeed. But nevertheless, it was a chance. McManus dropped on 14. Now Scriven, that was a bit easier. Scriven now dropped on 36, and earlier Joe Weatherly, who only made 7, was actually dropped for 5 in the slips as well. So they haven't quite distinguished themselves today, the Kent slip fielders. Podmore comes in at 96 for 5, and he was coming in, and then something happened away to our right, which I can't see. Somebody must have made a noise, something must have happened.
Well, I can't believe it was anyone going past the bowler's arm. There's no one in the ground other than the Hampshire staff doing their laps. They haven't done. Oh no, they are. They're at the far end.
Yeah,
They're at the Nackington Road. They've walked all day, haven't they? Maybe they're getting their steps up.
I think they are. I think on a sponsored walk. 4 left to do today. Coming towards 5:30, which is the scheduled close, as Podmore comes in and bowls to McManus, who's well in behind that, as he has done many times in the 77 balls that he's faced so far in this innings. 44 not out he is. Done a good job. Steadied the ship.
Just wonder whether it's got the token over of off spin
Oh.
written all over it.
You'd think so,
Last over of the day.
You'd think so. Mason Crane got it to turn a bit, didn't he?
Yeah. It's the only thing. Easy to sit up here and say, no spin, maybe just have a look.
Podmore again to McManus, leaves that alone outside the off stump.
I think Daniel Bell Drummond, as I mentioned earlier, has marshalled his troops well. He's just quietly goes about his business as captain. I think he cuts the figure of someone who's in charge and calm. But just wonder whether, I'm sure it would have crossed his mind, just to see if it spins, because if a wicket seems, the one he used to say, wouldn't it? If a wicket seems, it'll spin. And just to give him something different to think about, Tom Scriven playing not just his second game. Played nicely, but maybe he's not a great player of spin, who knows?
Podmore bowls, he had a little nibble, I think, McManus outside the off stump as the ball just moved away from him. I've just been sent a scorecard here by Marco.
Is this from your game in 1980?
Yeah, this is it. So I know I got. So who was the wicket I got? Wayne Daniel got John Clawton. Remember him? LBW. Mike Selvey got Amos out for 12. Yeah, Humpage did get 100.
Who was your wicket?
Kevin Smith, KD Smith. Caught Brearley bowled James 24. I think that was mid off actually, if I remember rightly. I know, not a great wicket. No, I don't mean.
Kevin
Smith, but being caught mid off. That's worked down to backward point for a single, 97 for 5. So
did Kevin Smith go on to have a distinguished career, or did he?
Yeah, the batting loads for them.
Yeah, okay, I was just checking. I just thought maybe you get out of Kevin James. Perhaps it's time to call it a day.
Paul Smith's brother.
Ah.
Yeah, it's Ben's on because I can hear the Radio Kent lot.
I'll just do this update and hand back after my disgraceful performance on the mic earlier on today. Don't feel like I deserve the final 3 overs. Podmore bowls. Wicket that ball would have been a change of fortunes, but this one's driven up towards mid-off. I've been getting more comments, David, saying absolutely right, get Watts out of the attack.
Get Watts out.
Don't give him the mic.
Get Watts out. I enjoyed yesterday when you did your update and you kind of dived in and then you were gone again. You left the listeners wanting more, but that hour brought no wickets. And you've got to have a long, hard look at yourself.
I'm going to go away, analyse my performance, see what I can learn from this. Podmore in, driven nicely square of the wicket. Get a single, despite the dive from the Kent fielder, extra cover. End of the over. Hampshire 98 for 5. This partnership is taking the lead up to 119 now. 23 for 5 at one stage, Hampshire in this second innings.
Yeah, game-changing partnership this one. Kent's got to hang in there. They're not out of sight by any means yet, Hampshire.
Penny for the thoughts of Jack leaning, having dropped McManus on 14. Now update for radio listeners, we see where he came on the way. Yeah, frustration late on in the day for Kent, who have been unable to break through this game-changing partnership. Lewis McManus on 45, Tom Scriven on 37. They came together when the Hampshire total was on 23 for 5. It's now 98 for 5 and a lead of 119. Kent earlier on bowled out for 170, just 34 the top score from Heine Kuhn, and then in fact Mark Riordan's 37 the top score, and 30 from Harry Podmore, the last wicket stand, making that total look respectable. Early wickets for Kent, who had Hampshire 13 for 4, and then as I mentioned 23 for 5, but since then McManus and Scriven have managed to halt the Kent momentum, and they've now put Hampshire in the driving seat in this game. A lead of 119, as I say, 98 for 5. Commentary continuing online for the final 2 and a bit overs of this second day here at Canterbury. Now the weather with Nina Ridge.
So Ben Watts, as promised, in and out, like Hampshire's top order, quite a lot of Kent's batsmen as well.
Difficult former Kent players as well.
Yeah, difficult. Yes, indeed. Difficult batting out there, but these two are playing a fine hand for Hampshire at the moment. And Darren Stevens continues into his 14th over. He's bowling to Tom Scriven, who defends off the back foot. And we saw that ball from Podmore in the last over fly past McManus's outside edge, and that's probably why Daniel Bell-Drummond hasn't looked to his spinner, because he just feels that there's still plenty in it for the seamers. Just would like to maybe just have a look. Couple of overs. If it doesn't work,
no damage done.
No, you can withdraw him from the attack just to see whether one bites and turns. And Stevens did again. Full ball. Scriven driving. Didn't get hold of it. He's played some nice shots, Tom Scriven, but that kind of off drive, he didn't really time it. Not that easy a pitch.
You know yourself sometimes, isn't it? You know, some seamers can feel much of a muchness, can't you? And it's only when you face something that's totally different that there's a little mistake there somewhere along the line.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just can relax. Honestly, I remember Min Patel getting Craig White out, so I'll tell you about in a minute, as Scriven covers up and plays. 2002, we were playing Yorkshire at Headingley. Steve Waugh was in our ranks. He got 150, I think. Steve Kirby chirped him, that was a mistake, and Waugh answered him with 150. And he had a very good record at Headingley, Steve Waugh. Kent didn't. We hadn't won since before the war.
Wow.
But then we got Steve Waugh, we went up to Headingley, he got 150, we won. But we made them follow on. Yorkshire. Seamers have done a great job. Andrew Martin Saggers were bowling nicely, and when I took them out of the attack, just thought a bit of a partnership built. So I just brought Min on for a couple of overs, and even though we had them kind of where we wanted them, no close fielders, just a slip, and just let Min bowl dots.
Yeah.
And I remember Craig White, who was playing quite nicely. We had about 4 or 5 down. Craig White was playing quite nicely, and then Min came on and he tried to hit him, ended up getting bowled by one that just came back with the arm.
Podmore to McManus is on the back foot, and they're going to take a quick single here. Have to hurry.
So even on a wicket that favoured seam, just to give the batsman something else that was different. You know, Min was a canny enough bowler, even when it wasn't spinning, to be able to use a bit of drift and a bit of flight to still winkle a batsman or two out. And I think it would be a good experience for Marcus O'Riordan in this situation, so just to see whether he could block and end up, maybe winkle a batsman out.
Yeah.
But in Daniel Bell-Drummond's defence, it has done enough.
It has. And it's still doing a bit.
Yeah, still doing a bit, so I can understand why he hasn't gone down that route.
Podmore in again to Scriven. Scriven plays and misses outside the off stump. Another ball that just goes down the hill.
Yeah, it's to illustrate the point. Still doing a bit. And Kent captain just saying, let's be patient, it'll come. This partnership is worth 76 at the moment. The largest of the match so far. Frustrating Kent. But Drummond looks like he's loosening up.
Doesn't he?
Well, he can. He bowls little decent medium paces. He might just give himself an over.
Saw him warming up before the game this morning. There's a drive, but a bit of on hand in that from Tom Scriven, and instead of going out on the offside, it ends up at mid-on.
It's the kind of thing you do as a captain. Well, I didn't as a captain because I was a terrible bowler. But the kind of thing that someone like a Daniel Bell-Drummond would do: bring himself on, snare a wicket late in the day, and then wish he'd done it about an hour earlier.
I mean, he's not the worst bowler.
No, he's not the worst.
Maybe
just switch off sometimes as a batsman.
Yeah.
You've seen off of Darren Stevens, and on comes a Bell-Drummond.
Podmore to Scriven, who angles that nicely behind square on the offside. There is a man out deep, so he won't get full value, or just get a single. And that's 100 up for Hampshire. It's come up in the 39th over, the penultimate over of day 2, and Bell-Drummond is definitely warming up. He's definitely going to be bowling the last over from that Nashington Road end, that's for sure.
Yeah, that'll make it quite a smart move.
Yeah.
You know, you could toss the ball to his off spinner for a token over, but it almost seems like if you're going to do that, you might as well have brought him on half hour ago.
True.
Whereas if you're going to have a token over, you might as well take it yourself.
So the lead for Hampshire here is 121, which about an hour and a half ago seemed way out of the equation, as McManus has done a fantastic job here, along with his partner at the non-striker's end. Pushes forward out on the offside. He's on 46, Lewis McManus. Very, very valuable runs. And should have gone when he was 14, but he was dropped in the slips, but that happens. But either side of that, he's played wonderfully well. Good player in tight situations, Lewis McManus.
Keepers so often are.
They are, aren't they?
Chris Reed and eight games you would have played all your career with would have got valuable runs when the team needed the most.
Yeah, there's a few around, isn't there? There's a lovely drive through the covers, bit of width, and it's full, it's going through extra cover, and it's 4 runs. And there is Lewis McManus' half century. And the Hampshire boys on the Les Ames stand balcony, about 2 o'clock as I look, all stand and applaud.
Yeah, as do the Kent fielders, and that's good to see. As a sportsmanship, they know how difficult it's been on this pitch, and they are really respectful of the work that Lewis McManus has done out there. He didn't find it easy. He's not found it easy. He's found it easier than some. But 50 off 83 balls, strike rate of 60. Pretty decent effort.
Certainly is. So this partnership I make is worth 81 now.
Yep.
125 the lead, 1 over to go. And Hampshire will enjoy the evening rather better than they did, or would have done, a little earlier.
Yeah, well, Daniel Bell-Drummond has brought himself on. I have the pleasure of commentating over Daniel Bell-Drummond for the first time. He's going to run in. He's not going to bowl it because Tom Scriven is nowhere near the stumps. But just for a minute, it looked like he meant business there, Bell-Drummond. I'd love to see bowlers just let it go in that situation. See what the umpire makes of it if you knock the lot out. But yeah, Tom Scriven standing about 1.5 yards away from his leg stump. I think he snuck up on him rather. Bell-Drummond has bowled more balls to a fielder than I've seen. I said he was stiff yesterday. It looked like the exertions of 2020 cricket had seized him up a bit in the field. But here he is. It's not a long run. He bounds in. He's past Billy Taylor. He's back of a length. The bounce. 23 on his back.
It was straight.
Yeah, straight. It was no great pace. He's got 2 men back on the hook, and he did bang it in. He climbed. Tom Scriven had absolutely no problem knocking it down with his feet. But there is a man out there, should he want to take on a hook show. Bounds in again, past Billy Taylor. This one is wide outside the stump, and he's going to get 4 for it, I think. Was this? Yeah, he's going to get 4 for it. Not a great delivery that, but it's a bit of a gamble in truth. What's the worst that can happen? You can go for a few boundaries, but you might just snare a wicket.
Yeah.
Short and wide. Scriven makes no mistake. He's on to 42, which I'm guessing would be his top score, Kev. By some distance, it's being just his second game.
Oh yes, he didn't bat. He didn't bat. I don't think in the first one, so I'll double check actually.
Drummond is 4 and a play and a miss, and that's got a better length. We've seen that the short ball doesn't really prosper on this surface, albeit Matt Milne's pulled one up in the air.
Tell lie, batting in the first innings against Surrey, got 8.
There you go. So 8 against Surrey. Yeah. Has 42 to his name. What did he make in the first innings here? 8. 8 and 8. And now 42. Bell-Drummond's into him again. It's full outside the stump. He's driving. And it's fielded at extra cover. There's no run.
Bell-Drummond was looking 10 first-class wickets, but he averages 25 for each of them. So it's only at Hardy bowls. It's a pretty decent average, isn't it?
Yeah. Perhaps he just comes on in these type of situations, quickly nibbles one out, and then
disappears.
He's done his job. That'll do.
Never bowls long enough to go for too many.
Yeah. He's past Billy Taylor, and he's beaten him again outside off Tom Scriven. So this experiment, useful, just different, isn't it? It's a different bowler. You know, you get into a groove as a batsman against a Darren Stevens or a Harry Potter or whoever it is. If you play over after over, your timing, your movement, everything, you get attuned to a bowler that you face for a while. So you suddenly get somebody new who's not bowling that differently to a Darren Stevens, but his run-up's different, his load-up's different, and you've just got to react and time your movements accordingly. As Bell-Drummond bowls, he's full. Scriven is pushing up to mid-on. And there is no run, and that is that going to end the play? Is that it for the day?
I think so.
I think so. It's a very kind of low-key finish to the day. Everyone's kind of ambling off. Still can't quite get used to the fact that the opposition players head for the Les Ames stand. But that is it. That starts on day 2. 108 for 5. Hampshire. What a recovery from 23 for 5. The lead is 129. And we will resume day 3 with all to play for. Kent will be frustrated, not only by that partnership, but by the fact they've put down a couple of chances, notably McManus when he was on 14. He's gone to the only 50 of the game, and Scriven is 42. But break this partnership, get amongst the bowlers, and Kent will still fancy their chances there. Chances of making the Lord's Final and the Bob Willis Trophy intact, as remote as they may be. It's a decent fight back from Hampshire, Kev, and I think you'd be probably slightly happier of the two sides with a lead of 129.
Yeah, I mean, especially the way those two have played. It doesn't suggest that the wicket is a lot easier. It just suggests that they played very, very well. Perhaps Kent, I think, might be a little bit disappointed. Maybe their intensity with the ball just dropped away a fraction, but that's probably a little bit of tiredness. So, a 129 lead isn't a lead where the pitch is flattening out and you think, well, they need an awful lot more. They do need more, but I don't think it's it's probably as big a lead as perhaps one would expect if the pitch was improving.
Yeah, and Kent will regroup. I think they did look tired. The fact that they were pressed back into bowling action quite so soon, I think took its toll. They've had a bit of a workload with the T20s as well, haven't they? A lot of those Kent bowlers and fielders. So they will hopefully get tucked up nice and early, have a stretch, regroup, come again tomorrow morning when there's, as I say, all to play for. Lead of 129. The ground staff bring on the tarpaulin covers. But that's it for us, Kev, I think, isn't it? So we will see you for day 3 bright and early at 10:30 tomorrow.
Thank you.